Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV audiobook channel, Shadow Slave. Chapter 201, Lord of the Dead. The giant underground chamber was circular in shape and as immense as the grand hall of the bright castle. Its walls were built out of the same gray stone slabs as the mighty walls of the Dark City, but unlike them, the walls of the chamber were covered with whispering streams of cold, nebulous black water. In the center of it, a vast mountain of human bones rose from the ground, reaching almost halfway to the distant ceiling. Thousands, no, hundreds of thousands of people must have perished to create it. With a harrowing realization, Sunny finally understood where the people who built the ancient city and the impregnable wall surrounding it had disappeared to. They were all here, piled onto each other in this vile monument of death. This horrid dark chamber was their final resting place. An old memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. Back beneath the branches of the soul tree, Cassie had seen a vision of a blood-soaked hill formed from countless corpses. On top of it, a tiny black seed was floating in a pool of blood. Was there a similar mountain of bones hiding under the soil of the ashen barrow? Was that how the soul devourer had been born? Sunny shifted his gaze, only now noticing the veins of crimson coral growing from the harrowing hill of white bones, almost like muscle tissue of some colossal creature. Following the coral pillars up, he finally saw that the dome of the immense chamber was broken, with pale sunlight streaming through the breach and falling on the ghastly visage below. A giant stone hand was reaching down through the broken dome, its palm open, as though trying to caress the mountain formed from the bones of those people who had once populated this dark, forsaken land. Looking at the stone hand, Sunny suddenly realized where they were. The vast underground chamber was situated directly underneath the headless statue of the graceful woman who had once saved them from drowning in the black waters of the cursed sea. One of her hands was raised toward the heavens, as if trying to embrace them. The other had broken off and fell down thousands of years ago, lying in the mud at the base of the giant statue. Reaching into the depths of hell, that was the hand Sunny was looking at right now. It was also their way out of here. "Doofus, wake up!" Brought back to reality by Effie's yell, he shuddered and looked around with a new understanding. So the exit the huntress had told them about was the breach in the dome of the underground chamber. With Kai's aspect ability and the help of the golden rope, escaping through it was not going to be a problem. But where was this Lord of the Dead that she had mentioned? From Effie's colorful description, Sunny had expected to see a giant monster slumbering in the heart of the catacombs. If memory served, her exact words were a big fat bastard of a nightmare creature. But he couldn't see anything unless his eyes narrowed. And just at that moment, the mountain of bones suddenly moved. When the mountain moved, everything suddenly made sense. At first, Sunny thought that the unknown creature was sleeping inside the ghastly hill of bones, but then he realized that no, it wasn't. The mountain itself was the nightmare creature. This was the Lord of the Dead. Each of the countless bones piled on top of each other in the underground chamber was a part of its body for a moment. Sunny was paralyzed by fear. "Fat bastard? That is what you call a fat bastard?" But then, the disparate pieces of information clicked in his mind, assembling into a vivid chain of cause and effect. Of course, why didn't I realize sooner? The mountain of bones, the horde of immortal skeletons, the Lord of the Dead, it all connected. The nightmare creature in front of him was a fallen tyrant. Tyrants were a fifth step in the evolution of nightmare creatures, and the name of that class was not coincidental. The fifth step represented rule and authority. That's why the blind monstrosity he had faced on the slopes of the Black Mountain was named a king, and that's why the abomination in front of him was named a lord. Classes differed from each other in terms of pure might, but most of the distinction between them was caused by a more fundamental reason. Higher classes possessed characteristics that, while not directly affecting the quantity of their power, gave it a qualitative change. For example, while beasts were mindless, demons and those above them were intelligent. That's why a demon, even if it was only slightly stronger than a monster, was in fact 10 times more dangerous. The characteristic of the tyrant class was that these nightmare creatures were capable of creating and controlling large amounts of lesser creatures. The Mountain King's larva that Sunny had slain during his first trial, which was born when a tiny worm living inside the Mountain King's body entered the corpse of a dying slave, was one such lesser creature. However, this power had its limitations. The minions created by a tyrant couldn't be of the same rank as it. That's why the larva was a dormant beast, while Mountain King itself was awakened. Similarly, while the skeletons that the cohort had faced were awakened, they had to be created by a fallen tyrant. And something told Sunny that their immortality was tied to the Lord of the Dead, too. If someone wanted to destroy the undead army, they would have to destroy the abominable bone Colossus first, said Colossus. Meanwhile, was slowly waking up right in front of Sunny. And if when it did, damnation. Nervously gripping the midnight shard, he glanced at Nifis. The golden rope was already in her hands, and she was passing it to Kai before the beautiful archer could take it, though the mountainous creature suddenly rippled. A moment later, a twisted pillar of bones shot from its body, flying in their direction with the force of a siege ram. Chapter 202. Risk and Reward. Nephis and Kai dove away, and the massive pillar of bone shot past them. Before the thunderous sound of it crashing against the wall of the chamber even reached Sunny's ears, the pillar was already moving, whipping sideways with tremendous force. Luckily, he and Cassie were behind it, but Effie and Castor were not. Both of them reacted with admirable speed and fell to the ground, allowing the terrifying limb of the gargantuan creature to fly above their heads. Rising from the stone floor, the huntress screamed, "It's just thrashing in its sleep! Move! We need to get out of here before the bastard wakes up!" Cursing, Sunny dismissed the midnight shard and faced the mountain of bones, trying to predict its next move. He was beginning to understand how Effie's original hunting party had perished in the catacombs. A sword wouldn't be of any use in this situation. The Lord of the Dead was slowly coming to its senses. The bones constituting its repulsive body moved and rippled, unfurling from within the white mass like giant, twisting limbs. It seemed to be slowly turning from a shapeless hill into some semblance of a creature. What shape that creature would assume once it fully awoke, Sunny didn't want to know. Another twisting pillar limb? Suddenly shot from the mass of bones, blindly striking at the empty space behind the giant abomination. Sunny gritted his teeth, his ears ringing from the thunderclap of its impact against the wall. What followed was a deafening noise of thousands of ancient bones scraping against weathered stone. The massive pillar whipped left and right, then fell to the ground and slowly retreated back inside the body of the Lord of the Dead. Meanwhile, Nephis was back at her feet. Dashing toward Kai, she pushed one end of the golden rope into his hands and pointed to the breach in the dome of the chamber. In the next moment, the archer soared into the air, flying to his destination with incredible speed. With a terrifying scraping sound, the whole white mountain rippled once again, and several devastating pillars of bone shot to intercept him. However, Sunny had no time to check on Kai, because the Lord of the Dead had extended 2 more limbs in his direction. Diving under the first one, Sunny felt a wave of fetid air rush past him. Knowing that he only had a second left to live, he then strained his muscles and jumped with all his shadow-augmented might. Sunny's body flew several meters into the air, avoiding the rushing bone tentacle only by a few centimeters, landing in a roll. Sunny cursed and got back to his feet. What kind of an infernal jumping rope game is this? The Lord of the Dead was slowly coming to its sense. More bone tentacles appeared from the mass of corpses, each moving with growing precision. But Kai was already standing on the palm of the giant stone hand, the golden rope looped around one of its fingers. Cassie was the first one to climb up. With the flying rapier loyally hovering over her shoulder, the blind girl effortlessly moved up the rope, reaching the distant ceiling of the underground chamber less than 10 seconds later. It was easy to forget that she had absorbed as much soul essence as the rest of them. Her delicate arms hid much more power than one would assume. However, back on the ground, those seconds were a real hell. The mountainous creature was waking up, making it hard for the rest of them to stay away from its blindly thrashing limbs. They needed to get out of here fast. Effie was the next one to take the rope. The huntress practically flew up, pushing herself with agility and Herculean strength worthy of an ancient hero. Then it was Castor's turn. Effortlessly dodging a pillar of bone with his incredible speed, the legacy grabbed the rope and turned into a barely visible blur. A second later, he was already landing on the giant's stone palm. Nephis and Sunny were the only ones left in the reach of the fallen tyrant. Glancing at Sunny, Changing Star yelled, "Your turn!" However, Sunny did not respond. His eyes were fixed on the base of the gargantuan abomination where, amidst the ancient bones, a weak golden glow emanated from a small, partially concealed object. Sunny lingered for a moment, his thoughts moving with incredible speed. He knew that he was a greedy person by nature, and one cursed with insatiable curiosity too. However, first and foremost, he was someone who put a tremendous amount of value on his own survival. That's why, right now, his reasoning was cold and sober. It was a question of risk and reward as well as his ability. Would he be able to reach the object shining with the light of divinity and come back alive or not? A second later, he looked at Nephis and answered, "You go. I'll be just behind you." It would be a shame to go through all of this and not receive anything in return. He had to try. With that, Sunny turned around and dashed toward the Lord of the Dead. The decision was made, and now all that was left was to execute it. Summoning the prowling thorn, he threw it at the mountain of bones. Of course, Sunny didn't hope to wound the tyrant. He just wanted to lodge the kunai in its body. Just as the throwing dagger pierced the mass of bones, a white limb suddenly shot in his direction, obstructing everything with its repulsive expanse. Commanding the invisible string to contract, Sunny jumped high into the air and flew forward as though launched from a cannon. Landing on the other side of the pillar, just a few steps away from the unencompassable mass of bones, he gritted his teeth and then thrust his hand inside the fallen tyrant's body. A moment later, his fist closed around the concealed object, and with some effort, Sunny pulled it out in the clatter of breaking bones. A sharp pain pierced his forearm. Opening his fist, he saw a small, intricate iron key. It looked almost ordinary, if not for the ethereal golden glow emanating from within it. In the next moment, Sunny suddenly staggered, feeling a wave of weakness washed over his body. Rotating his forearm, he stared blankly at it for a split second, trying to comprehend what he was seeing, and when he did, his eyes widened in terror. Chapter 203, Corpse Eater. Chapter 203, Corpse Eater. Glistening in the dim twilight of the underground chamber, an enormous leech was attached to his forearm. The creature was about a meter long, its slimy skin slightly translucent and red as dried blood. It was indescribably repulsive. What's worse, though, was that its sucker had effortlessly broken through the leather vambrace of the puppeteer's shroud and sunk deep into Sunny's arm, splitting open his skin and muscles. Currently, the leech was gorging on his blood, its belly slowly ballooning as crimson fluid rushed into it with frightening speed. "Ah! Ah!" With a sense of disgust and horror, Sunny slammed his fist into the spongy flesh of the revolting monster. Augmented with the power of shadows, his punch was powerful enough to easily break a human skull. The abhorrent slug, however, did not even react to it. It just continued sucking out his blood. All Sunny achieved was sending a wave of pain rolling through his body. Not good. Instantly summoning the midnight shard, he enhanced its edge with the help of the shadow and hacked at the leech, putting all his strength behind the strike. The blade of the tachi was as sharp as a razor, and with the augmentation provided by shadow, it slid helplessly off the leech's skin, not leaving even a scratch on it. The slug wasn't affected at all. It was still drinking his blood, consuming a dangerous amount of it with each second. Sunny stared at the disgusting creature, dumbfounded. His body was already starting to suffer from blood loss, a sickening weakness slowly spreading through it. There wasn't much time left until it would cause him to lose consciousness, and then inevitably die. Think. The leech had broken through his Tier 5 awakened armor without any effort. It was immune to the damage done by the midnight shard, which had never failed to cut down any monster he faced before. This could only mean one thing. The damn slug was a fallen beast. Sunny blinked in disbelief. "That thing is a fallen one? Are you kidding me?" If this was true, then nothing he could do would harm the leech. Maybe if he was at the very peak of his rank, there would be a chance. But with his core mostly empty and his aspect ability focused on versatility, as opposed to pure might, like Effie's, there was none. The gap between their ranks was just too wide. Stone Saint could probably wound it, but it would take several seconds for the taciturn monster to appear and take action. Seconds that Sunny didn't have. By the time she was able to do anything, he would already be dead, either sucked dry by the abominable slug or crushed to death by the Lord of the Dead. That left Sunny with only one option. If he couldn't get rid of the leech, he was going to have to cut off his arm. Maybe Nephis would be able to grow him a new one, or not. In any case, he had to do it in order to survive. Raising the tachi over his head, Sunny gritted his teeth and hesitated for a moment. Despite understanding that this was the only way, he was still struggling with the idea of crippling himself so terribly. Don't think if you want to live, just do it. With a desperate resolve, he forcefully brought the midnight shard down, but then stopped it at the last second. The sharp blade hovered mere centimeters away from his skin. This was not due to the lack of determination, but because Sunny noticed a subtle change happening to the leech. Its belly, which had been expanding rapidly as his blood filled it, stopped ballooning at some point. Now, strange spasms were running through it. What the? In the next moment, the vile creature suddenly convulsed. Letting go of his arm, it dropped to the ground and writhed in agony. Through the translucent film of its skin, Sunny could see the innards of the giant slug bursting open. It was as though it was being torn from within by some invisible force. No, not a force. It was being killed by his blood. The damn leech got poisoned by it. It seemed that Bloodweave was far more odd and tenacious of an attribute than he had thought. A second later, the whole body of the fallen beast simply ruptured, spilling blood everywhere. Sunny stared at it with a blank expression. Bringing him out of the daze, the voice of the spell whispered, "You have slain a fallen beast, Corpse Eater. Your shadow grows stronger, huh? You have received a memory." As his eyes grew wide, Sunny shook off his astonishment and lunged forward. He still had to escape from this damn place. Grabbing the bloodied soul shard from the eviscerated remains of the abominable leech, he turned around and sprinted to the golden rope. Dodging a bone tentacle that burst from the body of the gargantuan tyrant to pursue him, Sunny rolled on the ground, jumped over a pile of broken bones, and finally reached his destination. As soon as he grabbed the rope, it began contracting, bringing him out of the underground chamber. When Sunny was nearly reaching the hand of the stone goddess, a deafening roar thundered from below, washing over his body in an almost palpable wave. The Lord of the Dead was finally awake. But it was already too late. His prey had escaped. Climbing out of the mud, Sunny fell to his knees and then tiredly lowered himself to the ground. The breath was escaping from his lungs with laborious, raspy sounds. Weak. He felt so weak. And tired. But it was so good to see the sun again. The wounds he had received in the catacombs had finally caught up with Sunny. With adrenaline gone, he was now in a sea of pain. A quiet groan escaped from his lips. That was not fun. While Sunny was contemplating this, a shadow fell over him. Looking up, he saw Nephis glaring at him with a dark expression. She was bloodied and battered, with a deep frown contorting the graceful lines of her usually calm face. "What?" Kneeling beside Sunny, Changing Star grimaced and said, "Are you insane? Why did you do that?" He tried to chuckle, but ended up twisting in an excruciating coughing fit. When Sunny was finally able to breathe again, he said weakly, "Yes, no, maybe. I don't know. I just saw something shiny." With that, he opened his fist and showed Changing Star the glowing crystal of the ascended soul shard he had scavenged from the corpse of the vile blood-sucking leech. She stared at it for a few moments and then sighed. Without saying anything else, Nephis placed her cool hands on his chest and closed her eyes. A moment later, the purifying white flame spread through his body like a warm embrace, repairing any damage done to it. Even knowing how much pain this cost her, Sunny couldn't help but be happy to feel its touch again. Soon his pain disappeared. With his head cleared of the fog, he realized that they had done it. They had successfully escaped the Dark City. Who knew it would be so hard? Chapter 204, mysterious key. A while later, they were resting in the shadow of the giant statue. Every member of the cohort looked nothing short of terrible, however, beneath the bloodied clothes and broken armor. Their bodies were whole and sound. Changing Star had healed them all, and now she was the only one who was weak and exhausted. Using the white flame so much had taken a heavy toll on her. Sitting in the mud, Sunny raised his head and looked at the giant statue of the faceless woman. She was just like the last time he had seen her, slender and graceful, with her light flowing robe rippling in the wind, as though made out of actual fabric and not hard stone. The statue was tilted slightly to the side, with its one remaining hand reaching high into the sky. A long time ago, on the night of their harrowing escape from the Ashen Barrow, Sunny, Cassie, and Nephis had taken shelter in her palm. It was from its height that he had first seen the walls of the dark city. Looking down, Sunny stared at the other hand of the giant statue, which had broken off a long time ago and fell down, crushing through the dome of the underground chamber. With a sigh, he closed his eyes and thought, "Thank you for saving us again?" Then his face darkened. Remembering the events that had transpired in the catacombs, Sunny felt his good mood evaporating. Although he had found the answer to one of the mysteries that had been plaguing him for a while now, he wasn't happy about it. The fate of the inhabitants of the ancient city had always been something that Sunny was very curious about. As an amateur explorer who spent most of his free time studying the ruins of the Dark City, he was familiar with subtle details of their culture more than most. Learning about the mundane facts of their lives was somewhat of a passion of his. He had known that the history of this ancient civilization ended in tragedy, of course. A cataclysmic disaster had destroyed it, turning the once prosperous land into the desolate hell it was today. But against all logic, Sunny still hoped that these people had somehow managed to survive. Perhaps they had migrated somewhere, leaving the ruins of their city behind. But now he knew that it wasn't so. All of them were right there below him, buried forever in a damp underground chamber, piled onto each other high enough to form a ghastly mountain of bones. More than that, their remains had been soaked in the cursed waters of the dark sea and turned into a vessel for the soul of a vile nightmare creature. There were a lot of questions about the fate of these people still lingering in his mind. How did they end up in that dark chamber? Had they died there, or had their bodies been brought there by someone or something later? How was the Lord of the Dead born? Was its inception the same as that of the Soul Devourer? But he didn't really want to know the answers anymore. He felt that learning them would only break his heart. With a sigh, Sunny decided to distract himself from these depressing thoughts with something uplifting and summoned the runes. One cluster in particular interested him the most. Shadow Fragments, 322 of 1,000. He had received 4 fragments for killing the corpse eater, even though the manner of its death was rather peculiar. Having now killed nightmare creatures of the awakened, fallen, and great ranks, Sunny could surmise that his initial theory was right. The spell gave him double the fragments for killing enemies of higher ranks, according to the number of soul cores they possessed. An awakened creature would land him 2 fragments for each core, a fallen one 4, and a great one 16. It was easy to guess that killing a dormant creature which was equal to him in terms of rank would result in 1 fragment per core, while killing a corrupted one would result in 8. Made sense. It was the same as absorbing soul shards, with the difference being that shadow fragments entered his core at the moment of the kill, and without making a distinction between nightmare creatures and humans. Looking up, he glanced at the list of his memories. Memories. Silver Bell, Puppeteer's Shroud, Midnight Shard, Ordinary Rock, Prowling Thorn, Endless Spring, Blood Arrow. The last one was new. Slightly intrigued, Sunny read its description. Memory, Blood Arrow. Memory rank, Ascended. Memory tier, I, Memory type, Weapon. Memory description, a debt of blood must be paid in blood. Memory enchantments, Rain of Blood, Restitution. Enchantment description, the arrows are created from the wielder's blood, and as such can rain on the enemies for as long as the archer has any left in their veins. Enchantment description, if the arrow finds its mark, it will drink the blood of the prey and restore that which had been taken from the archer. If it misses, the archer's blood will be lost forever. Creepy. Since Sunny didn't know how to use a bow, this memory was useless to him, which was a real shame, because it was the first ascended one he had ever received. Memories of that rank were extremely rare on the Forgotten Shore. He could either feed it to the stone saint for a couple of shadow fragments, or— Sunny glanced at Kai and frowned, lost in thought. While the blood arrow was of no use to him, it would be a real boon for the charming archer. With it at his disposal, he wouldn't have to carry a quiver with him, not to mention that each shot he made would be much more devastating, as long as Kai didn't miss, of course. If he did miss, he would be sacrificing his blood for nothing. Transferring the blood arrow to Kai would have made the cohort much stronger, but Sunny wasn't sure that he was ready to give up his first and only ascended memory. Not for free, at least. Torn, he dismissed the runes and decided to think about it later. In other news, the blood weave had revealed a new trait. Turns out, Sunny's blood was poisonous, or rather damaging to anyone who ingested it. At least it seemed that way from the manner of Corpse Eater's death. He would have to experiment to find out more later, or not. Honestly, Sunny didn't even know how one would go about checking something like that, and wasn't particularly eager to find out. After dismissing the runes, Sunny finally decided to take a look at the mysterious key. Subtly glancing around, he furtively took it out from beneath the vambrace of the puppeteer's shroud, where he had hidden it earlier. The intricate iron key lay on his palm, glowing with a pale golden light. The light of divinity. Sunny had no idea what the key was supposed to open. He had taken an insane risk and almost died to get it. Was it worth it? Honestly, he wasn't sure. But deep down, Sunny felt that it was. For some reason, he sensed that the small iron key would turn out to be extremely important to him. Chapter 205, Journey to the South. Sadly, the cohort did not get a lot of time to rest. Despite the fact that it wasn't even noon yet, they had a lot of ground to cover before sunset. The plan they had made at the start of the day was to leave the Dark City from the south by climbing the wall near the grandiose main gates, and then travel through the labyrinth to the next safe height, which was about 10 kilometers away. However, due to the fact that they had ended up in the catacombs instead and had to escape through the chamber belonging to the Lord of the Dead, the party was now to the east of the ruins near the beautiful statue of the Faceless Woman. Not only did they have to circle around the city now, but there was also less time to reach safety before the flood of darkness devoured the Forgotten Shore once again. Standing up in a chorus of disappointed groans, the cohort assumed the marching formation and set out south. Walking through the mud of the colossal crater was not easy, but for the time being, they had no other choice unless they wanted to scale the monumental stone wall and return to the Dark City, of course. Luckily, with both Sunny's shadow and Kai scouting the way ahead, they didn't have to worry about being ambushed by monsters. So for the time being, the only thing the party had to struggle with was moving their feet through the wet dirt. The monotonous silence was broken only by laborious breathing and slurping of mud. A while later, the impregnable and seemingly endless gray wall that loomed some distance away and above them slowly twisted, drifting away from the edge of the crater. They were finally leaving the cursed ruins behind. Turning around, Sunny looked back and studied the site of the city that had been his whole world for these past 4, almost 5 months. Far away, the floor of the gargantuan crater sharply rose, forming a tall slope. On it stood the unassailable wall of polished gray stone, firm and unyielding despite the thousands of years that had passed since the demise of its creators. From where he stood, Sunny could see the flood of crimson coral swelling at its base, sharp blades powerlessly scraping against the cold stone in hopeless attempts to find purchase. It looked as though the city was being besieged by the land itself. If it knew what awaits inside, the labyrinth would be trying to escape as far as possible from that damned place instead. With a sigh, Sunny looked up and noticed a lone human figure standing on the wall, watching them disappear into the distance. That figure was crooked and dark, emanating a cold feeling of foreboding. A few moments later, it turned away and disappeared from view. Harris had chosen to return to the bright castle. Trying not to shiver, Sunny lingered for a few seconds and then hurried to catch up with the group. They were safe from him, at least, for now. Because the crater was too big, the bent of its edge was almost imperceptible. Only by looking far into the distance could one say that it was actually curved. Because of this, the cohort could have continued traveling through the crater for a long time without having to move farther away from the goal of today's journey, which lay to the southwest of their current position. However, they had to leave the crater and return to the labyrinth sooner or later, not only to escape the black water, but also because there was nothing to hide behind on this vast, muddy plain. If any flying nightmare creature decided to attack them from above, the cohort would have no defense against it. The labyrinth, while hiding its own fair share of terrifying threats, at least offered some measure of protection. That's why, at some point, Nephis led the party to the sharp slope of the crater, and the 6 of them climbed out of it. With the help of Kai and the trusty golden rope, the task wasn't hard at all. For some time after that, they walked on the ridge separating the crater from the labyrinth proper, but then finally had to turn west and enter the maze of crimson coral. Sunny couldn't help but sigh once the familiar coral walls surrounded him once again. He didn't miss the first months of his infernal voyage into the dream realm at all. Well, maybe a little, but not because of the damn labyrinth itself, that's for sure. The Crimson Forest was simultaneously the same and vastly different from the region of it that he had traveled through before. The coral maze itself was pretty much identical to how it had been east of the gargantuan crater. However, the creatures populating it in these parts were vastly different. There were no members of the Carapace Legion around, at least not anywhere Sunny could see. Instead, the dominant tribe of nightmare creatures in this region seemed to consist of nasty, spider-like critters that had a habit of decorating the walls and passages of the labyrinth with endless amounts of gray, incredibly sticky cobwebs. What's worse, their webs seemed to be made not out of spider silk, but out of thin metal wires that were as tough as iron and could cut the victim into little pieces if it thrashed too much after getting caught. Needless to say, getting yourself stuck in these webs was tantamount to a death sentence. The deeper into the labyrinth they went, the more of these cobwebs surrounded them. It came to the point where they had to use Cassie's flying rapier to clear the path ahead every few minutes, slowing down the speed of the cohort to a crawl. During one of these stops, Sunny rubbed his face and thought, "I just hope that nothing attacks us while we wait." Turning to him, the shadow glared for a few moments and then tiredly shook its head. It then placed one palm across its face, looked down as if defeated. What? What did I say? A moment later, several massive spider-like creatures jumped out of the cracks in the coral and attacked them. Chapter 206, Triumph. The spiders were about the size of a human, incredibly fast, and had plates of something that resembled iron covering parts of their repulsive bodies. They looked like armored battle machines created for the sole purpose of slaughtering living things. They also looked strangely familiar. With a little effort, Sunny realized that these abominations looked a lot like lesser, much smaller versions of the giant fallen beasts that had destroyed the original Stone Saint and her kin. It's just that their size and armor weren't nearly as formidable. If so, I have bad news for you, fools. As soon as the spiders attacked, the members of the cohort reacted with the deadly calmness of experienced Dark City hunters. Weapons flashed in the air, severing limbs and piercing through iron as though it was paper. Effie straight up flattened one of the creatures with a devastating strike of her battered shield. The poor beast didn't even have time to understand what a huge mistake it had made. The others were no less efficient. Sunny himself threw the prowling thorn and pulled on the invisible string as soon as it sunk into the flesh of one of the spiders, bringing its jump to an abrupt end and sending it crashing to the ground. Before the beast could stand up, Quiet Dancer streaked through the air and pierced its head clean through. Just a few short seconds after the spiders had tried to ambush the group of humans, the battle was over. 3 dead nightmare creatures were sprawled in the mud, while the 4th one ended up pinned to a coral wall with several arrows. They could have even shaved a second or two if it weren't for the need to look out for the spider webs. Sunny shook his head. Disappointing. Wait. Why was he disappointed? Great. This was great. Not every victory had to almost cost him his life. If there was one thing to feel disappointed about, it was that this one was so swift that he had not even gotten the chance to finish any of the enemies himself, thus not receiving any rewards from the spell. But even then, he would be glad to only fight easy battles like this in the future. Nephis cleaned the blade of her sword with a piece of cloth, listened to the silence for a few moments to make sure that nothing else was going to attack them. and then gave the cohort a go-ahead to start dressing the monsters down. Soon, soul shards, strips of meat, and other useful parts were cut, cleaned, and put into Effie's enchanted bag. Everything was done with efficient speed and professionalism that could only come from a lot of experience. Sonny could only shake his head again. They were able to dispose of the iron spiders with such ease because of two reasons. First, as far as nightmare creatures went, these ones were not on the same level as, for example, carapace scavengers. They had a slight advantage in speed, but were not nearly as strong, agile, and ridiculously tough. If Sonny could guess, he would say that the iron spiders relied heavily on their webs and battlefield advantage to defeat the prey. Because the cohort had destroyed the webs in advance, their main advantage was gone. The second reason was the cohort itself. They were some of the deadliest humans on the Forgotten Shore. Sonny was sure that at least 4 of them could kill a pathfinder of the host in single combat, if not one of the lieutenants themselves. They were the best and the brightest the outer settlement could offer, after all. Effie had been right when she said that there had never been such a powerful cohort outside the walls of the Bright Castle before. All in all, the 6 of them were more than equipped to handle just 3 awakened beasts. The labyrinth was going to really try harder if it wished to see them dead. Sonny chuckled. Just 3 awakened beasts, yeah. How crazy did this sound, and yet it was true. Finishing up with the dead spiders, the cohort indifferently left their eviscerated bodies behind and continued on their way. After several more minor skirmishes with the iron spiders, they had finally reached their destination. Not too far away from them, colored pink by the evening sun, a magnificent arch of white marble rose high above the sea of crimson coral. The giant structure was clearly created by the same people who had built the Bright Castle and made from the same stone. It looked like a much larger sibling of the pristine arch that guarded the entrance to the White Road, which climbed all the way to the outer settlement. Only this one was much more weathered, bleak, and damaged. Signs of corrosion and deep cracks covered its surface, with one of its sides being partially collapsed. Sonny studied the arch and looked at Naphis. "This is our stop for the night." She gave him a simple nod and said after a short pause, "We need to pick up our pace. The night is close, and we might have to fight to clear the top of it." Sonny sighed. Fighting again, when would they finally be able to rest? It had been such a long day, however, he kept his mouth shut. Changing Star was the most tired out of all of them, due to healing all their wounds, no less, and he didn't see her complaining. So it wasn't his place. To his left, Effie suddenly cursed and groaned. "More fighting? Come on, when are we finally going to eat?" Sonny blinked. "Well, that works too, I guess." Staring at the huntress, Nephis shook her head and silently walked forward. Soon they reached the giant arch. Kai summoned his bow and flew up, only to return a few minutes later and report that no terrible monster was nesting on top of the ancient structure. With sighs of relief, the members of the cohort climbed the golden rope one after another and were soon standing far above the labyrinth, silently watching as the flood of black water drowned it in the lightless depths. As the sun disappeared beyond the horizon, they were left on a rectangular island made out of white marble. All around it, there was nothing but the undulating waves of the dark sea. Sonny was once again surrounded from all sides by nothing but darkness and black water. He did not like the feeling. Chapter 207 Beach Episode. The night passed with no incidents. In the morning, Sonny was woken up by the sound of the surging waves and opened his eyes to see the sun slowly rising from beyond the horizon. Rubbing his face, he sat up and looked around, noticing that most of the cohort was still asleep. Only Kai, who had been the last one to stand watch, was awake, sitting on the edge of the arch and admiring the dawn with a dreamy look on his face. Sonny wanted to call out to him and warn the charming archer not to sit this close to the edge, but then remembered that Kai could fly, yeah. Like I would forget it again. Using the opportunity, he dove into the Soul Sea and summoned Stone Saint from the depths of the Shadow Core, where she was sleeping in the embrace of nurturing black flames. Just like before, the shadow did not appear from a sphere of light like an echo would, but stepped out from a whirlpool of dark fire. Then she stood motionlessly in front of Sonny like an actual statue, seemingly indifferent both to his presence and the wounds covering her body. Sonny walked around the Stone Saint, studying the extent of damage done to her by the undead horde. The armor of the taciturn knight was battered and broken, pierced in several places by the claws of the countless skeletons she had fought. The ruby dust wasn't flowing from the breaches anymore, but he could see deep gashes on her smooth gray skin. Bastards! Who dares to hurt his shadow? Shaking his head, Sunny dismissed the saint, sending her back into the restorative darkness of the shadow core. The damage, while extensive, was not really threatening to her existence. In a couple of days his pet monster should fully recover. In fact, she already looked better than she had yesterday. Leaving the Soul Sea, Sunny inhaled the fresh air, lingered for a few moments, and then turned to Kai. "Hey, Knight, are you stupid? Don't sit this close to the edge." The charming archer looked at him and raised an eyebrow. "I can fly, remember. If I fall," Sunny scoffed. "I'm not worried about you falling into the cursed sea. I'm worried about something dragging you off into it. That'd be terrible, right?" Quite happy with himself, he grinned and turned away. What a nice way to start the day. Because everyone needed some time to rest and recuperate, they decided to spend a day on the Marble Arch and continue their journey tomorrow. As the result, Sunny was currently staring at the sight that wasn't really funny, but filled him with mirth nevertheless. Back in the real world, when he had time to consume some entertainment, Sunny had noticed a certain popular trope. In most dramas, webtoons, and cartoons aimed at young boys and teenagers, the heroes would inevitably end up spending a day at the beach during their adventures. He didn't quite know why such a trope existed, but suspected that it was just an excuse to show the female characters in nothing but revealing swimsuits. Not that he had anything against it. In any case, Sunny had never imagined that he was going to end up in such an episode himself one day. This is simply hilarious. Barely holding himself from laughing out loud, Sunny glanced at his companions. Because everyone's armor and weapons were damaged during the battle in the catacombs, they had to keep these memories inside the Soul Sea for a bit of time to allow them to restore themselves, just like Stone Saint was currently doing in the depths of his shadow core. As the result, all of them, including Sunny himself, were currently wearing nothing except for some loincloths and, in the case of the girls, makeshift brassieres provided. These crude undergarments weren't really swimsuits, and the Marble Arch could barely be considered a beach even at night. But still, the situation was funnily similar. They were all half-naked and relaxing in the middle of something that someone could call an adventure, so it was close enough. He was in a rather good mood. Everyone was busy doing their thing. There was a fire in the middle of the arch, with roasting meat filling the air with an appetizing aroma. Effie was tending to it. The tan and lean body of the muscular huntress looked like it was cut from stone, as if she was a sculpture of an ancient goddess come to life. Sunny tried to count her abs and got distracted halfway through by not-so-stone-like parts of her robust figure. After a couple of seconds of thoughtless bliss, Sunny had to hurriedly look away. The last thing he wanted was pure thoughts. Nephis was helping Effie with the breakfast. Next to the vigorous huntress, her figure seemed especially slender and lithe. However, she was also extremely athletic in appearance. Her ivory skin was pleasantly contrasted against the olive skin of their boisterous pathfinder. What a sight to behold! From a purely aesthetic standpoint, of course. Seeing changing star like that reminded Sunny of the early days of their stay in the dream realm. Things had been much simpler back then. Suddenly wistful, he looked away and checked what Cassie was doing. The blind girl was resting near the fire, wrapped in her beautiful cloak. With her delicate features and small stature, she looked extremely lovely. And then there were Kai and Castor. Sunny sighed and looked down at his own scrawny body. Honestly, after all these months spent hunting monsters, eating meat, and absorbing shadow fragments, he looked much better than he used to. In fact, by human standards, he was nothing short of, well, above average, even as far as awakened went. He could probably compete with some in the looks department, but those two specimens were simply on another level. Kai was tall and shaped like a young god, with lean muscles rolling under his flawless skin and a svelte figure that begged to be sculpted into a marble masterpiece. Sunny could swear that even sunlight was attracted to him, illuminating the charming archer in just a way to make him look as gorgeous as possible. Currently, Kai was tending to his arrows, somehow managing to make even that simple task look glamorous. Castor was much the same, with a perfect body and broad shoulders that simply screamed of power, appeal, and potency. With a darker skin to match his gallant and manly image, he was basically the epitome of masculinity. This was contrasted by a handsome but gentle face and humorous green eyes, creating a rather tempting visage. Sunny grimaced and turned away. "You know what? To hell with this beach day nonsense. Let's do something productive." Chapter 208. Something productive. Walking over to Kai, Sunny cleared his throat and forced himself to not cover his eyes. The damn Archer was just too dazzling. Him being shirtless in crowded places should have honestly been categorized as a public hazard back in the real world. If not, there was a gross oversight. I wonder how he was made. Probably in a secret government laboratory or a magic cauldron of some sort. I mean, there's no way that this dude is the same species as me, right? After a few seconds of Sunny blankly staring at him, Kai smiled politely. Sunny, did you want something?" Sunny flinched and covered his eyes. Don't smile at me." Kai blinked. "All right." Breathing heavily, Sunny glared at him and slowly lowered his hand. "That's better. And yes, I did want something." Kai suddenly livened up and pointed at his chest. "What is that? An accessory?" "What is he?" Lowering his gaze, Sunny noticed the mysterious key hanging on a thread tied around his neck. He didn't really want to show it to anyone, but with the puppeteer's shroud restoring itself in the Soul Sea, there were not a lot of places where he could hide it. None that he was willing to use, at least. Plus, no one else was supposed to be able to see the light of divinity, so to them, it just looked like a small iron key. Sunny frowned. "It's not an accessory. It's a key." Kai hesitated. "Oh, what does it open?" Sunny shrugged. "How should I know?" The charming Archer seemed a little confused. "But if it's not an accessory and it doesn't open anything, why are you carrying it around?" His questions were starting to get tiresome. Sunny sighed. "To open something, of course." Kai scratched his nose. "But you just said that you don't know what it opens." Sunny gritted his teeth. "It's a damn key, right? So it has to open something. I just carry it around in case I find something that can be opened by that damned key. What's so hard to understand?" The beautiful Archer gave him a strange look. "Oh, I see. That definitely makes sense. Curses, that's not how I plan to approach him." Sunny instantly changed his expression and looked at Kai with a wide smile. The sudden shift looked sort of creepy. "Oh, what I wanted to say, Knight, my dear friend, we are friends, right? Anyway, what I wanted to say was that I hope that this answer satisfies your curiosity. That's something a friend would say, right?" The charming young man gave him a dubious look. "I guess." Sunny made his smile wider, feeling his face hurt a little. "Great, so we are friends. Well, some might say that it's your lucky day, buddy, because today, and only today probably, Sunny's Gorgeous Emporium offers customers an exclusive friendship deal, just for friends of the establishment. Aren't you lucky?" Kai suddenly coughed. "Wasn't it Sunny's Brilliant Emporium last time?" Sunny blinked. "Was it? Well, doesn't matter. The deal still stands. Are you interested or not?" The Archer lingered for a few moments and then cautiously said, "But Sunny, you still haven't told me what exactly that deal entails. Is it a deal for customers you consider friends, or are you trying to sell me your friendship? Or wait, do you want to buy mine, or both?" I'm confused." As if waiting for that response, Sunny nodded energetically. "Yes, I'm glad that you asked. In fact, I have an incredible item that I want to sell. It's so incredible that I am even reluctant to part with it. But since you're my friend, I'm willing to give it away, practically for free, full friendship discount, just for you. No need to thank me, really." Attracted by the noise, the others left what they were doing and were now staring at the two of them. Effie got distracted from preparing meat and was now observing the circus with an expectant grin. Realizing that he is now the center of attention, Kai sighed. "All right, I'll bite. What is that incredible item you want to sell me?" Sunny remained silent for a few moments and then suddenly stopped smiling. "Oh, just something I had gathering dust in my Soul Sea. It's a memory that can serve as an endless supply of arrows, as long as you don't miss." The beautiful Archer's eyes suddenly lit up. He glanced at his quiver and said, "Wait, really? You really have such a memory?" After thinking about it for a long time, Sunny had decided to give the blood arrow to Kai. Having the archer of their cohort armed with it would make a lot of things easier during this journey. He could potentially earn himself a bow in the future and learn how to use it, but it wouldn't be anytime soon. Plus, with how dangerous the enchantments of the blood arrow were, nothing short of excellence would fly. And excellence took a lot of time to achieve, time that he didn't have. So giving it to a skilled archer like Kai was a better decision. Their recent encounters with the iron spiders only made Sunny more certain that this was the right thing to do, but he wasn't going to give it away for free. Yes, I do have such a memory then. He casually added, "Oh, did I forget to say? It can provide an endless supply of arrows, and also all those arrows will be of the ascended rank." A grave silence settled over the marble arch. You're in possession of an ascended memory?" That question was asked by Castor. Kai didn't have to ask, because he already knew that Sunny was telling the truth. His eyes slightly widened on the forgotten shore. Ascended memories were exceedingly rare for an obvious reason. Sleepers could only get one by defeating a fallen nightmare creature, and there weren't a lot of people capable of such a feat. Added to that was the fact that not every kill provided a memory. In fact, most didn't. To receive one was the dream of every inhabitant of the Dark City. Sunny shrugged. "Oh, I have a couple. Why, the other being the onyx armor, which was broken and useless. But they didn't need to know that, honestly." He grinned. "Only the best wares in the Sunny's astonishing emporium?" Wait, was it astonishing? Ah, who cares? You get the sentiment. Castor shook his head. "How did you get an ascended memory?" "You." The grin froze on Sunny's face. When he spoke a few moments later, all humor was gone from his voice, replaced by coldness. "Well, if you have to know, I got it by killing a fallen beast. Before you ask, this time I didn't have to shake my finger or spit. I just looked at it, and it died." Then he turned his head and looked straight at Castor. "I am very proficient in killing things you know." Chapter 209, Fireside Banter. In the end, Kai agreed to his deal. In exchange for the blood arrow, he gave Sunny 3 memories, the 2 weaker arrows he had, and a small charm capable of producing fire. Sunny fed all 3 to the stone saint, bringing her amount of shadow fragments to 31. That was 4 more than she had in the past, which meant that he received the same amount of fragments that he would have gotten by feeding her the blood arrow itself. He didn't really gain anything, but also didn't lose anything. Kai was the one who really profited from their exchange, so Sunny didn't lie when he said that it was an incredible deal. After breakfast, which transpired in somewhat awkward silence, Sunny sprawled on the ground and smiled happily. "You know, guys, these past few weeks made me realize something. Actually, it was all thanks to Kai, who introduced me to Steve." Effie stretched, making Sunny stutter and lose the train of thought for a second, then smiled with satisfaction and glanced at him. "Really? And what is that?" Sunny hesitated for a few moments and said, "When I was a little kid, I loved reading webtoons about the Awakened. You know, the ones where they always explore ancient ruins, battle nightmare creatures, and grow more powerful with each victory." He chuckled. "The hero and his cohort decide on an adventure, vanquish evil, gain mighty memories, then return to the real world and sell their spoils at the adventurer's shop. They spend their money to upgrade their equipment and immediately set out on a more epic and dangerous adventure." Cassie smiled. "I love to read those too." Sunny glanced at her and sighed. "Yeah, but when I got older, I couldn't help but think, what are they thinking about? Exploring ancient ruins is not a wise thing to do. In fact, only crazy people would do it. No matter how good you are, sooner or later, you will meet something more terrifying than any human can handle and die. If this was real life, why would all those adventurers go into the ruins over and over again?" The blind girl tilted her head and opened her mouth, but then closed it again. Sunny smiled. "But then it hit me. They were not doing it to vanquish evil. They were doing it to collect a wide variety of powerful memories. You see, the real dream is not to be the hero, one of their companions, or even the love interest. The real dream is to be the owner of the shop where the hero sells his trophies and buys new equipment. That way you can live a pretty life without risking your neck. That's the real goal. He crossed his arms and added, after a few short years of adventuring around the dream realm and collecting memories, you can retire, open a shop, and leave comfortably for the rest of your life. All you need is to sell a memory once every couple of years. Maybe make some money off the younger, less fortunate adventurers, too. Kai laughed and looked at Sunny with curiosity. So say that we somehow manage to return to the real world and become true awakened. Is this what you're going to do? Sunny thought about it for a few moments and shrugged. I don't know. I don't really have a lot to do in the real world apart from compiling all the things I've learned about the Forgotten Shore into a report and giving it to a teacher who was kind to me back at the academy. So maybe I don't have enough memories yet to open a real store, though? He glanced at the charming Archer and smiled. What about you? What is the thing you really want to do if you return to the real world? Kai suddenly turned away with a look of embarrassment on his face. Oh, I don't know. I haven't really thought about it, but after several seconds, he suddenly said in a shy voice, Avatar singer. Sunny blinked. A what? The Archer hesitated for a while, and then explained, Avatar Singer is a music competition show. Popular singers compete with each other, but the twist is that they are all using the stock VR avatars to perform, so the judges can only evaluate their voices and skill. They only learn the singer's identity after. Effie giggled. Why would you want to hide your pretty face, Knight? It's your best feature. Kai was silent for a few moments and then smiled gently. I just think that it would be nice to be judged based on my skill and talent alone, with nothing else getting in the way. Also, that would be such a great way to announce my return to the fans. Just imagine they would be so excited. That would be a perfect media storm. Sunny shook his head. It seemed that Kai was really a celebrity, talking about things like fan reactions and media storms with a straight face. Did he even hear himself? But it was a nice dream, at least. Better than his own stupid desires, by far. Turning to Effie, he asked, What about you? What would you do in the real world? The huntress grinned. I don't even have to think about it. I would go eat chicken wings, the real ones, and then start preparing myself for the second nightmare. Pretty simple. Everybody grew silent after a while. Cassie said, Are you sure that you want to challenge another nightmare? Effie shrugged. I have my reasons. So yes, for me, that is the only choice. The blind girl was quiet for a bit and then said, I would go and spend time with my mom and dad. That's the thing I want to do most in the real world. Castor glanced at her and courtly nodded. I agree with Cassie. Family is the most important. When I come back, I will greet my father and look him in the eyes with pride, knowing that I did not let our clan down. Then I will try to do everything in my power to grow as fast as possible, to relieve him of his worries and propel our bloodline to new heights. How very legacy-like of him. Finally turning to Nephis, Sunny looked at her with a subtly dark expression and asked, How about you, Neph? What are you going to do when you return to the real world? Changing Star was silent for a while, looking into the distance with a calm expression. Then she sighed and answered in a quiet voice, I would go visit my mom, too. Everyone grew silent. Sunny blinked, a little confused. Wait, your mom? I thought she was dead. Nephis lingered for a bit and then turned her face away. She is, technically. Chapter 210, Shadow of the Past. Chapter 210, Shadow of the Past. Technically dead. What does she mean? Sunny glanced at the others and saw that they too were confused. Everyone except for Castor, that is, who seemed like he knew something. A few moments passed in tense silence, which was broken by Changing Star's sigh. Looking at them, she said evenly, My mother is one of the Hollow. She became Hollow while pregnant with me, actually, so I never really met her. Just her body. Nephis grew silent. After a while, a strange smile appeared on her face. It's funny, really. When my grandmother was still alive, I made a point of treating that body as nothing but a corpse. But once she passed away and we were the only ones left, well, I found myself getting a bit confused. Nephis shrugged and turned away once again. Anyway, before leaving for the first nightmare, I used what little money there was left of our estate to buy her a VIP spot in a specialized hollow care facility. They are treating her really well. But still, I don't like the idea of her being alone there. So when I return, that's what I'm going to do. Visit her. No one said anything, heavily affected by her words. Sunny stared at Changing Star, trying to imagine what it must have felt like growing up in the company of your parents' soulless shell, with death staring at you through those empty eyes every day, always looming over you like a dark shadow, both of your past and your future. Maybe that was a part of the reason why Neff hated the spell so much. Sensing the heaviness in the air, Changing Star glanced at them and smiled darkly. "What, is this your first time meeting a Hollowborn? Well, I can't blame you. Creatures of my breed are pretty rare. In fact, even I have never met another one." Then she sighed and stretched her legs, moving them closer to the fire. "So yeah, that and dye my hair. These are the things I would do in the real world first." Sunny blinked. "Dye your hair?" Nephis nodded. How was that a priority? Feeling that he was missing something, Sunny scratched his head and asked, "Why?" She glanced at him in surprise. "What do you mean? Why, I'm not used to it, and it's weird. Do I need another reason?" He stared at her with a perplexed expression. Noticing it, Changing Star frowned and asked, with a tiny hint of amusement in her voice, "Sunny, did you perhaps think that this is my natural hair color?" He was silent for a while, then opened his mouth and closed it again. "It's not." Nephis looked at him for a while with a strange expression, and then suddenly exploded with laughter. Her laugh was melodic, pure, and very pleasant to the ear. With regret, Sunny realized that he had never heard it before. He wished that their lives were different, so that people could hear Nephis laugh more often. But they weren't, and would probably never be. After a while, she glanced at him and smiled. "Sunny, it's silver, for spell's sake. Who has natural silver hair?" Luckily, at that point, Kai suddenly came to his rescue. "Actually, I thought that it's natural, too." "Ah, it suits you very well, Lady Nephis." Changing Star turned to him with an expression of utter surprise. Then she glanced at Effie with a silent question. The huntress nodded. "Yeah, me too. I mean, who knows what you legacies are even made of?" Nephis blinked a couple of times, then shook her head in bewilderment. "Well, no, it's not natural. It became like that after my first nightmare." Kai leaned forward with curiosity. "Really? What color was your hair before?" She shrugged. "Black, a normal human color." The charming archer stared at her and then smiled. "That would suit you very well too, Lady Nephis." "Ah, I can just see it." However, Sunny couldn't. The idea of Changing Star without her arresting, eye-catching silver hair simply could not fit into his head, let alone the fact that she was a brunette. How was this even possible? That would look so wrong. Right? Well, as it turned out, life was full of surprises. Today he learned not one but two entirely new things about the person he had thought he knew the best in the world. Who would have guessed that this would happen? There might be something else except for skimpy swimsuits to these beach episodes, huh? After that, they spent some time resting and lazily conversing with each other. However, pretty soon people started to get restless from boredom. To combat it somehow, Sunny suggested the idea of playing a sports game. His motives were not at all dictated by a secret desire to see a bunch of absolutely gorgeous young people jump around and wrestle with each, while very lightly dressed. Nope, not one bit. However, things didn't go as he had envisioned them. Pretty soon, Sunny found himself cursing as he was desperately pulling on the golden rope in a furious match of tug-of-war. Well, it was supposed to be furious. But what was actually transpiring was Effie casually holding the rope with one hand while the four of them, Sunny, Cassie, Kai, and Castor, were trying to move her from the spot with no visible results whatsoever. After a while, the huntress simply pulled on the rope and sent their entire team to the ground. That's cheating!" With a satisfied grin, Effie walked over and towered above him, her arms akimbo. Looking down directly at Sunny, she smirked. "Weak! When did you lose your spirit, Shorty?" Then she winked and said in a mischievous tone, "Back at the cathedral you were able to perform better, not to mention last longer." Sunny grew bright red and gritted his teeth. "Shut up! People will misunderstand." The huntress looked at him with a shocked expression. Misunderstand? What are you? Oh, then! She pretended to be horrified and covered her mouth with one hand. You, what kind of a degenerate are you? Training, I meant while you were training. While Sonny was staring at her in utter disbelief, his mouth wide open, Effie snorted, then turned away and exploded with laughter. Shaking her head, the boisterous huntress giggled one last time and walked away. No more sports games, ever. That wretched troublemaker will win them all anyway. He needed to teach himself how to come up with better ideas. Chapter 211, Game of Lies. Chapter 211, Game of Lies. With a bit of disappointment, Sonny realized that all types of physical activities were out of the question. Not only because Effie was going to win every damn game, but also because Cassie couldn't participate in most. If that was the case, they would have to settle for a battle of wit instead. After thinking for a while, he made a few preparations and addressed his companions in a mischievous tone. "All right, let's have another competition. This time it will be a challenge for your minds." Sonny paused for a few moments and then smiled. "And to spice things up, this time there will be a prize. The winner will get this." With that, he produced the ascended soul shard that he had gotten from the corpse eater from behind his back and showed it to everyone. The beautiful crystal shined with an alluring, ethereal light. Except for Nephis, who was resting with her eyes closed, everyone stared at the shard with a lot of interest. Sonny grinned. Of course they were interested. It was very rare to see one of these, after all. He didn't really have a use for this thing right now, though. And making the cohort stronger would in turn increase his own chances of getting through the expedition alive. So parting with the shard was not that detrimental, especially if he could have some fun in return. Effie was the first one to speak. "What are the terms of the competition?" Sonny put the crystal away before answering. "It's really simple. I'll give you a riddle, and the first person to answer correctly wins. How does that sound?" The huntress looked at him with doubt and shrugged. "Sounds boring, but all right, let's play." Smiling, Sonny commanded the shadow to separate from him and put the ordinary rock on it. Then he turned to Effie and said, "Listen carefully. Imagine, if you will, that the two of us, my shadow and I, are in possession of a rare treasure. One of us is an honorable, extremely attractive awakened that can tell no lie, while the other one is a vile, ugly, stupid devil that would never tell a word of truth. But you don't know which one is which." Effie grinned. "I mean, isn't it obvious?" Sonny blinked. "Shut up. Also, it's an imaginary situation. Okay, anyway, you have to find out which one of us is hiding the treasure. If you do, you'll get the treasure. If you don't, the devil will kill you. You can only ask one question, either to me or the shadow, understand?" The huntress giggled and flexed her muscles. "Can I just beat the answer out of you?" Sonny observed her vigorous figure for a moment too long, and then smiled. "You can. Also, you're dead." Effie stared at him in bewilderment. "What? Why?" He shrugged and glanced in her direction with disdain. "Did I not tell you that you can only ask one question? Well, who told you to ask whether you can beat me up or not? What a stupid way to waste a question." While the unruly huntress was throwing daggers at him with her eyes, Sonny turned away and said, "Next." Kai smiled apologetically at Effie and approached him. "All right, Knight? What's your question? Do consider that our roles might have changed since the last round." The charming young man gestured at the marble beneath his feet and addressed the shadow. "What color is the stone I'm pointing to?" Since Sonny had expected such a turn of events, the ordinary rock immediately answered in the deepest voice he could muster. "White?" Kai looked at Sonny with a triumphant smile and said, "So I win? The shadow is obviously the honorable awakened." Sonny gave him a nod. "You indeed learned which one of us is a dirty liar. Surprise? It was me, however, that was not the task. The task was to find out which one of us is hiding the treasure, and you have already used up your only question. So, sorry, buddy, but you're also dead. I'll miss you very much. In this hypothetical situation." The charming archer sighed and looked at him with reproach. Sonny raised his eyebrows. "What? Why are you looking at me like this? Be grateful that I allowed you to play at all. With your flaw, you're like a walking cheat as far as this game is concerned." He scowled, then added, "In fact, The mere fact that you claim to have a flaw is an affront to us, truly flawed people." Kai lingered for a bit and walked to the side to sit near Effie. Sonny had to suppress his laugh when he noticed that the boisterous huntress reacted to being this close to the charming young man's deific body pretty much exactly the same as he himself sometimes reacted to her. "Get your head out of the gutter, pure thoughts, Effie." A wide grin still found its way onto his face. Shaking his head, Sonny turned away to call the next contestant, but Kai suddenly spoke, interrupting him. "You're not entirely right, you know," he said gently. Sonny raised an eyebrow. "About what?" The archer looked down before answering. "About my flaw. Yes, it is not as heavy of a burden as many others have to carry. But it's still a curse." What is he talking about? It's almost entirely like a second aspect ability. Looking at Kai with a doubtful expression, Sonny asked, "Yeah, how exactly? Please explain, because I really can't think of a situation where this flaw of yours could be a burden." The beautiful young man was silent for a while and then looked up at Sonny with a sad smile. Imagine hearing the person who is the most important to you in the whole wide world telling you that they love you, only to realize that they don't. Imagine listening to your friend's words of encouragement, only to understand that he secretly wishes for you to crash and burn. He sighed. "Ignorance is bliss, Sonny. After returning from my first nightmare, I had to come to terms with the fact that most of the people in my life were not who I thought they were, and that what hid behind their smiles was ugly and vicious." Kai gestured to himself and said, "Because of who I am and how I am. There was always a whirlpool of people around me, but after learning their true faces, I couldn't, well, let's just say that. If I had the choice, I would have preferred to stay blissfully blind to the truth forever." He grew quiet. "Damn, then." Suddenly Kai smiled. "But that's why I enjoy spending time with you so much, Sonny. No matter how bizarre the things you say are, they're always true. I never met anyone as stupidly honest as you." "It's very refreshing." Sonny shifted uncomfortably. Did he just call me stupid?" Now, he was kind of sorry for mocking the charming young man about his flaw. Perhaps it would be useful to someone like Sonny, but to a person like Kai, who always attracted the worst kind of attention from people, it could really be incredibly painful. The spell knew what it was doing. It always hit you in your most vulnerable spot. Damned spell. The being that weaved it must have been the worst kind of a sick bastard. Chapter 212, Knights and Navies. Chapter 212, Knights and Knaves. Sure. One day Kai would inevitably learn that Sonny was not as honest of a person as he considered him to be. But until then, having the naive archer believe in this ridiculous notion was rather beneficial. Turning away with a bit of awkwardness, Sonny glanced at Castor and called. Next, the proud legacy was looking at Nightingale with a heavy expression. Hearing Sonny's voice, he lingered for a moment and then shook his head. It seemed that Castor did not want to play his game. Sonny was also suddenly painfully aware that between the 6 of them, 4 people had openly shared their flaws with the rest, be it out of necessity or because of trust. Only 2 had not. One of the 2 was Sonny, and the other one was Castor. Sonny knew why he was hiding his flaw from everyone. But what was the proud scion's reason? It sort of went against his whole honorable and dependable persona. With how devoted he acted toward Nephis and the cohort, it was strange to see him keeping secrets. Was his reason the same as Sonny's, a dire vulnerability that the flaw would uncover? Or was there some other reason? Maybe he didn't trust the members of the cohort as much as he tried to make them think he did, and if so, why? With a shrug, Sonny left Castor alone. There was no point in lingering on these thoughts now. Until he had more information, any conclusion he could make would be useless anyway. Looking at Cassie, he smiled and said, "Hey, Cass, want to give it a try?" The blind girl hesitated for a bit, and then slowly approached him. While she was walking over, Sonny couldn't help but think back to a conversation he had with her in the distant past. Back then, Cassie had told him that knowledge could be the heaviest thing in the world. The burden of her flaw, while completely different from Kai's, was at the same time eerily similar. They both longed for the bliss of ignorance, but were doomed to always bear the crushing weight of unwanted knowledge. When Sonny thought about it, he found that all members of the cohort were connected with each other by invisible strings. Many things about them were like reflections, simultaneously the same, but also completely opposite. Like the fact that he could tell no lie, while Kai could not be lied to. Or the fact that Nephis was like sunlight, while he was made of shadows. Cassie could not see, while he had basically two pairs of eyes. Changing Star dreamed of destroying the nightmare spell, but Effie dreamed of making it her paradise, and so on. Were these the strings of fate, or was he just making empty connections because that was what humans were prone to do? Come to think of it, only Castor didn't seem to be connected to any of them in any kind of a meaningful way. What was that all about? Cassie sat down near Sonny, pulling him out of his thoughts. He forced out a smile. Ah, right. Just like I said, the roles might have switched. So, what is your question? Cassie smiled and gestured to the shadow. My question is, if I were to ask Sonny which one of you has the treasure, what would he say? Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then gave the ordinary stone a mental command to speak one of the answers that he had whispered to it in advance. In the same comically deep voice, the shadow seemed to speak. The shadow has it. Cassie nodded and turned to Sonny with subtle glee on her exquisite, doll-like face. Sonny, you have the treasure. Give. With that, she expectantly outstretched her hand. With a disappointed sigh, Sonny put the Ascended Soul shard in her palm and said in a listless voice, Congratulations. You've won. Great job. Yay. Cassie grasped the shard and giggled. Meanwhile, Effie leaned forward with a bewildered look. What? That's it. She stared at the blind girl in astonishment and then asked, How the hell did you do it? Cassie smiled and crushed the shard in her small fist, absorbing the soul essence. Then she shook her head and said, It's simple, really? No matter who you ask about the other person's answer. Their answer will always be the opposite of the correct one. That's because the awakened would have to tell the truth about the lie, while the devil would have to tell a lie about the truth. Do you understand? Effie thought for a moment, then shook her head. Nope. All the words you said seem to be familiar, but I don't understand crap. What do you even mean? Cassie laughed. Well, you should think about it in your free time, or, just beat Sonny up the next time he decides to tease you with such riddles. With that, she went away, quite happy with herself. Sonny watched her go with his mouth wide open. Did she really just say that? Meanwhile, the perplexed huntress was staring at Sonny with a deep frown. Yeah, I might just do that the next time, he paled. What's up with that? This was an honest competition. Don't be a sore loser. Effie grinned menacingly. Sore? Let's see which one of yous will be sore when I'm done with you. What? What kind of soreness does she mean, I wonder? Wait, no. Why would I wonder about that? Standing up, Sonny glanced at Effie and scoffed. Who's going to be done with who? Don't flatter yourself, Beanpole. With that, he walked away with contempt, clearly written all over his face. His pace, however, was suspiciously hurried. A while later, the day was drawing to a close. Some of the memories had already restored themselves, so almost everyone was wearing their clothes and armors, which, as far as Sonny was concerned, was a real shame. From a purely aesthetic point of view, of course. However, something else attracted his full attention. At the far end of the Marble Arch, Nephis and Castor were standing facing each other, with sharp swords in their hands. They were about to clash. Chapter 213, Sword Saints. Chapter 213, Sword Saints. Back when Nephis was teaching Sonny how to use the sword, he had never been good enough to be her sparring partner. Once he learned enough to be of any use in a training fight, their fragile alliance had already broken and shattered to pieces. So, apart from that short altercation on the somber slopes of the Ashen Barrow, they had never actually crossed swords with each other. Now it seemed Changing Star had found a reliable sparring partner. Castor had not only replaced Sonny as her right-hand man, but also filled the roles that Sonny had been either reluctant or unfit to take on. Well, good for them. Once the memories of the cohort were close to being fully restored, Nephis and Castor moved to the far end of the White Arch to practice. Now they were standing opposite each other, ready to begin. Although no one called him over, Sonny approached the two legacies and sat down, ready to enjoy the spectacle. He was keenly interested in observing these two immensely skilled swordsmen in action. Both of them had been trained for combat from the day they could walk. Watching them would surely be helpful to his understanding of battle styles and techniques, not to mention that he was very interested to see the rematch between Nifis and Castor. The last time he saw them fight, Changing Star had lost, but not by much. She also had held back her aspect ability at that time, but he doubted that that would change today. Nef's flame could be used both to heal and annihilate, but sadly not to train. Castor glanced at him and frowned with visible displeasure. Was he irritated because Sunny was about to learn a thing or two about his technique, or because Sunny was ruining his alone time with Nephis? Either way, I don't care. "What are you doing?" Sunny shrugged, watching. "Why? Does this part of the arch belongs to your clan or something?" The proud legacy shook his head and turned away. "Do as you wish." Neph glanced at Sunny and didn't say anything. However, he could tell that she didn't mind. In fact, it was almost as if she was approving of his decision. Without wasting any more time, the two of them clashed in a whirlwind of steel, moving with the kind of speed that made it difficult for Sunny to follow along. The clangor of swords filled the air. A bit stunned, he stared at the furious fight with a blank expression. Damn! After the months of hunting monsters in the Dark City and his lessons with the Stone Saint, Sunny thought that he had developed his skill a lot, and he did. It's just that, compared to Nephis and Castor, he was still so far behind that it was nothing short of disheartening. Before, he had sometimes entertained the thought of maybe being able to stand against them, well, at least one of them on equal ground. But now this illusion was ruthlessly broken. If things went south and he ended up on the opposite sides of the barricades with Castor, facing him would be tantamount to committing suicide. For now, at least. Which, of course, simply meant that, instead of facing him, Sunny would have to stab him in the back. Duly noted. He wasn't going to take on an enemy of this caliber in a forthright manner, anyway. What was he, a fool? Concentrating on the fight, Sunny watched attentively. With the benefit of his new experience, he was able to discern more and learn more from how these two experts moved and acted. Sometimes he was even able to predict what they were going to do next. However, as time passed, a subtle frown appeared on his face. What is she doing? That doesn't make sense. Sunny had been able to notice two unexpected things from how Nephis fought against Castor. The first one was rather easy to spot. While Castor did not use the full extent of his incredible speed, he did use a fair share of it, making it almost impossible for Nephis to win any of their matches. She lost much more than she won, almost always by a few fractions of a second, which was seemingly not conducive to training at all. What was the point of training if one of the participants had almost no chance of winning because of how large the gap between them and their opponent was? There was a reason why Neph had never used Sunny as a sparring partner in the past, after all. But then, with a bit of amusement, he realized the Changing Star was doing exactly what he had done with the Stone Saint. She was tempering herself against an overwhelming force. That's why she had instructed Castor to use just enough of his aspect ability to always be much faster than her. Losing in a fight against a superior opponent was truly the best way to learn. So I was right in my approach after all. If Changing Star was doing the same, he had to be right. The second thing he had noticed, however, was much more perplexing. It was that Nephis was not using her usual flowing and unpredictable battle style. Instead, she was moving with precise and firm elegance, hiding behind a carefully woven wall of defense, and patiently waiting for an opening to appear instead of creating one herself. While intricate and impressive, this style was still a bit lacking in comparison to her real one. What's more, while it was deliberate and dependable, it was also rigid. If there was one thing that Nephis would never tolerate in her battle art, it was rigidity. Her whole worldview was built around the idea that nothing had more value than adaptability. That's why the style she had taught Sunny suited her so well. It was designed to be the epitome of changeability, so the question was, why the hell she was using something so alien to her against Castor? The answer was pretty obvious. Either Nephis was trying to experiment with something new in an effort to adopt elements of this style into her own, which didn't seem very likely, or she didn't want Castor to know her true combat style too well for some reason. But what could that reason be? Sunny rubbed his chin. Interesting, Chapter 214. Transient shadow tid nifis distrust Castor for some reason. Sunny surely did, and to be entirely honest, he didn't even need any reason to do so. His intuition and general paranoia were enough. But Changing Star was different. He had learned a bitter lesson and now knew that everything she ever did had a firm logic behind it. Even if that logic was entirely different from that of a normal person. So if Nephis was hiding her true battle style from Castor, there was a reason for it, but it didn't make any sense. From everything else that she had done, he was her most trusted lieutenant. Changing Star entrusted more to Castor than she ever had to anyone else. Castor himself also had never acted against Neph's interests. In fact, he was even a bit too loyal. The bastard was always near Nephis, as though glued to her side. He also didn't seem to like it when others got too close to her. In that regard, he was almost like that flying rapier of Cassie's during their entire day on the Marble Arch. The unfriendly Echo somehow always managed to remain between the blind girl and any men who tried to approach her for whatever reason. The message it was sending was quite clear. "I'm watching you." It was honestly rather comical. Sunny shook his head. The dynamic of Changing Star's relationship with Castor was really weird. But once again, he didn't have enough information to make any conclusions. All he could do was keep his eyes open and try to sleep with one of them open when the handsome Legacy was on watch duty. Maybe it was some strange legacy thing? Like guarding the secrets of the clan against the prying eyes of other clans. Who knew? Glancing at the fighting swordsmen, Sunny suddenly got an idea. After considering it for a bit, he looked at them again. This time his eyes were burning. That actually might work. The problem with his technique at the moment was that it lacked true individuality. Sunny knew that there was a secret hiding inside his shadow that could become the foundation of his own unique battle style. He just couldn't understand what that secret was. His progress at deciphering it had stalled while training. Sunny had trouble keeping his eyes both on the Stone Saint and on the shadow. Whenever he tried, the taciturn night would inevitably send him into a sea of pain. But even if he managed it somehow, there was an invisible wall standing between him and anything even remotely resembling understanding. He was in a dire need of a breakthrough. So what if his shadows tried to imitate someone else instead of him? And not just someone, but a real sword expert in the middle of a fight. Not only would Sunny be able to observe every tiny detail of its movements, but there would also be something to compare them against. The shadow was a part of him after all. It was hard to tell where Sunny ended and the shadow began. That's why the difference in how it moved and how he moved was almost imperceptible. But if it followed someone else, he would be able to separate the cadence and pattern of that person's movements from the shadow's by contrasting it against his own. This had to work. Burning with anticipation, Sunny waited for Nephis and Castor to take a short break and then send the shadow over to the handsome Legacy. Leisurely strolling over the white marble, the shadow approached Castor and brazenly glued itself to his feet. Then it crossed its arms and glared at the Legacy with almost palpable disdain. Castor stared at the shadow for a couple of seconds and then raised his head to look at Sunny. There was a very strange expression on his face. "What? What are you doing?" His voice did not sound happy at all. Sunny shrugged with a carefree smile. "Oh, don't mind him. This Kraton just lost me an ascended soul shard. As a form of punishment, I've decided to make him your shadow for a bit. So, you know, just do your thing and don't worry about it." The shadow turned its head and pierced him with a menacing look. Sunny could practically hear its thoughts. "Who are you calling a cretin? You cretin? That had to be it. Did I guess right, huh? Oh, sorry. I forgot you cannot answer." Not paying the offended shadow any more attention, he just smiled wider. Castor frowned, hesitated for a few moments, and then said through gritted teeth, "I would prefer if you wouldn't." Sunny sighed. "Ugh, all right, whatever." With that, he gave the shadow the command to leave the proud Legacy alone. It separated itself from Castor, pretended to wipe its legs in disgust, and sauntered over to Nephis, only to get attached to her feet with visible delight. It even bowed gallantly to her own shadow and made sure to not get in its way. What is this moron doing? Of course Sunny had ordered the shadow to approach Neph himself, but he didn't expect it to be so visibly pleased by it. It was as if the shadow was simply beyond itself to finally follow someone competent. "You traitor?" Nephis looked down on the shadow, smiled, and didn't say anything. Well, good. Now fight. The two legacies did not make him wait long. A few moments later, they were once again locked in a furious battle. Only this time, two shadows were following Nephis. Both of them loyally imitated her movements. However, one of them was slightly, almost imperceptibly different. Sunny looked at it with an intensity that threatened to burn two holes in the white marble. Soon, his eyes widened. I see it. I think I see it. There, in the tiniest difference between the way Changing Star's own shadow moved and the way his shadow moved, he finally saw it. He had found his breakthrough, Chapter 215, Shapeless. Chapter 215, Shapeless, observing the motions of two shadows that followed Nephis. Sunny was finally able to understand the foundation of the elusive shadow style. Before, he only sensed a hint of its essence. He knew that just like the shadow, the hidden battle art was insidious, shapeless, and ever-changing. But this was where lay the problem. A battle style was, by definition, a structured framework of patterns and principles, a doctrine that dictated how one should act to defeat an enemy. That doctrine was used as a foundation and expanded into a variety of specific movements to create a style. But if something didn't have a shape and its form was constantly changing, how could it ever be stable and structured? Sunny had no idea how the concepts he felt were at the core of the shadow style could create something even remotely applicable to practice, insidious, shapeless, ever-changing. What was he supposed to do with that? But now he understood. The key to it all was so simple and evident that he almost laughed. Why had he not guessed earlier? It was so obvious. The idea that tied everything together was as innate to the nature of shadows as formlessness and elusiveness. It was imitation, after all. What were the first two things that came to mind when one thought about shadows? That they lived in the dark and imitated the things that hid them from light. The foundation of the shadow style was indeed insidious, shapeless, and ever-changing. Its core concept was to steal that which made the enemy strong and use it to destroy them. To master that style, he had to learn how to behave like a shadow. Sunny stared at Nephis and Castor, but didn't see them. His mind was consumed completely by the sudden revelation. He had no time to pay attention to their fight anymore. This style had endless potential. If he managed to master it, he would be able to counter any style or technique used against him, not to mention become an immensely unpredictable opponent. What could be more unpredictable than a formless shadow? Of course, it was easier said than done to begin with. While the ability to imitate the enemy was incredibly powerful, it also demanded an incredible amount of talent, experience, and insight from the user. You couldn't imitate that which you didn't understand, after all. More importantly, this was just the foundation of the style. He still had to expand it into the actual collection of specific principles and retrain himself accordingly. That was a mammoth task. Creating a complete style from scratch could take a true battle master years, if not decades. Sunny had not even scratched the surface of this ambitious undertaking. However, this was all right. It was a start. Personal battle arts were not created in an instance anyway. It was a long and arduous process, with endless iterations coming and going while being tempered by the crucible of combat. It's not like the style would be useless until it became perfect. Sunny just had to get it to the point where it could be applied in battle in one form or another. That alone would tremendously enhance his technique. He smiled, congratulating himself. However, the next moment, a deep scowl appeared on his face. But how exactly am I supposed to do that?" A while later, when the sun was already touching the western horizon, Sunny was sitting by himself and staring at his shadow. He was motionless like a statue and deep in thought. On his face, there was a troubled frown. When someone approached him, Sunny lingered for a few moments and then slowly looked up to see who was disturbing him. To his surprise, it was Nephis. The leader of their cohort stood there for a bit, her graceful figure illuminated by the setting sun. Then she sat down near him. Sunny blinked. Hey, Neph." Mihis gave him a nod. "Hey, Sunny," he waited for a few moments and then asked, "Did you want something?" The corner of her mouth slightly curled upward. With a sigh, Changing Star glanced at him and said, "It's nothing much. I just wanted to say that I saw you fighting in the catacombs. You have improved a lot in these 3 months." "Well done." Sunny smiled. "Ah, that? Well, it's not like there's a lot of opportunities to lead a peaceful life in the Dark City. I was bound to improve a little, no?" She shook her head. "Don't sell yourself short. You really did well. Very few would have been able to grow so much and as fast as you." Especially without a teacher. After hesitating for a while, Sunny shrugged. "You said it yourself. One real battle is worth more than 1,000 hours of training. There was a lot of battles in those 3 months." Nephis nodded and then asked, "That firm and grounded style you weaved into your technique, where did it come from?" He scratched the back of his head and, remembering the hellish training sessions with his pet monster, held back the urge to shiver. "I just observed how the Stone Saint fought and tried to replicate it. Changing Star smiled as I thought. I've seen her fight too. It's a very formidable echo, one of the finest I've ever seen. Coming from a legacy, this meant a lot." Sunny was indeed really lucky to be in the right place at the right time to get the echo of the Stone Saint. If the fallen siblings of the Iron Spiders had not brought her to the brink of death, he would never have been able to survive a battle with a living statue, let alone defeat her. He was even luckier to have a divine aspect that allowed him to turn echoes into creatures that were even more fearsome. All in all, Sunny was extremely fortunate. His fortune was exactly as incredible as his misfortune. He grinned. "You know my attributes? I do get lucky a lot." She lingered for a few moments and then said, "I'm glad that you were able to understand the true design of the battle style I taught you." So he was right on this point too. The style Changing Star had given him was indeed designed to be as adaptable as possible and seamlessly incorporate elements of other styles. It was a perfect foundational battle art for those talented enough to make use of it, of course, which were most likely extremely few and far between. Sunny glanced at Nephis and, after some deliberation, asked, "That style of yours is truly unique. Where did it come from?" He had been too inexperienced to realize this at the time, but what Neph had taught him could have been considered a rare treasure. The style he took for granted was in fact a work of pure genius. It deserved to be famous and ubiquitous, but it was not, which suggested that this treasure was a secret one. Changing Star lingered for a bit, and then said, "It's a part of my inheritance." Sunny blinked and stared at her, stunned. "Then, why the hell did she teach it to me?" Chapter 216, Tacit Understanding. Sunny stared at Nephis with a complicated expression. After a while, he asked, "Why did you entrust me with something so precious?" She glanced at him, lingered for a few moments, then shrugged. "We had a deal, remember? My knowledge in exchange for your share of the spoils we earn." There had indeed existed such a deal. However, he had not exactly acted in good faith when proposing it. After all, he had no use for those spoils in the first place. Sunny scowled. If Changing Star had really revealed a family secret to him because of a lie, she had a valid reason to be resentful of him, just like he was of her. With a dark smile, he looked away and said, "You must have realized by now that I have cheated you in that deal." Nephis turned to him and said, her voice calm and even, "You mean the fact that you don't need to absorb Soul Shard to grow stronger?" Sunny froze for a moment, then gave her a nod. "You don't seem very surprised. Figures." When Sunny first learned about this ability of his, he was stunned, but Neph seemed to know a lot more than a normal person did. She didn't even try to pretend otherwise. It's a very rare aspect trait, but not unheard of among the upper echelons of the awakened. In fact, I am capable of something like that myself, although your case does seem to be especially unique. Sunny glanced at her. "How so?" Changing Star remained silent for a few moments and then said, her voice hinted with a bit of wonder, "Usually when an awakened absorbs the soul essence directly, the process leaves the remnants of the soul core empty. But when you do it, the shards are left brimming with it. This is very unusual." He shifted uncomfortably and then said, "Yeah, well, you have your share of secrets too, Neph. Don't think that I didn't notice. Lineage memories, domains. Nephis interrupted him with a heavy gaze. When Sunny fell silent and looked at her with a frown, she said in a strangely somber tone, "Never say those words aloud again, Sunny. I'm serious. Just knowing them might get you killed." He stared at her for a long time and then scoffed. "No problem. Since you showed me the courtesy of not prying into my secrets, I won't pry into yours. I don't really want to know anyway. The mysterious upper echelons you mentioned can play their dirty little games all they want, as long as they leave me out of them." Then Sunny frowned and added, "But there is one question I have to ask you, because it involves me personally." She raised an eyebrow. "Sure. Ask away." He grimaced. "Why are you hiding the true core of your technique from Castor?" Changing Star looked at him for a bit, and then smiled. "So you've noticed. That's good too." "Yes, I've been using a different style when facing Castor." Sunny looked at her with a humorless expression. "Why?" she shrugged. "Why did you incorporate elements of the Stone Saints technique into your own?" He shook his head. "To become stronger, also. Nice try at misdirection, but I won't fall for your tricks. I'm the one who taught them to you, remember? So just stop. Answer my question." Nephis sighed and turned away, glancing at the silhouette of the crimson spire that loomed in the distance. After a while, she said, "I'll answer you when we return to the Dark City. It won't change anything until then, anyway. Your safety won't be compromised in any way." "What is that supposed to mean?" as he glared at her. Changing Star stood up and turned to leave. Before that, however, she lingered for a moment and said, "Keep sharpening your sword, Sunny. I expect big things from you." With that, she walked away, leaving him speechless. And what does she mean by that? After Nephis left, Sunny returned to staring at his shadow. However, despite the fact that he had figured out the essence and foundation of the elusive battle art that hid inside it, he had no idea how to go about creating an actual style out of them. He did not have enough experience and mastery to be able to create something out of nothing. It was a dead end. Curses. Why even hide that damn mystery inside the aspect if I can't do anything with it? Perhaps in the distant future he would be able to. But right now, it was as though he had found the door, but was not strong enough to turn the key and unlock it. It just stood there and teased him endlessly, just like the damn gateway inside the Crimson Spire. It was pure torture. Maybe I wasn't supposed to notice the existence of the hidden style so soon. But he did, and he worked so hard to gain insight into its secrets. Was it all for nothing? All the pain, all the effort? Why would spell do this to him? Do you have to ask? That's the damn spell we're talking about. Why wouldn't it do something like this to you? With a bitter sigh, Sunny turned away and tried to forget all about the shadow, techniques, and battle styles. It was almost dark anyway. Time to sleep. Walking over to the center of the marble arch, Sunny lay down beside the other members of the cohort and tiredly closed his eyes. The beach vacation was over. It was funny, visually stunning, and unexpectedly emotional, but ended on a bitter note. Tomorrow was going to be another long day. To hell with this, exhausted by all of it, he fell asleep before even finishing the thought. This crap. Sunny opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. The world was enveloped in a strange, dim twilight. Deep shadows surrounded him, shrouding the tall walls that were cut from black marble. Looking between the mighty columns, Sunny saw the black circle of the sun burning in the lightless sky. An eclipse! No, wait, what walls, what columns? Wasn't he supposed to be sleeping at the top of the white arch? What was happening? Suddenly, a woman's scream tore the silence like a sharp knife. It was full of pain and suffering. Sunny tried to summon the midnight shard into his hand, only to realize that he had no hands. Then something else resounded from the darkness. A baby's cry. What? Almost at the same time, Sunny realized something terrible. This was a dream. He was dreaming. People were not supposed to dream in the dream realm. Not good. Chapter 217, Origin. When Sunny realized that he was dreaming, the first thing that came to his mind was that there was another soul tree growing somewhere near the white arch. However, after a few moments of panic, he quickly dismissed this idea. After all, he had never actually dreamt while under the mind hex of the ancient fiend. He had just mistaken the broken memories of his conversation with Cassie for a dream, but this one was real. The dreamscape that surrounded Sunny was ephemeral, shifting, and shrouded in shadows. Above him, the sun was like a circle of darkness, with crimson light drowning in a burning sea of clouds. However, none of that light reached him. In the tenebrous hall of black marble, there was nothing but empty silence, which was now destroyed by the sound of a baby crying, of course. The woman's screams had long grown silent. Peering into the Stygian depths of the dark marble hall, Sunny saw nothing but endless shadows. The baby's cries were coming from somewhere beyond them or from within them. A subtle thought entered Sunny's mind. The monumental walls, the colossal columns, the grandiose hall, all of it looked strangely familiar. As though he had already been here once, a long time ago. All that was missing were the signs of desolation and a large altar cut from a single block of black marble. In fact, it should have been standing right where the crying sounds were coming from. Familiar words appeared in his mind, now full of new meaning. Child of shadows? In the next moment, everything disappeared. The world was swaying. A seemingly endless surface of black stone was flowing past his vision, moving up and down. No, it wasn't the stone, but Sunny himself. He was the one swaying. What? What? In fact, Sunny found himself in the body of a toddler. He was currently held gently by a young woman who was walking down a long stone corridor which was dimly lit by burning torches, hence the swaying. The girl was very young, not older than Sunny himself, his actual body, that is. She was slender and exquisitely beautiful, with soft porcelain skin and long raven hair. The lissom beauty was dressed in a flowing silk tunic that left her delicate neck and shoulders exposed. A black serpent was coiled around her arms and neck, its scales so intricately tattooed that sometimes it seemed as though the creature was moving. Whoever marked the girl's skin with this image was a true genius of their craft. Sunny had never seen anything like it in the real world. However, he had seen similar markings in a nightmare. This was the mark of a slave who belonged to the shadow god. The young girl was a temple slave, just like he had been in his first nightmare. The serpent coiled around her neck and arms served both as her collar and her shackles. She was also the toddler's mother. Sunny could tell from the love with which she held the child and the quiet smile that appeared on her face every time she looked at him. Sunny might have lost his own mother at a young age, but he still remembered that much. At least, if the mother is a slave, then the child is too. Finally, Sunny began to understand what was happening to him. The dream he found himself in did not belong to him. Instead, it belonged to the nameless temple slave whose role he had assumed during the first nightmare. The original child of shadows. This vision was his memory. Soon, the young girl entered a vast hall that was shrouded in darkness. Judging by the black marble walls, they were in another part of the ancient temple. Sunny couldn't see much of his surroundings, but he could somehow tell that they were underground. In the center of the hall, 7 tall braziers were burning with strange, pale flames. On the edges of light, motionless, stood a dozen or so people. Sunny shivered, suddenly reminded of the silent shadows populating his soul sea. However, these were not ghosts, but humans. There were several other slaves, while the rest appeared to be priests. To tell the truth, there was not a lot of difference between them. It seemed as though the servants of the shadow god did not pursue opulence and status. In fact, many of the priests bore the same markings as the slaves, suggesting that they themselves had belonged to the temple once. What are they doing here? What is happening? Approaching one of the elder slaves, the young beauty entrusted the child to her. Separated from the warmth of his mother's chest, the toddler Sunny felt cold and scared. However, the older woman consoled him with gentle words, preventing the child from crying. Then she moved back to stand with the rest of the people gathered in the underground hall. Their faces were calm and solemn. The young woman, meanwhile, slowly walked into the circle of light. Her movements were elegant, flowing, and graceful. Stopping at the very center, she stood motionlessly between the 7 pale flames, surrounded by 7 shadows. Sunny stared at the beautiful slave, feeling that something important was about to happen. But what? As he became pensive and uneasy, a sudden sound broke the silence. It was the deep and reverberating ringing of a zither. As the musical instrument sang, The slave girl suddenly moved. As she did, her 7 shadows moved with her. This is, with his eyes wide open. Sunny watched the young woman. She was dancing. The beautiful slave danced in the circle of light, surrounded by impenetrable darkness, her every move full of indescribable grace and clear but elusive purpose. Her young body was flexible and lithe, but also strong and trained as much as a warrior's. Her skill as a dancer was like that of a battle master. It was mesmerizing. The young woman weaved a beautiful pattern with her movements, their cadence and nature simultaneously firm and flowing, sharp and gentle, clear and unpredictable. She danced alone, but also with 7 partners, effortlessly controlling both her own body and the 7 shadows cast by it. At times it was hard to tell which one of them was real. Her dance was insidious, shapeless, and ever-changing. Sunny froze. He recognized these movements. They were the same as how his shadow moved. This was the source and origin of the battle style he wanted to create. This was Shadow Dance. Chapter 218. Shadow Dance. Sunny opened his eyes. The grand arch of white marble was exactly the same as when he had last seen it. The sun was already climbing the gray dome of the sky, chasing the remnants of the dark sea away. The rest of the cohort had woken up some time ago and were now preparing for the journey ahead. He had overslept, however it didn't matter. With eyes burning with excitement, Sunny sat up and recalled everything that he had witnessed in his dream. The memories were still there, clear as day. He could recall every movement, every step, every breath of the dance that the beautiful slave had performed. The nameless slave's mother. His eyes dimmed slightly. That dream of his, while a precious gift, was also a source of numerous questions. Now that he was awake, Sunny was able to see a few things with more clarity. The scene that he had witnessed at the very beginning of it was that of the nameless slaves, the original child of Shadow's birth. He was born during a solar eclipse, not unlike Sunny. That fact put a lot of things into perspective. Everyone knew that the spell did not choose the role an aspirant would play during their first nightmare randomly. That was apparent from the fact that the bodies they inhabited in it, while different, were very close to their real ones. However, the actual principle of how the spell chose these roles and the events of the nightmares were largely unclear. But now Sunny knew that he shared more than simply outer appearance with the temple slave whose body he inhabited for a few short days. Both of them were born in similar, extremely rare circumstances. Both of them were at the very bottom of society, oppressed and unwanted, surviving against all odds instead of because of them. Both of them were left without a family at a young age. The tough life in the outskirts took Sunny's parents and sister away. To the nameless slave, it was the servants of the mighty war god that destroyed his childhood home and life. Sunny didn't know what happened to the beautiful dancer after the last Temple of Shadows was destroyed by them, but he doubted that it was anything good. With a heavy sigh, he looked down. Fate. It was fate. What he shared with the temple slave was a similarity of fate. Sunny was growing more and more convinced that the spell was connected to the strings of fate in some way. Perhaps it was weaved from them. Remembering the void he had found himself in after completing his first trial, Sunny looked into the distance with wonder. That void was filled with a myriad of stars that served as nexuses for an inconceivably complex net made of countless strings of silver light. Were those the strings of fate? He shook his head. Whatever they were, and whatever the spell was, it was not something he could know or understand yet. Numerous people, most of them better informed and smarter than him, had tried and failed. It was wiser to concentrate on something within his reach, the shadow dance. Sunny smiled. He wasn't so engrossed by the dancing of the beautiful slave girl because it was truly stunning and enchanting. He was riveted beyond belief by it because he recognized the pattern of the battle style hiding in his shadow in her graceful movements. Turns out, it wasn't a battle art at all, it was a dance. But was there a difference? Not in this case. Not really. It wasn't a coincidence that people often described the way true masters of battle fought as dancing. At their core, fighting and dance were very close. That's why combat, when brought to a truly impressive level, was like a dance. So why couldn't a dance, when mastered to perfection, be like a battle art? Sunny was certain that he was right. He had already comprehended the essence of shadow dance and gained insight into its foundation. With the memory of the beautiful dancer moving as one with her 7 shadows, he now had the last piece of the puzzle, the actual set of moves and principles that he could use to create an actual battle style in their image. He didn't have the battle art yet, but he did now possess all the components needed to create it. Of course, it was not going to be easy. Even with all that knowledge stored in his mind, he would still have to spend a lot of time and effort and spill a lot of blood, both his own and that of his enemies, to turn the graceful dance of the beautiful slave girl into a deadly dance of steel. It wasn't even certain that he would succeed, but Sunny would be damned if he wasn't going to try. Shadow dance would become his personal battle art. He was going to make it happen. As if echoing his last thought, the familiar voice of the spell suddenly whispered into his ear. When Sunny heard what she said, his eyes widened. "You have received an aspect legacy, Shadow Dance." Sunny stared into the emptiness, stunned to his core by what the spell had just whispered. Aspect legacy, did it really just say those words? He gulped. Aspect legacy was something that every aspect contained, but very few awakened ever receive. Unlike the boon of the first nightmare, and every nightmare after that, as well as the reward sleepers received after returning from the dream realm for the first time, each aspect legacy had a unique set of requirements that the owner of the aspect had to meet to unlock it. When they did, they were rewarded with a powerful relic. Usually it was a memory that synergized perfectly with their aspect abilities, or sometimes even an echo. Legacy clans weren't called that accidentally. While not every clan possessed an aspect legacy, most of them did. In fact, it was the acquisition of the aspect legacy that laid the foundation for the creation of many of these clans. By now, some of the most powerful clans even had several, but getting an aspect legacy was not an easy feat. Most of them were received by saints, followed by master, and only a few were won by mere awakened. Getting the aspect legacy while still being a sleeper, that was simply unheard of. Just like getting a true name during the first nightmare, I guess. Sunny couldn't believe his luck, of course. He worked bitterly hard to be able to grasp it. And yet, the magnitude of the harvest he reaped was utterly unbelievable. However, why was his aspect legacy not a memory, but a battle art? That was really strange. Not wasting any time, Sunny summoned the runes and hungrily searched for new ones. What he saw made him tremble. Chapter 219, Relics of the Past. Chapter 219, Relics of the Past. Right there in the glimmering field of familiar runes, in the cluster describing his aspect, a new string of them appeared. Aspect, Shadow Slave. Aspect rank, Divine. Aspect abilities, Shadow Control. Aspect legacy, Shadow Dance. As soon as Sunny concentrated on the aspect legacy, new runes shined to describe it. Shadow Dance description, once an elegant dance, now a deadly battle art. This mysterious style was created by the treacherous Lost from Light after witnessing a graceful slave dancing with her shadows. Who else could have taken something so beautiful and turned it into something so vile? Sunny coughed, trying hard not to think too much about the manner in which the spell had described him. Again, with this treacherous stuff, I'm not that treacherous, okay? So what if I lie, manipulate, and backstab people all the time? That's just being smart. However, what grabbed his attention was not the description itself, but what glimmered beneath it. Shadow Dance Mastery Level 07, First Relic, Unearned. Second Relic, Unearned. Third Relic. There were a total of 7 lines of runes, each promising him a legacy relic once he achieved the corresponding level of mastery with his newly envisioned battle style. 7 of them. Not 1, not even 2 or 3, but 7. Whole legacy clans were created around a single legacy relic. Sunny couldn't even imagine what he would be able to do with 7. Start a family and turn it into the most powerful clan in the world? No, that would mean putting all his eggs into one basket. Better create several clans. Right. Why start a family when you can start 7? Wait, no, that didn't sound right. Right consumed by avarice. Sunny looked at the rising sun with an excited grin. This was great. This was incredible. However, his excitement was short-lived. "Yeah, right. I would have to get back to the real world first, and that's not going to happen." Turning his head slightly, he stared at the distant silhouette of the crimson spire and lost himself in thought. A while later, Effie's voice brought him back to reality. "Hey, doofus, breakfast is ready." "Why are spacing out and smiling like an idiot?" Sonny answered without thinking. "Just thinking about creating a legacy clan." "Have you ever thought about creating a clan, huh, Effie?" The robust huntress stared at him for a few seconds with a strange expression, and then grinned. "Is that an invitation?" Still lost in thought, Sonny tilted his head and glanced at her astutely. Not bad, not bad. The choice of a partner has to be of utmost importance when starting a legacy clan. Take Effie, for example. She is a very fearsome awakened. Her aspect is extravagant and powerful beyond belief. Plus, her physique is nothing short of divine. Any heir she gives birth to is bound to be both strong and gorgeous. A very suitable candidate, I guess. What? No, not an invitation. Just considering different options. At that moment, Sonny suddenly realized that he had been unceremoniously ogling Effie up and down for a better half of a minute, and that her grin had long turned dangerous at some point. The huntress stretched her neck and said lazily, "I see. So you have chosen death." He blinked. "No, wait! I didn't mean it like that. I was just, theorizing." The unruly huntress cracked her knuckles and smiled menacingly. "Oh, so you were theorizing about me, huh? Do tell, do tell." No, wait, stop, stow!" Surprisingly, Sonny survived. Barely. Soon after that, they left the grandiose marble arch and continued their journey into the depths of the labyrinth. Before the expedition started, Nephis had told him that they had a fast and comparatively safe way to reach the southern edges of the Forgotten Shore, as much as anything could be safe in this cursed place. Without it, getting to their destination would have taken them months. Now that they had left the Dark City, Sonny finally decided to satisfy his curiosity and asked what that mysterious method of traveling with incredible speed was. When he heard the answer, he just stared blankly at Changing Star for a few minutes, trying to guess if she was kidding or not. She wasn't in the end. He didn't even ask any questions and just waved his hand dejectedly. There was no point. If Nephis had come to know of this secret from Cassie's visions and believed that it was doable, then he did not have to worry too much. It's not like he could turn back now anyway. Plus, the expedition had shown itself to be extremely lucrative for him so far. Mere days after its start, he had already gotten plenty of shadow fragments and an ascended memory, not to mention making a breakthrough in his exploration of battle styles and earning an aspect legacy for his effort. In any case, they had to travel about a week's worth of time south to get the chance to access that fast method of travel. The heights they were going to use on the way as shelters during the nights there were planned in advance with the help of the Forgotten Shore map Nephis had created. To make sure that these shelters were really where the map showed and remove any possibility of ending up stranded in the middle of the labyrinth with no way to escape the Dark Sea. She had even employed Kai during the week that Sonny had spent with Effie. The charming archer scouted the way ahead and confirmed that her map was correct. Now, the only danger they really faced from the Forgotten Shore itself was that of a sudden storm. However, with a true oracle in the ranks of the cohort, this danger was dramatically diminished. Now that Cassie had grown into her powers and absorbed a lot of soul essence, she was often able to warn them in advance if something like that was going to happen. There were also the usual perils of the labyrinth, of course. And as they went deeper into its deadly maze, the situation slowly began to turn from bad to worse. Chapter 220, So You're a Spider, So What? As they ventured deeper into the southern reaches of the Crimson Labyrinth, the situation slowly turned worse and worse. The iron spiders that had been not too threatening to the cohort of powerful, experienced Dark City hunters at the start of it all were growing more and more deadly with each step of the way. Their numbers grew exponentially, becoming a real danger pretty soon. More and more often, bigger and stronger monsters appeared at the head of the attacking beasts, bringing with them all sorts of problems. What's worse, the spiderweb they used to trap their prey was changing too. The metal wires from which it was weaved became so thin that it was at times almost impossible to notice it, and sharp enough to cut through armor and bone. while maintaining the resilience of superb steel. The whole labyrinth was covered in it, turning from crimson to dull gray. The cohort bled much more because of the invisible webs than they did because of the spiders themselves. Of course, the iron spiders were cunning creatures, too. More often than not, they only attacked once one of the humans was caught in their nets, leading to a few really harrowing experiences for the members of Changing Star's party. And there was a wide variety of other terrifying creatures waiting to ambush them in the twisting pathways of the Crimson Coral, too. What made them so dangerous was that the cohort didn't know anything about their anatomy and abilities. Every fight was a gamble, often resulting in one or several of them sustaining serious wounds. There were three things that made the situation somewhat bearable. The first one was Nephis and her healing flames. Although using the aspect ability took a toll on their leader, it was often worth it, especially if one of the members of the cohort received wounds that limited their mobility. One thing was far more dangerous than any nightmare creature that lived in the labyrinth, and it was not reaching safety before the torrent of black water flooded the forgotten shore, bringing inconceivable horrors with it. Thanks to Neph, they didn't have to worry about anyone slowing the cohort down. The second reason, unexpectedly, was the iron spiders themselves. Because of the peculiar way they hunted, a lot of creatures found their deaths in the cutting embrace of the wire spiderwebs. Finding these eviscerated corpses or cocoons containing old carcasses became a common occurrence once the party invaded the depths of the spider territory. Thanks to that, 6 humans were able to study and anticipate many of the monsters they had to face in this region of the labyrinth. A lot of potentially deadly surprises had been avoided due to the cohort stumbling onto a corpse of a similar creature prior to fighting against a living one and spending some time to learn about its strengths and weaknesses. The third reason was the blood arrow. In the hands of an experienced archer, it was almost as deadly as it would have been in the hands of an inexperienced one, the difference being that the latter would mostly be a danger to themselves, quickly turning into a bloodless husk. The first time Kai had used it, Sunny experienced a disturbing feeling of shock. That time, they were facing a large group of iron spiders led by a much larger arachnid, the awakened monster of their tribe, similar in status to a carapace centurion. These creatures were much heavier and more powerful, with thick plates of iron armor covering their bodies almost completely. Even Castor's enchanted sword had trouble cutting through their defenses. What's worse, due to the speed with which the wretched abominations moved, it was especially hard to catch them in a gap between the armor plates. Sunny was facing 2 smaller iron spiders at once, while the stone saint was butchering the third one, with his shadow observing what was happening behind his back. He didn't miss the moment when the cunning awakened monster suddenly disengaged from Nephis and dashed into his direction, its mandibles moving in anticipation of tasting human flesh. Calmly preparing to dodge, Sunny tensed his muscles and narrowed his eyes. Whistling over his shoulder, a menacing black arrow suddenly streaked through the air. Its shaft was made out of dark polished wood, with black feathers for fletching and a vicious white arrowhead that seemed to be cut from pale white bone, like a sharp fang of some terrible creature. The arrow easily pierced the thick iron plate, protecting the spider, and tore deep into his body. Even though Kai messed up his shot a bit and hit the monster in its abdomen instead of the head, the results were nothing short of harrowing. In the next moment, the awakened monster suddenly slowed down and staggered. Then it tried to lunge forward once again, but ended up losing its balance and weakly falling to the ground. Its limbs moved slightly, quickly losing any form of cohesion. Their movements grew slower and slower, and then stopped. Beneath the iron plates, the spider's body grew taut and shriveled like that of a mummy. Soon it seemed completely drained. Sunny blinked, shaken by this disturbing image, and couldn't help but glance briefly at his forearm. If not for the blood weave, he might have ended up as a shriveled corpse, too. He would have gone through with cutting off his arm and survived, most likely. But if he had been a couple of seconds too late, better not to think about. Anyway, he was glad that the blood arrow was on their side now. Not too far away from him, gliding through the air, Kai suddenly made a strange gasping sound. Sunny didn't know what it felt like to have your blood magically drained and then suddenly return to your body, but he doubted that it was pleasant. Also, there was this question: if Kai's blood was used to create the arrow and then returned to him, if he had hit his mark, of course, Then where did the blood drained from the prey went? He wasn't sure that he wanted to know. In any case, with Nightingale in possession of the morbid ascended memory, their battles with iron spiders and other inhabitants of the labyrinth became a bit less perilous. The blood arrow did not have any enchantments that needed to be activated by manipulating soul essence, so the charming archer could use it to its full potential. Although Sunny was still a bit bitter about having to give such a menacing weapon away, he was now more confident than ever that his decision was the right one. Just like that, 6 more days passed by. During this time, he didn't gain any new memories, but managed to accumulate 18 more shadow fragments, bringing his total to 340. He was still not as strong physically as he had been before creating the Shadow Saint, but getting closer and closer. In the evening of the 6th day, bloodied and exhausted, the cohort had finally approached the goal of the first leg of their expedition. Looking at it, Sunny couldn't help but stop in his tracks. His eyes slightly widened. Of course, Chapter 221 Zenith. Chapter 221 Zenith. In front of them, the ground was shattered, creating a titanic fracture. The canyon was so deep and vast that Sunny had to strain his eyes to see the other side of it. Crimson coral clung to its walls, spilling over the edge like a torrent of blood. A long time ago, a graceful bridge of white stone connected the two sides of the canyon together. Now, however, it was broken, with only its base remaining in place. Looking at the bridge, Sunny realized that there must have been an ancient road somewhere beneath their feet. It led directly to the main gates of the ancient city, moving across the colossal canyon by means of the miraculous bridge and passing beneath the grandiose arch of white marble. Come to think of it, the headless knight, the ashen barrow, and the graceful woman whose hands had saved him twice were also situated in a straight line. Perhaps there was another road leading east, too. However, this thought disappeared from his head as quickly as it had appeared. All his attention was drawn to the remnants of the stone bridge, where stood another giant statue. Right above the weathered ruins stood a colossal stone warrior. He was clad in an archaic cuirass, with a beautiful spear resting on his shoulder. The warrior was facing south, as though greeting the travelers who traveled on the road to reach the ancient city. Of course, his head was missing. More than that, the whole statue was covered in vast sheets of dull gray spiderweb, as if dressed in a solemn burial shroud. Sunny shivered, afraid to imagine what kind of creature was capable of creating the thick metal cables of the web that encompassed the stone colossus. Noticing his expression, Effie smiled. Scary, huh? Sunny gave her a nod, hoping against all hope that they would not have to find out the answer to his question. For once, his hopes were not shattered to pieces. The vivacious huntress sighed. I haven't seen it myself, but I heard stories of the creature that used to make its nest here. It was the mother of all these damnable spiders we've been dealing with for the past week, a huge menace of a nightmare creature, as big as a house and utterly deadly, armored like a hover tank, too. Sunny gulped and cast a sideways look at Nephis. What's a hover tank? Effie blinked a couple of times, then answered in an amused tone. Oh, right, you're a school dropout, I almost forgot. You've seen a PTV before, right? PTV stands for a personal transport vehicle, as you know, I hope. Well, a tank is sort of like that, only much bigger and heavier, with thick armor and a kinetic or energy cannon installed on it. The government sometimes employs them to support Awakened when a gate opens near populated areas. Sunny tried to imagine such a vehicle and hazily remembered seeing something like this on the news when he was a kid. Mostly, these tanks Effie had described were shown opened like tin cans, with their crews pulled out and eaten by attacking monsters. He shivered. Mundane people had no business fighting against nightmare creatures. To be completely honest, even Awakened had no business facing them. It's just that they had no other choice. We're not going to try and kill that big spider, are we? Effie laughed. Actually, it's you lucky day. We won't be meeting the spider mommy. In fact, no one ever will. She's long dead. Sunny sighed with relief and glanced at the huntress. Yeah, great. But how do you know? She shrugged. She was killed by the second ruler of the Bright Castle, before he went and got himself killed trying to conquer the Crimson Spire. The huntress who showed me the ropes when I arrived on the Forgotten Shore had actually been one of the members of his cohort once, if you can believe it. In fact, she was the one who dealt the finishing blow to that abomination. Effie looked at the giant mass of spider webs and shook her head. It must have been one hell of a battle, huh? Anyway, I'm glad that she did. That's how she received the Zenith Shard, which I then inherited. Sunny frowned. What exactly are you talking about? The huntress leaned on her beautiful bronze spear and patted its shaft. My spear? It's a Tier 5 awakened memory, so the big bad spider was an awakened tyrant, I guess. Can you imagine? All these creepy crawlers serving a sentient commander? Thank gods it's dead. Sunny looked at her with a dubious expression. Why would that mentor of yours gave away such a treasure? Effie was silent for a few moments, then smiled. Ah, we were kind of close. Plus, she had no idea how to use a spear. Sorcerers, am I right? In any case, she gave the Zenith Shard to me. Despite her carefree tone, he could tell that that smile was fake. Effie did not let it show, but Sunny could tell that the death of this huntress, whose name he didn't even know had met, affected her more than she was telling. Who knows? Since Effie's original cohort had perished in the catacombs, their corpses might still be somewhere there in those cursed tunnels. However, something else was on his mind. Sunny furrowed his brow. Midnight Shard? Zenith Shard? Was there a connection? He didn't know there might have been. He had received the Midnight Shard from Nephis, who had gotten it after killing the Carapace demon. The demon, even though it had been enthralled by the Soul Devourer, appeared as the leader of the nightmare creature in that region of the labyrinth, just like the brood mother of the iron spiders had been. Two headless statues, two powerful abominations, two memories with similar names. Wasn't it a little bit too much to be a coincidence? Glancing at Effie, he asked, Was your spear forged from a shard of a fallen star, by chance? Just as he said it, Cassie slightly turned her head, listening to their conversation. That small detail told Sunny everything he wanted to know. The huntress raised her eyebrows. It was at least according to its description. Who told you? A corner of Sunny's lips slightly curled upward. No one, I just guessed. With that, he left Effie alone and walked forward. It seemed as though he was right. There was some hidden meaning behind the names of these two memories. Cassie seemed to know something about it, and that meant that Nephis did too, and yet they chose to keep it from Sunny and the rest of the cohort. He sighed. So this expedition is not as simple as it seems. Not that it ever seemed particularly simple to begin with. He had guessed a long time ago that Changing Star had some hidden motive to want to leave the Dark City. But now, his suspicions were as good as confirmed. The smile disappeared from Sunny's face. He didn't like being kept in the dark at all. Kept in the dark, huh? Oh, the irony. At that moment, his shadow reached the base of the giant statue. With a deep frown, Sunny summoned the Midnight Shard and glanced at Nephis, putting all needless thought aside. There's a nest ahead. We will have to destroy it to access the statue. Lots of spiders, some bigger ones too. She gave him a nod and turned to face the others. We need to clear the nest and climb the statue before the sun sets. Prepare for battle. Chapter 222, Clearing the Nest. Chapter 222, Clearing the Nest. A clear and melodic sound of a ringing bell reverberated through the air above the labyrinth, alerting the monstrous spiders, hiding in the enormous cocoon of gray webs, that a new prey came knocking on their door. Moments later, swift bodies clad in heavy plates of iron armor shot from beneath the gray spider web, moving through the steel wires with terrifying speed. There were enough nightmare creatures in that wave to obliterate anything that stood in their way, seemingly. However, what stood in their way were two figures, one tall and boisterous, the other one on the shorter side and radiating a strange feeling of indifferent firmness. They were Effie and the Stone Saint. Both held their shields raised, the tips of their weapons resting on their edges. As the huntress grinned, the shadow silently struck the rim of her shield with the blade of her sword twice. As if answering that call, a vicious black arrow suddenly appeared from somewhere above, hitting the leading spider right in one of its many eyes. The monster's legs buckled, and it fell to the ground, forcing those creatures that followed behind to either dash around or jump over the massive body. A fraction of a second later, the wave of spiders crashed into the small shield wall. A deafening roar of iron striking against iron resounded under the gray skies of the forgotten shore like a thunderclap. Despite the furious force of the assault, Effie and the Stone Saint somehow held, at least for now. As soon as the momentum of the iron spiders was slowed down a little, Nephis and Castor appeared out of nowhere and attacked the mass of repulsive creatures from the sides. At the same time, a stone-like sword and a beautiful bronze spear lashed out from behind the shields. Black blood splashed into the air. Meanwhile, Sunny softly landed on the ground behind the nightmare creatures and stealthily moved through the shadows, swiftly approaching them from the back. The midnight shard flashed, sending one of the spiders into the embrace of death. "You have slain an awakened beast." Without listening to the spell, Sunny used the precious moments before the enemy noticed his presence to wreak as much havoc as possible. His tachi moved twice more, severing several limbs and heavily wounding another abomination. After that, the spiders finally reacted to his treacherous attack. Not treacherous, just smart. With Effie and the Stone Saint holding the front, Nephis and Castor attacking from the sides, and Sunny closing the trap from behind, the monstrous arachnids were now surrounded from all sides. Well, sort of course. A small group of dormant humans could never hope to truly surround this many superior nightmare creatures, not even with the help of a monster of their own. Trapped or not, as soon as the iron spiders had the time to react, they could easily overwhelm and tear them to pieces. Especially Sunny, who was behind the line, these vicious creatures, and all alone. If the spiders decided to shift the focus of their attack, he would be dead in seconds. As another black arrow hit one of the larger spiders in the abdomen, Sunny hissed and dove under a spider's scythe, then thrust his sword forward, ruthlessly piercing the head of the beast through its open, salivating mouth. You have, with no time to tear the midnight shard from the spider's core, Sunny let go of its hilt and jumped back, narrowly avoiding being crushed by another ironclad creature. The few seconds of the advantage they had were coming to an end. A moment or two later, the spiders were bound to come to their senses. Even though the cohort had managed to kill 10 or so in this short window of time, there were still enough of the deadly creatures to rip them to shreds. Sunny didn't even have to look at Nephis to feel the shift in her movements. The silent understanding the two of them developed during their journey through the labyrinth many months ago was still there, allowing them to cooperate perfectly without the need to use any words, as though they were two parts of the same whole. In fact, despite the rift in their relationship, this bond was stronger than ever. Perhaps because they understood each other so much better now, for better or for worse. It was so exhilarating to fight side by side with Changing Star once again. Just before the spiders were able to turn the tide of the battle in their favor, Effie and the Stone Saint, who was following Sunny's command, suddenly moved to the sides. Nephis, Castor, and Sunny braced themselves. Behind the improvised shield wall stood Cassie. She was holding a wooden staff in her hands, while an elegant rapier hovered in the air above her shoulder. The tip of the rapier pointed directly at the spiders. As though following the direction of the quiet dancer's blade, Cassie moved her staff and activated its enchantment. Immediately, a powerful gust of hurricane wind slammed into the mass of the nightmare creatures, sending several of them reeling and throwing clouds of dust into the air. Of course, it wasn't strong enough to truly throw these abominations off their balance or damage them in any way. However, that wasn't the plan. Spider-kin of these creatures back on Earth had a uniquely powerful sense of hearing, which was rather strange, considering that they had no organs that resembled ears at all. The truth of the matter was that spiders were able to feel the vibrations of sound waves. They were also masterful architects, using the vibrations in the specially created threads weaved into their webs to sense the movements of their prey from afar. These nightmare creatures were much the same. As the powerful wind threw dust into the air and made every wire of every surrounding spider web vibrate all at once, they were momentarily disoriented. The members of the cohort were waiting for this exact moment. Instantly they attacked with ferocious determination, spilling rivers of viscous black blood onto the ground. Sunny himself had already gotten his austere sword back, and now used its razor-sharp blade to gut the beast that had forced him to retreat a couple of seconds ago. You have slain. By the time the iron spiders came back to their senses, their numbers were significantly diminished. But there were still so many of them. After that, the battlefield became consumed with chaos. There was no time for plans or tactics anymore. Every member of the cohort had to face off against multiple opponents. fighting with desperate resolve against enemies that surpassed them both in terms of personal power and numbers. Only the Stone Saint was calm and indifferent, moving through the ranks of the Iron Spiders like a graceful incarnation of pure darkness. The battle fell apart into several small pockets of fearsome violence. Kai was trying to support his companions from above, but with how intense the fighting got, he was having trouble finding the opportunities to take shots without risking hitting them. He was too afraid to take a risk, knowing all too well how harrowing the effects of the blood arrow were. If even the nightmare creatures of higher rank were doomed to succumb to a torturous death after being wounded by the ghastly memory, humans like them had no chance of surviving. For now, people on the ground were on their own. Sunny was struggling against two ironclad abominations, gritting his teeth in exasperation. The damn bastards were too fast to reliably hit them in the gaps in armor and too damn powerful to face them directly. As the result, he was forced to constantly dance between the two of them, dodging the whirlwind of strikes that rained on him from all sides. Curses! Jumping back, he held the Midnight Shard with one hand and used another to throw the prowling thorn in the direction of one of the spiders. The creature easily dodged the kunai and continued its attack, threatening to slice Sunny's hand clean off. He had no choice but to retreat once again. Behind the menacing beast, the throwing dagger continued to spin. A few moments later, it cut a smooth arch in the air and flew back as if turning into a boomerang. Sadly, just like the spiders back on Earth, these repulsive creatures had an almost absolute field of vision. The second spider simply moved its head down at the last moment, without even bothering to turn it, dodging the heavy kunai that approached it from behind. But Sunny was never trying to wound the nightmare creatures with the prowling thorn to begin with. Instead, he wanted to let them taste their own medicine. A moment later, the invisible string of his kunai drew taut, wrapped around two massive bodies, just like prey used to be caught in their webs. The iron spiders were now caught by the invisible string of the prowling thorn. Tripping over it and crashing into each other, Sunny dashed forward and let the Midnight Shard sing. The graceful blade flashed twice, sending two ugly spider heads spinning into the air. "You have slain an awakened beast, Iron Spider. Your shadow grows stronger." Kicking one of the heads away, Sunny swiftly glanced around, searching for a new enemy. But there were none. "You have slain an awakened beast, Iron Spider. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory." The gargantuan cocoon of steel spiderwebs was empty. Corpses of its previous inhabitants littered the ground, oozing with black blood. The cohort had cleared the entire nest full of awakened abominations. No matter how incredible, this was the undeniable truth. They had won. Chapter 223, Natural Selection. Chapter 223, Natural Selection. The danger was gone, so Sunny allowed himself to tiredly kneel on the ground, his breathing heavy and laborious. The strenuous battle against the host of spiders had not lasted long, but he was utterly exhausted. The intensity of these perilous minutes was enough to bring anyone down to their knees. Too weak. I am still too weak. With a heavy sigh, he summoned the runes and glanced at the number of shadow fragments. Shadow fragments, 362 under 1,000. Not bad. Clearing the nest had given him 22 fragments, 10 for the 5 iron spiders he had killed himself, and another 12 for those slain by the Shadow Saint. With the taciturn monster serving as his murderous pet, the speed with which Sunny was able to accumulate power was twice as fast, at least. If things continued like this, the Stone Saint was going to return his investment of 100 shadow fragments in no time. If I live long enough? With a grimace, Sunny dismissed the Midnight Shard and slowly got up. The sun was already rolling down toward the horizon, so they had to hurry with collecting soul shards from the corpses of the iron spiders. There were a lot of corpses. Cutting one of the beasts open with the prowling thorn, Sunny struggled with the idea that they had eviscerated this many nightmare creatures. Of course, he had expected this much. After all, Nephis and Sunny had been able to fight against 2 or 3 carapace scavengers back when it was only the 2 of them. Both of them were much weaker, less experienced, and barely equipped with memories back then, too. Now that they had spent 7 whole months in the dream realm, many times more than most sleepers ever had to, and tempered themselves against the perilous hellscape of the Forgotten Shore, both their skill and level of power had dramatically increased. Add the fact that there were two other powerhouses fighting alongside them, as well as Nightingale and the menacing Stone Saint, and the outcome of the battle ceased to be that surprising. And yet, observing the carnage that they had left if their wake still made Sunny doubt his eyes. These were awakened nightmare creatures still. The real reason why the cohort had won did not lie in the individual prowess of its members, but in their ability to cooperate and control the battlefield. The iron spiders were powerful and deadly, but at the end of the day they were still mindless beasts. That's why they had allowed themselves to be surrounded and trapped. Had they been commanded by a creature of a higher class, one that was as cunning and smart as the humans it faced, things would have turned out very differently. Sunny sighed. Come to think of it, the labyrinth was a curious place. It teemed with abominable creatures of all kinds, but almost all of them were of the mindless variety. The only two exceptions he knew about were the carapace demon and the spider matriarch, who had been either a devil or a tyrant. Perhaps it was just the nature of this place. Nothing too big and strong could escape from the flood of black water that drowned the world every night. Only comparatively small monsters were able to run away or hide, both from the dark sea itself and from the hungry terrors that inhabited it. These monsters were an almost insurmountable threat to those unfortunate young people who were sent to this forsaken hell by the spell, but by the standards of the Forgotten Shore itself, they were nothing but insects. A horde of parasites who fed on the crumbs left behind by the true masters of this place. What a depressing thought. This notion poured cold water on Sunny's pride over their achievement. Well, whatever. Soon they were done with the gruesome job of fishing out the soul shards out of the dead spiders. While Nephis was dividing the spoils among the members of the cohort, Sunny used the chance to dive into his soul sea and inspect the memory he had received during the battle. It turned out to be a cloak weaved from spider silk. Judging from the description, the cloak could provide him with a small amount of protection against physical attacks, simple by virtue of being very hard to piece. Without thinking too much, Sunny fed the cloak to the Stone Saint. It was just a Tier 1 memory, so no amount of protection it could provide would be of any help in this damned place. He would also rather kill himself than go into a battle while wearing a cloak. There were easier and less painful ways to die, plus it was white. Didn't exactly go along with the dark gray fabric of the puppeteer's shard, not to mention being a hindrance to anything having to do with stealth. The Stone Saint absorbed another shadow fragment at least, receiving his share of the soul shards and entrusting them to Effie, who had more than enough space in her enchanted bag. Sunny glanced at Nephis. Changing Star was looking at the sun, calculating something in her head. After a few moments, she sighed and said, "We still have some time. Let's explore the nest before ascending the statue." Sunny grinned. As an amateur explorer, this was exactly what he wanted to hear. The nest was formed by endless wires of the strange metal web and resembled a vast sphere. It was built around one of the legs of the stone colossus, effectively blocking the path to the bridge. The entrance was situated high above the ground and extremely wide. Looking at the diameter of that hole gave Sunny an understanding of just how big the spider matriarch had been. He shivered. The second lord of the castle had been a very powerful individual. Sunny didn't even want to imagine what the battle with the giant arachnid must have looked like. Inside, it was dark and damp. Drops of black water were falling from above, creating an ominous melody. Peering into the darkness, Sunny suddenly stumbled and froze for a moment. This he didn't expect. Chapter 224 Pyre. Chapter 224 Pyre. Inside the giant nest of spider webs, a desiccated corpse of the colossal matriarch lay shriveled on the floor, its iron carapace shattered by some devastating blow. The creature was long dead, but the sight of it was still terrifying. The vast abdomen of the brood mother, however, appeared to have been severed much later than her fatal battle against the Lord of the Bright Castle. It almost looked as if it was torn apart from within. Inside the terrifying wound, Sunny noticed the shattered remnants of 5 giant, metallic eggs. The size of them was about the same as that of the 5 monstrous fallen beasts that had destroyed the original Stone Saint and her brethren back in the Dark City. So that was where they came from. Looking away with a shiver, Sunny noticed numerous cocoons of spiderwebs attached to the walls of the nest all around the dead matriarch. Inside them, withered carcasses of nightmare, creatures of all shapes and sizes were preserved in a strangely good condition. This was a true museum of terror. The nightmare creatures appeared as though they were kept alive inside the cocoons for a long, long time before finally succumbing to death and turning into mummified corpses. Perhaps the abominable spiders stored them there for later consumption, or not. Noticing a few cocoons that had been broken open and what was inside of them, Sunny had to try hard to stop himself from vomiting. The iron spiders did not use the monsters caught in the cocoons for food. They used them as incubators. The creatures in the broken cocoons had been devoured from within. A few of them still had hundreds of small, moist eggs embedded into their flesh, with embryonic spiderlings moving weakly behind the slightly transparent shells. Curse it all! Damn these spiders! Damn the labyrinth! Damn the forgotten shore! And especially damn the damned nightmare spell that had brought him here! Sunny suddenly felt tired of this long, feverish, never-ending nightmare he had found himself in. But the worst was still to come. He was the first to notice it. With a dark grimace suddenly appearing on his face, Sunny called out to his companions. Then he led them deeper into the nest, where, attached to the wall, hung a cocoon that was different from all the others, because this one hid a rough silhouette of a human body. The 6 of them stood somberly around the cocoon, each consumed by their own dark thoughts. Finally, Nephis turned her head to Castor and said, "Can you sword cut it open?" With a short nod, the proud legacy summoned the enchanted Jian and took a step forward. Approaching the cocoon, he stopped and hesitated for a few moments. "Be careful." Glancing back at Changing Star, Castor lingered for a second, and then faced the cocoon with grim determination written on his face. As ghostly green light emanated from the blade of his sword, he swung it with the graceful precision of an expert swordsman. The tip of the Jian cut through the metal wires of the cocoon, splitting it open. A shriveled human body fell to the floor, making the legacy jump back. Nephis, Castor, and Sunny stared at it, their faces pale and full of ghastly resentment. Then Sunny bent over and emptied the contents of his stomach. This was just too much. The young man whose corpse they found in this harrowing place did not die an easy death. In fact, being eaten alive from the inside by 100 of tiny nightmare creatures was probably the worst fate imaginable. At least Sunny couldn't think of anything worse. But even worse still, he recognized the dead sleeper. His face was strangely intact, with an expression of horrifying agony frozen on it forever. Despite the overall condition of the corpse, Sunny knew who it was just from one look. It was the young man who had attended the academy with them, the one who had called him a shorty when Sunny first approached Castor to create the impression that he was a boastful lunatic. Looking at their condition, Effie frowned. "Did you guys know him?" After a few moments of silence, Castor slowly nodded. "Yes. His name was Stephen. He was the youngest heir of the Pandavar clan, Stefan." Sunny had not even bothered to learn the name of this arrogant young man back when they were preparing to venture into the dream realm at the academy. In fact, he had really disliked him, and for a good reason. But looking at the hideous, terrifying corpse in front of him, he had forgotten all about it. Sunny would never wish this fate on anyone, let alone one of his fellow students. Slowly, a solemn mood overtook the cohort. They had already known that the other 3 sleepers sent to the Forgotten Shore this year never made it to the Dark City, which meant that they had perished somewhere in the labyrinth. However, finding one of them served as a stark reminder of how fragile their own lives were. Who knew what would happen to them in the future? If not today, death could be waiting for them tomorrow. Perhaps years from now, it would be their corpses that someone would stumble upon by accident. Sometime later, Nephis gritted her teeth and turned away. Then she said, her voice suppressed and hollow, "We need to leave. The sun is setting." Her words broke the silence and brought everyone back from their grim reveries. Castor lingered for a few minutes, then spoke in a hesitant tone. Aren't we going to bury him?" Changing Star shook her head. "There's not enough time. I also don't want anyone touching the bodies infected with these eggs. It's too dangerous." The members of the cohort looked at each other, No one had a reasonable objection, but it felt wrong to just leave their fellow human here. Finally, Nephis sighed. A complicated expression appeared on her face, and then she said, "All right, go. I'll catch up with you guys later." Sunny stared at her for a few moments, and then slowly turned away. One after another, the five of them glanced at Changing Star and left, leaving her alone with the dead young man and numerous cocoons, each hiding as slain nightmare creatures. As soon as the last member of the cohort climbed out of the nest, a beam of pure radiance suddenly shot from the dark hole of its entrance, followed by a wave of scorching heat. The purifying fire unleashed by Changing Star engulfed the remains of their fellow student, and then spread to the numerous cocoons, the nightmare creatures inside of them, and even the corpse of the spider matriarch herself. The insides of the nest turned into an incandescent, incinerating furnace. Everything inside of it was doomed to be annihilated and turned to ashes. A few minutes later, the whole structure was consumed by furious white flames. Nephis had escaped the burning nest shortly after the rest of her cohort, her face pale and tired. Leaving the grandiose funeral pyre behind, they began ascending the statue of the ancient warrior. The night was approaching. Chapter 225 on the Shoulders of Giants. Chapter 255 on the Shoulders of Giants. Once they climbed all the way to the broad shoulders of the statue and found a suitable place to make camp, everyone looked down without having to say anything. Far below them, the giant nest was still aflame. The cables that constituted it were melting and turning into rivers of liquid metal, flowing down from the edges into the vast abyss of the canyon. The turbulent black waters were rising from below to meet them. When the two streams met, one lightless, the other incandescent, billowing columns of hot vapor shot into the air. For a few moments it seemed as though light and darkness were on equal footing. But then the cursed sea rose from the depths of the canyon in a surge and washed away the brightness of melting iron away. The flood of blackness crashed into the burning nest, dousing it. A minute or so later, the white flames were gone. The surface of the dark sea continued to rise, as though nothing had ever happened. Sunny sighed and turned to Nephis. Now that they had reached their goal, it was time to face the real danger. With a grim expression on his face, he asked, "So, now what?" He knew the general concept of how she was planning to reach the southern edges of the forgotten shore in a short time, but not the details. Changing Star glanced at him, lingered for a moment, and then said, "We arrived at the canyon faster than I expected. There are still 2 days left before we can act, so make yourself at home. We'll rest tomorrow and start preparing for it the next day." Sunny smiled. Rest that sounded swell. Plus, he wasn't really looking forward to making use of the fast and comparatively safe method of traveling through the labyrinth that Nephis had talked about. In fact, he would rather never have to use it at all. Just like that, the cohort found itself with nothing to do for the next 2 days. Before leaving the Dark City, Changing Star had anticipated that various things could slow them down and padded the schedule of the expedition with extra time. Who knew that they would actually make it to the broken bridge so fast? In any case, Sunny wasn't complaining. He had a lot to do and think about, for example, the mysterious connection between his Tachi, Effie's spear, and the headless statues that stood around the forgotten shore. The statues represented the 7 valiant heroes that had made an oath to return light to this cursed land thousands of years ago. Sunny had seen 3 of them by now. The knight, the graceful woman, and now this mighty warrior. Did every statue have a connection with a specific memory? If so, what was that connection, and why was Nephis so reluctant to share this information with everyone? Well, it wasn't like he and Changing Star were very close now. Sunny had drawn a clear line to denote the nature of their relationship himself. He insisted that he was not a true member of the cohort, but merely a hired specialist. Why would she share her secret with him? This was a logical conclusion, but Sunny couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. Despite the fact that he was her first partner now, the situation had changed. Nephis had other people to rely on like Castor. So why would she say that Sunny was the only person she trusted on the Forgotten Shore except for Cassie, and then hide her technique from Castor? Everything felt so complicated. In any case, there was an invisible line drawn between the core members of the hunting party and the outsiders, Sunny and Kai. No one consciously avoided them, but it was clear that the line existed. When all was said and done, the four true members of the cohort preferred each other's company. That's why Sunny and Kai ended up spending a lot of time together, chatting about this and that and generally having a nice time. Honestly, Sunny couldn't complain. As far as companions went, the charming Archer was not the worst option. Plus, their conversations were extremely entertaining. Kai had a lot of fun stories about his life as a celebrity, while Sunny had plenty of macabre anecdotes about his life in the outskirts. Their life experiences were so vastly different that it was almost as if they were from different worlds. As a result, both felt like they were listening to fictional stories about some strange and fantastical land that they had never heard about before. Sunny spent the rest of his time training with the sword, trying to turn shadow dance from an ethereal concept into a practical set of core principles. The progress was painfully slow, but now there was progress, at least. He was having so much trouble because his chosen battle style was so strange and elusive. Unlike most styles, which started with certain movements and steps, this one was supposed to imitate any movement and any step instead of introducing its own. So it was more about the state of mind and the flexibility of his physical behavior. Sunny had to create a set of training exercises that would allow his body and muscle memory to become capable of adapting to any style and turn pliable like a shadow. On the first day of trying, his whole body ached. Despite his incredible physical shape and experience with tough training, Sunny ended up straining the muscles that he didn't even know he had, and forced those that he did know about to behave in a way that was utterly different from what they were used to. Actually, his previous training was even detrimental to the whole process. He had to make himself unlearn a lot of things to allow for this strange style to take root in his very bones. Thankfully, the foundation of his technique was Changing Stars Flowing style, which itself was designed for maximum adaptability. If Sunny learned another style or was further into mastering any existing technique, this would have been 10 times harder, if not impossible. Needless to say, his exercises were in no way similar to the beautiful and graceful dance he had seen in his dream. In fact, from the side, Sunny must have looked as though he was having a seizure. He caught more than one amused stare while practicing. It didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was that he was slowly pushing himself toward mastering the basics of shadow dance, and hopefully receiving his first relic, Chapter 226. The Fool. Chapter 226. The Fool. On the evening of the first of the 2 days that they had at their disposal, Sunny climbed all the way to the highest point of the statue and sat there alone, looking at the setting sun. He felt as though he had to find a sense of balance that he had lost at some point along the way. Not because he missed it, but because he was going to need that balance to remain firm and steady when the moment of truth came. If he was right about the future, then this was probably the last day of peace he would experience until this whole thing was over. Not only the expedition, but all of it. Looking back, his behavior in these past few months was highly erratic. Where were the cold rationality and ruthlessness that saved him so many times in the past? The caution and devious cunning that allowed him to survive the first nightmare? He had not been acting like himself for a long time. Yes, his mental state had suffered greatly because of everything that had happened. But was it the only reason? Come to think of it, the first blow dealt to him was the bitter revelation that there was no gateway in the bright castle. After everything that Sunny had endured to make it to the dark city, the crushing intensity of their journey through the labyrinth, the diabolical trap of the soul devourer, and their escape from it, the cold and harrowing night of traversing the dark sea, all of it turned out to have been for nothing. Not only were they not rewarded for their efforts, but all of their hopes were mercilessly destroyed and obliterated instead. This alone was enough to drive a person mad. Then came the feeling of alienation he felt while living with Nephis, Cassie, and all the newcomers in the outer settlement. Instead of finding support and solace in the company of his friends, Sunny fell into his old habit. Unconsciously, he turned himself into an outcast to prevent anyone from making him one. This was the most noticeable, but not the only instance of him regressing to his old self. After fighting so hard to change and grow, Sunny ended up abandoning most of the lessons he had learned after becoming infected by the nightmare spell. He was almost like an addict relapsing after a few days of sobriety, and giving up completely because of this one small mistake. But who could blame him? Sunny was already shaking under the pressure of the situation. One little push, and he would fall under its weight. In the end, it was not one, but 3 blows that shattered him completely, as though the world wanted to make sure that he was truly broken. First was the terrible epiphany of what Cassie's vision really meant. Almost instantly after that, while Sunny was still reeling, came the fatal mistake in the conversation with Harper and the brutal murder that followed. And if that was not enough, the person he relied on the most to keep his sanity in this cursed place, Nephis, made it impossible for him to trust her any longer. Anyone would have collapsed under that weight. And yet Sunny managed to keep his balance, even if just barely. The final straw that finally broke him was the excruciating, never-ending sea of torturous pain he suffered after being mortally wounded by the Black Knight. After that, Sunny had relinquished all pretense of having control, and now here he was, playing the fool, acting like a fool, and fooling around with Kai and Effie. Wasn't it fun? Wasn't it easy? Yes, his mental state wasn't great, but it was also very convenient to blame everything on this condition. The truth of it was that Sunny did not try to rein himself in at all. In fact, he welcomed this madness. Being a bit crazy was comforting, simple, and safe. It protected him from having to look at the heartbreaking truth and remember it. Sunny needed the shield of madness to save himself from the bottomless despair that threatened to destroy him completely. So what if he was prone to act recklessly in this state? So what if he made mistakes here and there and took unnecessary risks? Anything was better than having to face that despair. Just like Nephis had said, one had to become a little insane to survive in the world that had gone mad. And yet, Sunny knew that what he was doing was nothing but hiding his head in the sand. And now that the end was approaching, he had to stop hiding from the truth. He had to admit and endure it. This was the only way for him to survive. As the sun disappeared behind the horizon and the absolute darkness drowned the forgotten shore, he sighed deeply and whispered, all right, it's time to wake up." The next day, 6 humans were standing at the edge of the vast canyon as the twilight of dusk drowned the world in shadows. Far below them, the black waters of the cursed sea were raging, rising from the depths in a terrifying, obliterating wave. In a few minutes, all light was going to be completely gone, and then the flood of darkness would wash over the world, destroying anyone left standing in its path. And yet the humans were not rushing to get away. Instead, they just stood there and waited. Looking down into the canyon, Sunny gritted his teeth and shivered. Then he glanced at Nephis and licked his dry lips. "Are you sure about this?" Changing Star did not spare him a look and simply nodded. Despite the fact that the rising black water was quickly approaching them, her face was calm and composed. A moment later, the last vestiges of sunlight disappeared, leaving them in utter darkness. The silence that surrounded them was broken only by the sound of waves rushing against the walls of the canyon, getting closer and closer. "Prepare yourselves," Sunny sighed. "Here we go." Suddenly, a blinding burst of white light pierced the darkness. Holding the incandescent sword in her hand, Nephis closed her shining eyes for a second and then raised the sword high above her head, as if calling the monsters of the depths to come take her. Chapter 207, Comparatively Safe. Chapter 227, Comparatively Safe. The embrace of impenetrable darkness was broken by the furious white light of Changing Star's incandescent sword. Illuminated by it, 6 people were standing on the shore of a raging river. Their faces were pale and grim. The canyon had disappeared, consumed by the rising surge of the black water. Now the cursed sea was flowing over its edges, ready to swell and flood the narrow passages of the great labyrinth in an unstoppable wave. Sunny felt cold water wash over his feet and shivered. The rest of the cohort reacted exactly the same. Even Kai, who could escape into the lightless skies at any moment, seemed to be deeply unnerved by the closeness of the encroaching sea. Among the 6 of them, only 3 had truly experienced the perils of this dark abyss. They knew that the real dread came not from the sea itself, but from the terrors that hid in its cursed depths. Like the host of whispering voices that they had heard beneath the branches of the soul tree, or the gargantuan creature that had almost cost Nephis her life. However, Sunny was not going to make a remark to educate the rest of the cohort. After all, what they were trying to do right now was to summon one of these terrors from below. One that was different from all the others. Sunny, peering into the darkness, he lingered. I don't see anything yet. The water was already to his shins and rising swiftly. Sunny grimaced and struggled with the desire to turn around and run away without looking back. If he was fast enough, if he was lucky enough, he could still make it to the giant statue before the torrent of darkness drowned him under its crushing weight. Instead, Sunny glanced at Nephis and Cassie. The blind girl had glimpsed this secret of the forgotten shore in her visions and shared it with Changing Star. Changing Star had devised a plan to make use of it. Both of them were confident that they were going to succeed, so he was going to be confident too. Sunny didn't fully trust either of his former companions, not anymore, but he trusted their judgment. Just as that thought appeared in his mind, there was a subtle movement at the edges of his vision. Turning his head, Sunny stared into the darkness and trembled. It's here. Out there in the distance, a massive shape was moving through the waves, attracted by the light of Changing Star's incandescent blade. The sea seethed and swirled around it, the black mass of water easily pushed away by the approaching creature. Nephis gritted her teeth and somehow made her flames burn even brighter, forcing the darkness to retreat another dozen steps. "Get ready!" A few moments later, the furious sounds of a massive body moving through the dark water reached their ears. The creature was a true giant, easily towering above the waves, even though it was walking on the bottom of the canyon. Well, no surprise. Full of terror and awe, Sunny watched as the thing they were waiting for came closer. Soon, he could discern the general shape of it. 2 hills that rose above water were its shoulders, and right between them, where the head should have been, there was nothing but emptiness. There were 7 headless statues on the forgotten shore, but only 6 marks on the map created by Nephis. Not because she had failed to learn of the 7th one, but because the 7th statue never stayed in one place for too long. And now that stone colossus was walking through the flooded canyon, his shoulder scraping against one of its walls. The wide chest of the headless giant pushed the water away, creating whirlpools in his wake. Raising one colossal arm, the statue easily destroyed the protruding remnants of the ancient bridge that got in its way. The debris rained into the black waves, disappearing into them without a trace. This was their fast and safe, comparatively, method of traveling to the edges of the forgotten shore. Truly insane, Sunny thought, stunned by the sheer scale of everything that was happening. Come to think of it, it was really ironic. The next day after he had decided to return to some semblance of sanity, something this crazy was about to transpire. It was as though the whole world was mocking him. Shaking his head, Sunny turned to the cohort and yelled, "He's coming!" The black water was already to their knees. The members of the cohort tensed and prepared themselves for what was about to come. They only had one chance to do this. Failure meant death. A few moments later, the massive shape of the stone colossus entered the circle of light created by Nephis. Its shoulders rose above the waves, close enough to the now invisible shore of the flooded canyon for them to see every tiny crack on the surface of the weathered stone. Now, wasting any time, Changing Star ran forward and jumped. A moment later, the blade of her sword hit the surface of the statue and slid deep into it, as if melting the ancient stone. Using the sword as purchase, Nephis started to climb to the giant's shoulder. The other members of the cohort were following closely behind her. Kai was carrying Cassie in his arms, flying to the top of the colossus with no problem at all. Castor seemed to simply disappear, and appear a moment later on the giant's shoulder, standing side by side with Changing Star. Only Sunny was having trouble, with him not being very tall, and the water level rising with each second. He found it hard to gain enough momentum for a proper jump. Damn! How irritating! However, before he could come up with a solution, Effie simply grabbed him by the collar and tossed Sunny into the air. What? For a few short moments, Sunny was flying. All he could hear was wind whistling in his ears. Then he landed on top of the giant statue, rolled and barely prevented himself from falling back into the cold embrace of the dark sea. Before he could even stand up, the mighty huntress landed near him and grinned. Such a light. However, before she could finish the phrase, the stone colossus moved, making everyone stumble and fall. Leaving the ruins of the bridge behind, he turned around and indifferently began walking away from it. He was walking south. Chapter 228. Crossing the Canyon. The stone colossus wandered the forgotten shore aimlessly for thousands of years. Cassie did not know what power had brought him to life, nor what he was searching for in the depths of the dark sea. She had seen a vision of the headless giant passing the ruins of the ancient bridge on a certain day and then traveling south to the very edges of this desolate land. She also knew that the leader of the cohort that had conquered the bright castle pursued the seventh statue across the labyrinth for a long time before leaving on his doomed journey. His reasons for doing so were, presumably, unknown. Sunny wasn't sure that the blind girl had told him the whole truth about the wandering colossus. In fact, he was certain that there was a deeper layer of secrets surrounding the 7 ancient statues and their importance to the riddle of the forgotten shore. However, he was in no hurry to hunt these secrets down. Sunny knew that all 3 of them, Nephis, Cassie, and himself, were bound together to this cursed place. The strings of fate were wrapped around them tightly, stretching far into the future where the final revelations waited. He was going to learn the truth sooner or later. Until then, Sunny was content, knowing no more than he needed to know. The stone giant walked across the dark sea, cutting its surface with his wide chest. The 6 humans were gathered on the circular platform of his severed neck, pressing themselves against the swaying stone. The cold water was spraying into their faces, and the furious winds were threatening to throw them off the moving statue into the deadly waves below. Nephis had long extinguished her flames, so they were surrounded by absolute darkness. Sunny was the only one who could see what was happening around them, so his role was to serve as the eyes of the cohort. Using the strength of the shadow to hold on to the slippery stones, he looked forward with a grim expression on his face. Currently, there was only one thought on his mind. Were they going to make it in time? The colossus was swiftly approaching the other side of the canyon. Sunny could identify it by the remnants of the ancient bridge that were still above the turbulent black waves. However, the water level was rising much faster. "Sunny?" Looking toward Effie, who called out his name. He lingered for a few moments and then yelled, "Prepare yourself, we're going to be underwater for a couple of minutes at least." A chorus of curses served as the answer. Unseen by anyone, Sunny smiled darkly. This was going to be his second time diving into the dark sea. Wasn't this how Gunlog had begun his journey to the throne of the Dark City? Maybe Sunny would be a king himself one day. Now? The black water rose higher and higher. The shoulders of the giant were already submerged in its lightless depths. The circular platform was going to be next. They were so close to the shore as the stone colossus moved across the bottom of the canyon, the platform rose and fell. After another fall, it was finally lost beneath the waves. The cold, salty water crashed into them and then swallowed the entire world. The members of the cohort desperately held on to the cracks in the stone, trying to prevent themselves from being washed away by the raging current. No one would be able to save them if they were. Sunny closed his eyes, knowing that he would not be able to see anything through the impenetrable darkness of the cursed sea. Instead, he relied on his shadow sense, hoping that it was going to help him feel if something approached them from the depths. Now, all Sunny had to do was hold tight and hope that the headless giant would reach the shore of the canyon before he ran out of breath. Thankfully, everyone present was strong and powerful. Their physical form was either at the pinnacle of human ability or slightly above it. Several minutes underwater were not going to kill them, most likely. Placating himself with this thought, Sunny waited and waited and waited, struggling against the terrible current with all his strength. At some point, he thought that he sensed an unclear shape swim close to the walking statue, but then the sensation disappeared. Any second, now, any second. But the relief he was so desperately waiting for was not coming for far longer than Sunny had expected. Soon his lungs began to burn, and his muscles began to spasm. Damnation! If he was having trouble, then others must have been in far worse shape. After all, oxygen traveled through human bodies with blood, and their blood had not been altered and comprehensively enhanced, by the forbidden legacy of the mysterious weaver. Just as he thought so, Sunny felt one of the 6 shadows slipping from the circular platform. It was Kai Crap. Fortunately, before the Colossus plunged into the dark depths, the charming archer had been worried about Cassie and tied himself to her with the help of the golden rope. Surprisingly, the blind girl turned out to be more resilient than him in the end. Now, she was holding both of their weights, desperately grabbing onto a narrow crack in the ancient stone. Kai's unconscious body was floating a few meters behind her. He was safe for now. But how long would Cassie herself be able to hold on? When Sunny felt his mind weakening, his body was suddenly slammed into the platform with tremendous force. The stone giant was climbing out of the canyon. His massive hands grabbed onto the edge of it, and with one devastating pull, the Colossus threw himself upward. Ugh, curse it! Sunny felt as though he was aboard the worst amusement ride in human history. His bones groaned, being pressed down upon by an invisible weight. A few moments of this torture, and they were above water once again. Desperately grasping for air, Sunny inhaled several times, and then weakly looked at the unconscious form of Kai. Crawling toward the archer, he grabbed him and dragged the body back to the rest of the group. Entrusting him to Cassie, Sunny looked down at the dark water below and suddenly growled in a low voice. Turning her head, Nephis asked with a deep frown on her pale face, "Sunny, what is it?" Looking at the torso of the giant statue, he gritted his teeth and lingered for a few moments before answering. Then, in a voice that was dreadfully grim, Sunny said, "We have a passenger." Chapter 229, The Passenger. The Colossus rose from beneath the turbulent waves, rivers of black water streaming down his stone body. Now that the walking statue had climbed out of the canyon, the cursed sea was barely up to its abdomen for the moment. Once the dark waters reached higher, the giant would be submerged in them up to his shoulders once again. Sunny had to get rid of the unwelcomed passenger until then. Far below, flattened against the chest of the Colossus, a strange creature had attached itself to the ancient statue. It looked like a cross between a translucent jellyfish and an eel. However, Sunny could see a deformed skeleton of a giant humanoid being trapped within the transparent flesh of the repulsive abomination. He shivered. Compared to the stone giant, the eel looked rather small, however. This was just an illusion. Really, the creature was as large as a train. Its jaws were full of sharp fangs and wide enough to swallow a human whole. Curses. If there was one good thing about the situation, it was that the eel did not seem to be a corrupted nightmare creature, but merely a fallen one. Perhaps it survived in the cursed sea by attaching itself to the true terrors of the depths and feeding off the remains of their prey. As soon as Nephis spoke, Sunny noticed long feelers of the creature tremble and move, as though reacting to the sudden sound. The eel turned its head slightly in their direction. When he answered, the feelers rippled once again, and the monstrosity turned its head once more, this time staring directly at Sunny. Crap! A moment later, translucent tentacles appeared from beneath the abomination's body and shot up, finding cracks in the weathered stone and pulling it toward the neck of the Colossus, where the cohort was. Changing Star must have felt something, because tiny white sparks suddenly ignited in the depths of her eyes. Sunny put a hand on her shoulder and shook his head. Don't. Stone giant or not, lighting a beacon in the middle of the cursed sea was not the best of ideas. Now that it had escaped the confines of the canyon, the real horrors were out and about. Just like the cohort had discussed before, light was their last resort, something they would summon only if the moment came where there was no other choice but for all of them to fight. And whether Sunny liked it or not, that moment was not upon them yet. With a reluctant scowl, he turned away and said, "I'll handle it." The giant eel was his problem to solve. Yeah, that's great and all. But how the spell am I supposed to get rid of this thing? Looking down, Sunny calculated that he had a dozen or so seconds left before it was time to act. The repulsive abomination was slowly crawling toward them, scaling the torso of the giant statue at a disturbingly steady pace. Think. Several seconds later, Sunny approached Effie and kneeled by her side. Taking the huntress by the hand, he put something into her palm and said, "Do you feel the Colossus moving up and down?" "That's his steps." I need you to start counting them. If I'm not back after 30 steps, throw the thing I gave you in that direction as hard as you can." "All right?" Effie gave him a nod. Her usual humor was gone, replaced by grim determination. "Good. Well, wish me luck." The huntress lingered for a moment and then said, "Good luck." When he was ready to walk away, she suddenly gripped his arm. Sonny stopped and raised an eyebrow. "What?" Effie hesitated before speaking. "Listen, Sonny, if you die, I can have your soul shards, right?" He stared at her for a second, his face twitching. "This wench! Absolutely not. If I die, all my shards are to be thrown into the sea. No one is to get anything, understand?" With that, he left the cohort behind and walked to the edge of the swaying stone platform. Here goes nothing. Jumping down, Sonny slid to the giant's shoulder and caught himself from falling all the way into the raging waves by grabbing onto a crack in the stone. To his right, the shoulder was slowly moving as the colossus swung his hand. To his left, a curved path of stone led all the way across the chest of the statue to its other shoulder. This curving path was, in fact, the collar of the giant's tunic, carved masterfully from stone by the unknown sculptor. Stepping on it, Sonny struggled to keep his balance on the swaying, slippery surface and hurried forward. Soon he was directly above the climbing eel. The abomination was already close, allowing Sonny to discern every repugnant detail of its translucent giant body. "What the hell? Why does everything have to be so disgusting?" A moment later he sighed. "Let's try this." Summoning the prowling thorn, Sonny gritted his teeth and cut his forearm, smearing some blood on the blade of the kunai. Then he used all the strength he had in his body to hurl the dagger down. The prowling thorn spun in the air and hit the giant eel right in the place where its eye should have been. Sonny did not notice any visual organs on the creature's body, but on the deformed humanoid skull hiding beneath the flesh. That's where the eye socket was. The kunai wedged itself deep into the monster's head, causing a small fountain of crimson blood to erupt upward. Of course, such a tiny wound was nothing for a creature of this size. For a moment, everything became silent. Then hundreds of slender tentacles suddenly exploded from the eel's flesh and shoot in Sonny's direction in a chaotic, slithering mass of translucent flesh. Damn it! Forced to dismiss the prowling thorn to avoid being thrown off the ledge, Sonny lunged forward. A moment later, the tentacles reached his previous position and crashed into the stone, sending shards flying into the air. Sonny kept running, knowing that the tentacles were just a second away from piercing him. The sounds of breaking stone were thundering just behind his back, getting closer and closer with each moment. The prowling thorn appeared in his hand once again. Reaching the end of the path and with nowhere left to run, Sonny cursed and jumped straight into the darkness. Chapter 230, Precarious Battle. The eel tried to catch him, but was a second too late. Crap! Falling toward the dark waves, Sonny threw the kunai in the direction of the stone giant's hand. Instead of a weapon, the colossus was holding a tool that resembled a mason's hammer. The kunai curved in the air and wrapped the invisible string around its shaft. "This is going to hurt!" Sonny plunged into the darkness. A moment later, the string drew taut, and he found himself swinging through the air at a terrible speed. Flying underneath the colossal stone fist, he almost touched the black water with his feet. But then the inertia pulled him up and away. After a few seconds of weightlessness, Sonny landed on the hammer's head and let out a shaky breath. Without wasting any time, he dislodged the prowling thorn and pulled it into his hand, then wedged the dagger in a narrow crack on the surface of the giant hammer. Landing on it was one thing. Staying here, though, that was something else entirely. The colossus was swinging his arms as he walked, so Sonny basically found himself on top of a giant pendulum. Not only was the hammer swaying back and forth, but the angle of the surface he was standing on also constantly changed, making it hard not to fly off or slid into the raging sea. Almost kneeling, Sonny held onto the kunai and tried to keep himself from falling. Then, his face pale and grim, he looked up and glanced at the eel. "I'm right here, you slimy worm!" The abomination lingered for a few moments, considering whether it should continue to climb up or follow the sound made by the prey. Finally, it twisted its long, repulsive body and slid over the shoulder of the giant, crawling down his arm toward Sonny. Come on, come on! He was hoping that his blood will have the same effect on the giant eel as it had on the corpse eater. Both were presumably fallen creatures. If one was poisoned to death by blood weave, why couldn't the other? Sonny had not cut himself with the prowling thorn for the fun of it. Sadly, his blood seemed to have no effect on the eel whatsoever. The monster continued to pursue its prey without showing any signs of being poisoned. So it's not poisonous, really. It just tore that leech from inside because the stupid thing swallowed a whole lot, and the weave imbued my blood with the odd quality of always being attracted back to the larger mass of it. The corpse eater's innards were in the way, so, damn it, his hopes of killing the eel were crushed. Now Sonny was stuck on the swinging hammer, with his only path of escape blocked by the swiftly approaching abomination. Damn it all. Letting go of the kunai, Sonny summoned the midnight shard and slashed at the slender tentacle that approached him. Even enhanced by the shadow, the blade of the tachi failed to cut the flesh of the fallen creature and instead simply batted it away. Not good, not good. The eel had two types of tentacles. Some were thick, powerful, and few in number. These ones were used to push its massive body forward and hold onto the swinging arm of the colossus. The other tentacles were slender, long, and numerous. These were the ones that Sonny now had to dodge and fight against. The closer the eel got, the more tentacles assaulted Sonny from all sides, dodging and deflecting them while maintaining his balance on the chaotically swinging hammer was an almost impossible task. Luckily, Sonny had practiced the firm battle style of the Stone Saint and incorporated it into his own technique. Its steadiness and indomitability were translated through grounded footwork, which allowed him to plant himself on the stone surface of the hammer and refuse to be thrown off or moved even by an inch. Between choking breaths, Sonny couldn't help but think that Nephis was right. The best fighters weren't those who were the strongest, but those who were the most adaptable. The foundational style he had learned from her had served him well on the streets of the Dark City, but if he had continued to follow it narrowly and neglected to add flexibility to his technique by incorporating the Stone Saint's style into it, he would be dead by now. The dream realm was wild, unpredictable, and often defied logic. It threw all kinds of horrors at those unfortunate enough to step foot inside its vast expanse. Take this situation, for example. What kind of a person would imagine that one day they would have to fight a translucent eel the size of a train atop a walking stone colossus? Sonny certainly never expected to find himself in such a situation. Only a complete lunatic would. That's why adaptability was the most important trait an awakened fighter could possess. But even though Sonny had taken all the right steps, the seconds he had left to live were numbered. The onslaught of the slender tentacles was already too much for him to handle, and they were only growing in number. 28. With an inaudible sigh, Sonny allowed the shadow to slide off his body and rushed toward the approaching eel. Instantly weakened, he gritted his teeth and tried to resist the attacking tentacles as best as he could. One of them hit against the blade of the midnight shard with tremendous force, sending it flying from his hand into the darkness of the night. The other hit him across the chest, causing Sonny to yelp in pain and roll back, almost sliding off the surface of the hammer. Catching himself at the last moment, he pushed away and rolled, barely avoiding being pierced through the chest by the third. He had nowhere to retreat anymore, but it was fine. 29. Back at the circular platform, Effie strained her muscles and hurled the thing entrusted to her by Sonny into the air. It was the ordinary rock. Flying away, the memory suddenly screamed, 30 steps! Its loud scream caused the feelers on the eel's head to ripple. The giant creature suddenly turned its head in the direction of the noise, its terrifying maw opening in hunger. For a moment it paid Sonny no attention. Its weight also shifted, leaning over the abyss of black water. Right then, a human shadow glided right in front of it, and 2 crimson eyes ignited in its depths. The Stone Saint stepped out of the shadow, which then instantly wrapped itself around the taciturn monster and filled her with immeasurable power. The shadow's sword flashed. Sonny wasn't trying to kill the eel. Despite all of the Stone Saint's might, she was too weak to slay something that abominable. He just wanted to sever one of the main tentacles that supported most of the eel's weight. Augmented with the power of shadows, the Stone Knight easily cut into the flesh of the eel and sliced one of the thickest tentacles apart. Losing its purchase, the repulsive creature shuddered and slid helplessly from the swinging arm of the colossus, falling into the turbulent black waves with a splash. Then it was gone, pulled away by the strong current. Sonny fell to his knees and drew in a deep breath. Then he said in a cold, raspy voice, "This ride ain't free, bastard. Next time, buy a ticket." Chapter 231. Stone Giant Sonny remained on the swinging hammer of the colossus for a while, resting and trying to catch his breath. However, very soon the dark sea rose high enough to make his position perilous. With a deep sigh, he stood up and dislodged the prowling thorn from the stones. Waiting for the colossus to raise his hand, Sonny jumped down. The wind whistled in his ears, and a few moments later he landed on the wrist of the giant in a roll. As soon as Sonny got back to his feet, the stone surface beneath plummeted down. Thrusting the kunai in another crack, he gritted his teeth and held on to his dear life. Soon the ground he was standing on sloped down and then turned into a vertical wall, with nothing but the dark abyss of the cursed sea visible below. Hanging off that wall, Sonny cursed and waited for the colossus to bring his arm back up. When it finally happened, Sonny immediately dashed forward. He had several precious seconds before the pendulum swung again, and had to cover as much distance as possible with each swing of the giant's arm. Too slow, and the cursed sea would catch up to him. The closer he got to the elbow of the walking statue, the more inclined his path was. Eventually, Sonny had to climb instead of run. His hands were tired from fighting and supporting his weight, but he stubbornly continued moving forward and up. Once Sonny reached the elbow and climbed higher. The amplitude of the swinging reduced considerably. Now he just had to scale the vertical wall and reach the shoulder of the giant. Claiming the slippery stone was not easy, but he had gotten used to such tasks a long time ago. In any case, it was way better than that time Sonny had to race against the rising sea during a furious storm, only to get swept away by the black water and be saved by Nephis at the last moment. This time, at least, he didn't need her to save his life. That would be embarrassing. Some time later, Sonny climbed over the edge of the circular platform, crawled to its center, and sprawled beside the other members of the cohort, who were waiting for his return with tense expressions on their faces. "Sonny? Are you all right?" Kai was back to his senses, looking a little bit disheveled, but still ridiculously gorgeous. Sonny stared at him in dismay, then sighed. "I'm alive." A short while later, Nephis called out to him. "What were you fighting?" Sonny grimaced. "A big, ugly worm. I threw him back into the water." With that, he reluctantly sat up and looked at the surface of the dark sea, which was already flowing over the shoulders of the stone giant. Its surface was black and tranquil. No one was pursuing them, it seemed. "It's gone now, so rest up. I'll keep watch." He stayed awake until the break of dawn and then woke the members of the cohort. When they rose to their feet, Sonny lay down on the cold stone and tiredly closed his eyes. Yesterday, he had thought that he would not be able to fall asleep atop the walking stone giant. However, Sonny had underestimated how exhausting this long night would end up being. Even the body of a powerful sleeper needed rest. Actually, the swinging of the stone platform was sort of soothing. Soon, he was fast asleep. When Sonny woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. Yawning, he sat up, summoned the endless spring, and greedily drank some water. Someone had left a plate of food near him, so without thinking too much, Sonny picked it up and had himself a late breakfast. "Ah, that hits the spot." Recognizing the taste of Neff's cooking, he glanced at their intrepid leader and smiled. It was nice to laze around while others were working. While Sonny was sleeping, the stone platform had transformed. Plates of iron, stripped of the abominable spiders and stored in Effie's bag, were inserted around its perimeter, with the golden rope strung between them as an improvised railing. More of these plates were shaped into makeshift rods and placed in the center to serve as throwing spears in case the cohort was attacked from the air. Currently, Kai and Effie were building additional battlements on the left shoulder of the giant, while Nephis observed their progress from above. They were taking no chances. A trip through the labyrinth, no matter how fantastical, was still full of danger. "It was better to be safe than sorry," Sonny scoffed. "So much work. What's the worse? No. I'm not going to finish that thought. No thanks. On the stone beside him, the shadow applauded sarcastically, shaking his head. Sonny finished his food in silence and moved to the edge of the platform to look down at the vista of the forgotten shore. Far below, the landscape of the labyrinth was slowly moving past them. The stone giant was marching south, indifferently crushing mountains of crimson coral under his feet with each step. The view was simultaneously hypnotic and depressing. In every direction, as far away as Sonny could see, there was nothing but red coral, with rare heights protruding from it into the gray skies here and there. The forgotten shore was truly vast, and every inch of it was full of unspeakable dangers. Not too far from him, Castor was also busy studying the landscape. However, his interest wasn't purely idle. Changing Star's map was on the stones beside him, and the proud legacy was drawing new marks on it from time to time. Sonny sighed. The cohort might have caught a ride on the shoulder of the stone giant to reach their destination at the edges of the forgotten shore, but they were going to have to walk all the way back to the Dark City by themselves. That was months of traveling through this treacherous hellscape with nothing but their own strength and wit to keep them alive. The information Castor was putting on the map today was going to be priceless to them in the future. But that was a problem for tomorrow. Right now, Sonny deserved a little respite. Turning away from the handsome young man, he lowered his gaze and peered at the sights below. It was not every day that one got an opportunity to enjoy a beautiful view of hell. Chapter 232. Before the storm in the next few hours, Sonny did nothing but leisurely gaze at the vistas of the labyrinth. While monotonous, they were still picturesque and breathtaking. The forgotten shore was a harrowing but beautiful place. The somber gray sky and the black earth created a perfect backdrop for the vibrant crimson sea of twisting coral blades. Here and there, strange landmarks broke the dullness of the landscape, igniting the flames of curiosity in Sonny's heart. After all, he was nothing if not a passionate explorer. Provided most of his explorations ended with something dying at the end of his blade. But still, out there in the depths of the labyrinth, Sonny saw many things that piqued his interest. The skeletal remains of colossal monsters, with signs of ferocious battles written in the marks on their bones. Broken wrecks of giant vessels, with terrible breaches in their mighty hulls. Abyssal chasms that were full of darkness and emptiness, leading into the depths of this cursed land, where true horrors dwelt. And things he couldn't even describe, let alone identify. He even saw several vast ruins that must have been entire cities once. Now, only unclear shapes of magnificent buildings remained, overgrown with crimson coral and barely resembling anything made by a human hand. He didn't know if they had existed before or simultaneously with the Dark City. Regardless, it seemed that no other human settlement on the forgotten shore had withstood the curse of darkness as the cursed city had. They were all destroyed and devoured, first by the crimson coral, then by the ruthless flow of time. Now, no one was left to remember that these proud cities had ever existed. The 7 heroes that created the Starlight Legion were described as those born in all-consuming darkness. That suggested that humans had resisted the curse for a while, at least. Maybe the Dark City was built long after the darkness had devoured this land, as the last sanctuary and fortress for those who remained. A lot of good had that done in the end. His reverie was broken by Cassie, who suddenly turned south and frowned. Her quick movement drew everyone's attention. Sonny instantly had a bad feeling. Nifis turned to the blind girl and frowned. "Cassie, do you feel something?" Cassia lingered for a few moments and then said, her voice uncertain, I think a storm is coming." Sonny looked at the sky, which like always was covered in a gray veil of clouds. Nothing seemed to indicate that there was going to be a tempest turning it impenetrably dark and furious soon. But that was just how things worked on the forgotten shore. Storms came out of nowhere and destroyed everyone unfortunate enough to be caught in their murderous embrace. If Cassie said that she felt one approaching, then it was their oracle had a good track record of sensing such things. Dammon. A storm meant that the cursed sea would rise from the depths earlier than usual. It also meant that there would be rain and lightning, which would make the behavior of the dwellers of the depths unpredictable. It also meant hurricane winds. And that was really bad news when you were stuck on a moving colossus 200 meters above the ground. Nefis gritted her teeth. "You heard her. Prepare, however, the blind girl interrupted her. Wait, There is something else?" Changing Star lingered for a moment, then asked, "You are sensing another threat?" Cassie scowled, then said in a strange tone, "No, not sensing. I can hear something strange. It's like a rustle." Everyone stared at her for a few seconds, trying to understand the meaning behind her words. Strangely, Kai was the first one to react. Suddenly pale, he spun around and summoned his bow. Before anyone could understand what was happening, something whistled in the air, and a dark shape forcefully crashed into the stone platform, smearing it with blood. A black arrow was protruding from its body. Sunny jumped out of the way and gasped, stunned by the force with which the monster impacted against the stone. It had to have been in a long dive before being pierced by Kai's arrow, mere moments away from snatching one of them away. The creature looked somewhat like a giant locust. Its body was covered in black chitin and comparatively small, no bigger than that of an adult human. Its wide wings were thin and transparent. As it convulsed in death throes, the wings moved, threatening to push the members of the cohort off of the platform. Nephis dashed forward, grabbed the disgusting creature, and threw it down. Kai was already grabbing another arrow. There was an expression of panic on his face. Sunny blinked. Why is he panicking? The monster is all ready. As though hearing his thoughts, Kai glanced at the members of the cohort with wide eyes and yelled, "Swarms! These fiends hunt in swarms! Get ready!" Before he could finish, Sunny was already summoning the Midnight Shard and the Stone Saint. Dead! By now, everyone could hear the rustling sound Cassie had told them about. It seemed to be coming from nowhere, surrounding them like a wave. For a few moments, nothing happened. The members of the cohort tensely stared up. Suddenly a black dot appeared in the gray clouds and swiftly fell down, covering the distance to the neck of the Colossus almost instantly. Before it could attack, though, Effie's spear collided with it. The giant locust practically exploded, sending a rain of blood splattering against the stone back of the Colossus. But by the time the huntress dismissed her spear, and before she had the time to summon it again, there was another dot and another and another. Kai shot one more creature out of the air, while Castor used a strange sling he summoned from his soul sea to break the wings of another. Nephis raised her sword and yelled, "Cassie, wind!" Flinching, the blind girl began to call upon her wooden staff. While white sparks of light were still weaving the shape of it in her hands, the quiet dancer flew out of its scabbard by itself and flashed into the air, piercing an approaching locust clean through. A few moments later, a powerful gale shot from the wooden staff into the skies, slowing the attacking locusts down and sending them staggering. One of these stragglers somehow managed to land on the platform and immediately jumped at Sunny. Changing his stance on the fly, Sunny slashed with his sword, decapitating the repulsive creature. However, because of the inertia, the massive body continued to move forward, slamming into him at great speed. With a curse, Sunny flew back and fell over the railing. Sliding on the stone, he rolled down to the stone giant's shoulder and caught himself on the part of the defensive fence built by Effie and Kai. Then, he stood up and spat a mouthful of blood. A moment later, Sunny froze, his eyes widening. Because of the tumble, he accidentally looked down to the ground. What he saw there made him shiver. Numerous dark shapes were appearing from the labyrinth and jumping at the Colossus, swiftly climbing up his giant stone body. Chapter 233, Swarm. As the members of the cohort killed several giant locusts, their repulsive black bodies fell to the ground, raining blood on the walking Colossus and the crimson coral of the labyrinth. As soon as their corpses hit the ground, it suddenly moved. Dark figures appeared from beneath the mud, rushing at the dead locusts to devour them. Hundreds of monsters were suddenly competing for the few scraps of meat. After several bloody fights broke out and the winners were decided, those who had not gotten to satiate their hunger turned their heads and followed the smell of blood, right back to the moving stone giant. Looking down with dark resentment, Sunny saw numerous creatures jumping at the legs of the walking statue from the mounds of coral and quickly climbing up. They were headed right to where the cohort was being besieged by the swarm of winged abominations. He couldn't see the shape of them clearly, but there was no doubt that these monsters were bad news. Damnation, slain an awakened beast, Flesh Reaver. Your shadow grows stronger. Turning around, Sunny summoned the prowling thorn and hurled it upward. A moment later, using the invisible string as support, he was flying through the air. Grabbing onto the edge of the circular platform, he hoisted himself up and once again faced the carnage. The kunai flashed, cutting the wing of one of the locusts clean off. Suddenly crippled, the creature toppled and plummeted down, no doubt to be devoured by the horde of nightmare creatures approaching from below. The battle with the swarm was not going too great for the cohort. The turbulent winds summoned by Cassie's staff bought them some breathing room by making it hard for the locusts to approach the platform at high speed, but there were just too many of them. Kai was setting one arrow after another loose. After that one first shot, he had not used the blood arrow, choosing instead to rely on his mundane ones. In the chaotic mess of this sudden battle, it was too easy to miss. Plus, he didn't need a lot of power to deliver debilitating wounds to the locusts. They were basically skewering themselves on the arrows themselves by diving from the skies with incredible speed. Still, the abominable reavers were awakened beasts. It wasn't easy for a sleeper to kill one with just a single shot. Just as Sunny grabbed the kunai and spun to avoid a glancing blow from one of the creatures, another one landed on the platform. 2 arrows were sticking from its cracked chitin, but the locust was still alive. Not for long, though. Just a moment after the repulsive bug landed, Nef's sword flashed through the air, slicing it in half, sending the mangled body off the platform with a powerful kick. Changing Star turned to Kai and yelled, "Don't try to kill them! Break their wings!" With a sudden light of understanding in his eyes, the archer changed his approach. Indeed, that made sense. The members of the cohort didn't need to slay the locusts. They just needed to make it so the flying scourges weren't able to reach the stone platform. Effie, meanwhile, did not need this advice. Everything she hit simply exploded into a disgusting puddle of bloody goo. The problem the huntress faced was that there was no powerful range weapon she could use. Her beautiful spear was not really suited to be thrown that often. The memories were created from soul essence. Once a memory was dismissed, that essence returned to the core of the awakened that had summoned it. However, if it was too far away from them, the essence was simply wasted unless the memory had a special enchantment like that of the blood arrow. The essence wasn't lost forever, as it would slowly accumulate inside the soul core until the peak capacity was reached once again. But this process took time, so one could not endlessly throw their memories at the enemy during a battle, especially not once they reached a rank where managing one's soul essence was of higher importance. Effie had not reached such a rank yet, but she was still limited by that principle. That's why she resorted to using makeshift darts fashioned out of plates of spider iron. There wasn't much of them left, however. Once the last dart was gone, she would have to either exhaust her pool of soul essence or risk fighting the attacking locusts in melee, just like the Stone Saint was doing right now. As Sunny rushed toward Nephis, he noticed the shadow lowering her shoulder and raising her shield. In the next moment, one of the repulsive creatures crashed into it at full speed and simply crumbled, black blood exploding into the air through the cracks in the shattered chitin. The huntress, however, did not have the benefit of weighing a literal ton. Despite her graceful appearance, the saint was made out of stone, and stone was much heavier than flesh. It was also much harder to rip and slice apart. Once Effie was forced to fight the locusts with nothing but her spear and shield, her life would be in real danger. "Curses, curses, curse it all!" Swiftly approaching Changing Star, Sunny kicked a disgusting piece of a killed creature off the platform and yelled, "We have a problem!" Nephis sharply looked at him and scowled. "What?" Sunny hesitated for a moment and then gestured down. "There's a couple of 100 labyrinth creatures crawling all over the Colossus. They'll be here pretty soon." Nephis gritted her teeth, then glanced at the members of the cohort. Cassie was holding the wooden staff, sending powerful bursts of wind into the sky to slow down the attacking swarm. The quiet dancer was flashing through the air, protecting her from the locusts to the best of its ability. Castor was spinning his strange sling, aiming at the wings of the repulsive creatures. His face was calm and grim. Everyone was barely holding on and one mistake away from death. With a dark look in her cold gray eyes, Nephis looked at Sunny. Then she said, "Come with me, then." Chapter 234, Horde. Chapter 234, Horde. Briefly giving Castor a few instructions, Nephis walked over to the edge of the platform and looked down. When she saw the numerous creatures climbing the stone giant, a grim expression appeared on her face. Sunny weighed the prowling thorn in his hand and asked, "So, what's the plan?" Changing Star glanced at him and smiled darkly. "What else? Kill as many as you can." With that, she jumped down and landed softly on the shoulder of the Colossus. With a sigh, Sunny followed. Figures. A moment later, they separated. Nephis dashed to the opposite side of the moving statue, running on the wide stone path of its collar. She was going to try and deal with those creatures that were climbing the front and the left side of the giant. Sunny was going to have to stop those coming from the right and the back. He wasn't sure that just two of them were going to be enough to cover all that space, but they didn't have a lot of choices. Sunny and Nephis at least had the high ground advantage against the enemy. Those fighting against the swarm of monstrous locusts, however, did not. The cohort couldn't spare anyone else for this task. Looking down, he was finally able to discern the shape of the attacking labyrinth dwellers. They looked like massive primates covered in dirty gray fur. Their arms were strong and muscular, easily pulling their heavy bodies up the ancient stone surface. Each had a mouthful of sharp teeth, with two curved tusks protruding from it as long as daggers. The most disturbing fact about these beasts was that there were crimson flowers growing from within the bloody gaps in their flesh. Some even had pale stems slithering from one eye socket to another. With a shiver, Sunny realized that this tribe of nightmare creatures were simply hosts for a different, much more terrifying one. The primates were nothing but meat puppets for those ghoulish flowers. Oh gods! Summoning the ordinary rock, Sunny wrapped his body in the shadow, strained his muscles, and threw it down as hard as he could. The small rock plunged through the air and collided with one of the creatures far below, hitting it right in the forehead and splitting its rotten skull apart. Not paying any attention to the fact that half of its head was missing, the primate continued climbing up. Sunny gritted his teeth and dismissed the rock. Just as I thought. Nothing could ever be simple on the Forgotten Shore. The cohort would never be just attacked by a swarm of flying abominations. There had to be a horde of monstrous primates attacking them from the ground, too. And gods forbid those powerful beasts were not parasitized by even more ghastly horrors. At least their bodies are not so tough due to their partially decomposed state. That was something he could work with, just as the first primate climbed into the range of the prowling thorn. Something thundered above Sunny, and in the next moment, he was doused from head to toe in fetid black blood. A mangled corpse of a giant locust flew past him and fell down. Sunny frozen for a second, then growled, "I am a walking target now, aren't I? Well, great. Let them come. The more, the merrier." Extending the invisible string to its maximum length, Sunny aimed and hurled the kunai down. He guided it by ever so slightly pulling on the string. The dagger flashed through the air and spun, drawing a curved path. A few moments later, it cut across the wrist of one of the menacing primates, cleanly severing its hand. Suddenly losing purchase, the beast instantly fell down. After plummeting from the deadly height, it hit the crimson corals below and practically exploded into bloody chunks. Sunny listened to the emptiness, a tense expression on his face. "You have slain an awakened monster bloodflower. Your shadow grows stronger." A relieved expression appeared on his face. At least these things weren't indestructible. Raising a hand, he caught the returning kunai and instantly threw it again. There wasn't much time left. Countless beasts were climbing up the stone body of the ancient Colossus, covering a frightening amount of distance with each second. He had to slaughter as many of them as he could before they reached the battlement constructed on the giant's shoulder, or else they were going to rip him apart. In the next few minutes, Sunny did nothing but control the prowling thorn as it flew through the air, cutting through flesh and bone alike. The heavy kunai never stayed in his hand for more than a second, reaping a bountiful harvest of lives. More than a dozen beasts, those who were ahead of the approaching horde, were thrown off the statue and fell to their deaths, rewarding Sunny with an enviable amount of shadow fragments. However, he was still too slow. Sunny had to be both swift and precise when throwing the dagger, lest he wanted to be pulled off the giant's swaying shoulder himself. What's worse, he had to constantly pay attention to the sky and dodge the attacking locusts when they dove from above to devour him. The horde of terrible beasts was getting closer and closer, their arrival as inevitable as it would be fatal. The situation got even worse when another group of them reached the gargantuan statue's back. Now Sunny not only had to deal with the monsters climbing its side, but also rushed from his perch on the shoulder of the steadily moving colossus to the treacherous path of his collar to prevent the fastest climbers from reaching too high. Bad, bad, this is bad. Covered in blood and with his muscles burning, Sunny continued to slaughter the ghastly beasts as fast as he could, but he wasn't fast enough. At some point, Sunny realized that the climbing monstrosities were now mere meters away from him. He could see every disturbing detail of their rotting bodies, with strangely graceful flowers growing from the bloody gaps. Their crimson petals trembled as they smelled prey. Suddenly, one of the primates strained its powerful legs and jumped into the air, instantly covering the remaining distance to Sunny's position. Before it could land, however, the midnight shard slashed the creature across its massive body, cutting it apart. What flowed out of the terrible wound, however, was not blood, but a vast cloud of red pollen. Before Sunny could register the fact, he had already breathed in a whole lungful of it. His eyes widened. "Oh! Oh no! This is not good!" Chapter 235, Flower Boy. Chapter 235, Flower Boy. As the red pollen settled in his lungs, Sunny suddenly sensed something subtly moving inside them. Then a wave of excruciating pain pierced his chest. With a loud scream, he fell to his knees and grabbed at the puppeteer's shroud. A stream of blood escaped from his mouth and splashed on the ancient stone. In it, tiny blooms were sprouting roots, greedily drinking the crimson liquid, and growing with visible speed. Looking at them with dark resentment, Sunny gritted his teeth and slowly stood up. By the time he straightened his back, the pain had subsided a little. The bloodthirsty flowers were already turning black and dying, destroyed by the odd blessing of the blood weave. The insidious nightmare creature tried to devour him from inside, but really it just signed its own death sentence. In a few short minutes it would be destroyed completely by the furnace of his tenacious body, and even if some part of it survived, Neff's purifying flames were going to finish the job. Until then, he would just have to endure this torture. "Come! Come closer, you bastards!" As the midnight shard appeared in his hands, another monster was already climbing onto the shoulder of the walking colossus. Lunging forward, Sunny brandished his sword and decapitated the foul creature, then kicked it in the chest to send it flying down. A moment later, he jumped back, narrowly avoiding being grabbed by another primate. Before the beast could even react, the razor-sharp tachi flashed across its body, severing both of its arms. More red pollen burst into the air. Holding his breath, Sunny shifted his stance and attacked once again in one swift, fluid motion. The midnight shard pierced the knee of the massive primate, making it topple. The creature wasn't dead, but any kind of mobility it once had was pretty much gone. Good enough. But it didn't really matter. 3 other monsters were already there, ready to take the fallen creature's place. And a few seconds later, there was going to be even more of them, and then even more still, until eventually Sunny was torn apart by the unstoppable flood of these harrowing fiends. He would have to think of something before that happened. If only I could breathe. Fighting through the excruciating pain that was tearing him from inside, Sunny grimaced and dashed forward to face the enemies. In the next minute or so, he forced himself to cut out all unnecessary thoughts, turning into a ruthless hurricane of steel. The midnight shard danced from one nightmare creature to another, piercing, slashing, and severing their rotting flesh. The air was soon obscured by a vast cloud of red pollen. At some point, Sunny gritted his teeth and disengaged from the fight, leaving a carpet of bleeding bodies in his wake. Launching himself back a few meters, he slid on the stone and left the cloud of red mist. Only then, finally, he allowed himself to draw in a deep breath, sensing that their enemy was gone. The primates rushed forward. However, a moment later, something glistened in the mist and a heavy triangular blade suddenly pierced the head of the leading creature. The bloodflower did not react to its host being damaged and continued its lunge. But in the next second, the head of the monstrous ape was violently jerked backward, and losing balance, it fell down. The string of the prowling thorn was coiled around the support pillars of the makeshift battlement, creating an invisible trap. By moving forward with the kunai still stuck in its skull, the unfortunate creature pulled the string taut, causing an invisible net to rise into the air. Entangled in it, half a dozen creatures tumbled to the ground, blocking the others from pursuing Sunny. Neither the battlement nor the invisible string were going to last long, but at least it bought him a few seconds. "You have slain an awakened monster, Bloodflower! Your shadow, finally!" The nightmare creature in his lungs was finally dead. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Sunny groaned, wiped his lips, and glanced back. What he saw made him curse. The group of monstrous primates climbing the back of the Colossus was about to reach the collar of the stone tunics. Sunny was about to be surrounded, and he was all out of ideas. "If I die today, I'm at least going to drag as many of you as possible with me into a deeper, darker hell. Prepare yourselves, gangrels." Lunging forward, he ran on the narrow stone path and got to the middle of the giant's back, just in time to collide with the first of the advancing primates and send it flying all the way down to the distant surface of the labyrinth. Unlike the shoulder of the Colossus, Sunny had no room to maneuver on the narrow path. In fact, he was having trouble simply keeping his balance due to the constant swaying. But the primates, with their wide shoulders and mighty frames, were in an even worse situation than him. On that narrow stone path, one man would be able to stop an entire army, provided that nothing attacked him from behind, of course, which was bound to happen. Cursing, Sunny slashed and slashed, sending one monster tumbling down in a billowing cloud of red pollen after another. Despite all his efforts, he had to retreat step after step to avoid being surrounded and killed by the ferocious abominations. The situation was becoming desperate, especially so because the creatures that had been slowed down for a bit by the string of the prowling thorn finally wrestled free of it and were seconds away from reaching his current position. Damnation! Sending a primate that was facing him staggering with a devastating blow of the midnight shard, Sunny desperately spun to deflect the attack from the creature approaching him from the back. However, he was a fraction of a second too late. Realizing that he won't be able to block or dodge the paw of the monstrous ape, Sunny feverishly tried to come up with a way to minimize the damage, at least. But just as the claws of the creature were about to grab onto his neck, a swift shadow suddenly fell from the skies. Catching the primate with its sharp mandibles, one of the locusts easily tore its head off and dashed back, devouring the prey with terrifying speed as it flew. In the next moment, more flesh weavers fell from the skies, aiming at the climbing primates. The two tribes of nightmare creatures were suddenly locked in a ferocious battle, with the 6 humans hopelessly stuck in between. Chapter 236, Ex Machina. With his back to the stone surface of the ancient statue, Sunny stared as the two tribes of nightmare creatures clashed in a cacophony of eerie roars and rustling noises. Discovering a new target, swarming locusts swiftly fell from the skies and cut into the horde of the Bloodflower hosts, devouring scores of unfortunate primates in mere moments. Torn and eviscerated by the sharp mandibles, their flesh seemed to almost melt in the terrible maws of the flying abominations. However, the massive beasts were not entirely defenseless. Any locust that lingered for a fraction of a second more than it should have was immediately grabbed and torn to pieces by the powerful primates, its black blood falling like dew on the petals of the crimson flowers that grew from their rotting bodies. Some hosts even jumped off the Colossus to grab onto diving reavers and tumble together to the distant ground. In just a few seconds, the surface of the ancient giant and the air around him was consumed by utter chaos. Indifferent to everything, the Colossus steadily marched south. Come to your senses. Shaking off his astonishment, Sunny swiftly finished off the primate that he had staggered a second before and pushed the heavy creature from the narrow path. Despite the fact that their enemies were now fighting each other, the pressure on the cohort did not decrease. In fact, it only grew heavier. Cursing under his breath, Sunny threw the midnight shard at another lunging monster, turned his back to the enemies, and jumped. Grabbing onto a crack in the ancient stone, he pulled his body up and nimbly scaled the neck of the ancient statue. For several seconds that seemed to last an eternity, Sunny was completely defenseless against the potential attacks by the monstrous locusts. However, to his luck, Nephis had chosen that exact moment to unleash her flames on the other side of the statue. A blinding flash of white drowned the skies for a second, confusing the reavers and buying him enough time to reach the stone platform. Climbing over its edge, Sunny rolled away and sprawled on the cold stone, trying to catch his breath. His body was in agony. The blood weave might have destroyed the flower growing in his lungs, but the damage was already done. Sunny had trouble breathing and felt bloody foam bubbling on his lips. Every time he inhaled, a sharp pain pierced his entire being. Not too terrible. Although troublesome, these wounds were not going to kill him. Sleepers healed better and faster than mundane humans, and Sunny in particular was also transformed by the drop of Weaver's ichor, making him much tougher and harder to kill than most, sort of like a cockroach. As for the pain, he had been through worse and survived. As long as Sunny had adrenaline numbing it to some degree, he was capable of giving a fight still. Not that it would be pleasant. With a moan, Sunny picked himself up from the ground and looked around. Things were slowly turning from bad to worse. Kai was long out of arrows and had to resort to using his morbid ascended memory. Judging by how pale his face was, he had already missed a few shots, losing a lot of blood as the result. Cassie was still trying to maintain the powerful winds that slowed the attacking locusts down, but her face and hands were covered in blood. It seemed that even the powerful enchantment of her armor and the ardent protection of the quiet dancer were not enough to fully save her from harm. Effie was now fighting the flying abominations in melee, having only a fraction of a second to react every time they attacked her. Blood was streaming down her legs, her white chiton torn and soaked with it. Her bronze helmet was gone, lying shattered on the stones. Castor did not seem to be wounded, but his face was dark with exhaustion. Maintaining his incredible speed was taxing on both the mind and the body, so he would not be able to last much longer either. The stone saint was the stone saint. The taciturn shadow was covered in black blood from head to toe and completely indifferent to it, which only enhanced her dark and menacing visage. She continued to move with elegant grace, protecting the members of the cohort to the best of her ability. But she couldn't be everywhere all at once. And then there was Sunny himself, who was in the worst shape out of all of them by far. Curses. And the worst news was that now that he had to retreat back to the platform, the abominable primates were about to follow him, forcing the cohort to defend itself from two sides simultaneously. Even worse still, unlike Sunny, the other members didn't have blood weave to protect them from the red pollen. Bad! This is bad! Just as Sunny was thinking that thought, a bloodied hand suddenly appeared from the other side of the platform. A moment later, Nephis slid under the golden rope and shakily rose to her feet. Changing Star had white flames dancing in her eyes. Her skin seemed to shine with a soft glow, as though there was fire burning beneath it. That fire, if Sunny had to guess, was responsible for annihilating the red pollen as soon as it entered her body. The Starlight Legion armor was heavily damaged and seemed to be on the verge of melting, but still held, protecting the last daughter of the immortal Flame clan to the end. Not paying any attention to the members of the cohort, Nephis turned her head and looked south. What is she? Before Sunny could finish the thought, he was distracted by the sight of an ugly primate head rising above the edge of the circular platform. Cursing, he grabbed a jagged piece of chitin laying nearby and shoved it into the creature's eyes, forcibly pushing it back down. At the same moment, an especially large locust suddenly fell from the sky. Batting the quiet dancer away, it dove right for Cassie. Before anyone could react, its mandibles clicked. However, instead of soft flesh, all they caught was the hard wood of the enchanted staff. The blind girl had managed to defend herself at the last moment. The impact was still strong enough to throw her far back, nevertheless. Breaking the improvised barrier with her back, Cassie screamed and slipped from the platform, plummeting down like a broken doll. No, the prowling thorn was damaged and restoring itself in the soul sea, and the golden rope was tied around the platform. He didn't know what to. As the sound of a bow clattering on the stone reached his ears, Sunny saw Kai diving down from the neck of the Colossus. Flying with incredible speed, he caught up with Cassie and grabbed her by the arm. The two of them froze in the air for a moment, absolutely defenseless against the approaching locusts. No. But the fatal attack never came. Suddenly, the cacophony of the battle died down, turning into deathly silence. Sunny blinked. Several locusts were hovering in the air mere meters away from Cassie and Kai, but they were in no hurry to devour the helpless humans. In fact, they too seemed frozen. A moment later, the locusts suddenly turned around and dashed away. In fact, the whole swarm was swiftly retreating, flying away from the stone colossus with as much speed as the gluttonous abominations could muster. It was as if they were fleeing from something. Many of the locusts were carrying dead primates in their claws. It seemed as though the reavers were the ultimate victors in this terrible battle against the monstrous apes. But Sunny was pretty sure that soon the whole tribe of these terrible creatures was going to have crimson blooms growing from the cracks in their chitin. Blood flowers were truly a horrifying enemy. Who knew what they would be capable of after subjugating a whole swarm of flying abominations? The more pressing question, however, was what were the locusts running from? Sunny looked down, only to realize that the giant primates were also retreating, rushing down the body of the ancient statue in something that almost resembled panic. Then finally, he turned and looked south, following the line of changing stars' gaze. His face paled out there. Directly in the path of the walking statue, an inconceivably vast wall of furious darkness had devoured the whole world. It was swiftly moving in their direction, bolts of lightning illuminating the raging depths of clouds almost every second. The storm was approaching. Chapter 237, Wall of Darkness. Chapter 237, Wall of Darkness. Kai landed on the stone platform, gently placing Cassie down. The blind girl was deathly pale and visibly hurt, but her life didn't seem to be in danger. The archer smiled reassuringly and gripped her shoulder. Then, just like the rest of them, he turned his head and silently looked south. A wall of impenetrable, furious darkness was approaching from there, devouring vast spans of the labyrinth with each second. To Sunny, it felt like an endless ocean of deranged shadows was rushing to drown them. The pressure he felt was almost as bad as that of the ominous crimson spire. The colossus was marching toward the darkness, completely indifferent to its menacing oppression. The wind rustled Sunny's hair. In the stunned silence, Effie suddenly fell to her knees with a pained groan. Her hands were pressed against the breach in her archaic cuirass, bright blood streaming from beneath them. That sound brought everyone back to reality. With a grim expression on her face, Nephis walked to the wounded huntress and gently placed her hands on her body. A moment later, soft white radiance shone through the cracks of Effie's armor, healing her wounds and taking the pain away. Changing Star closed her eyes and bit her lip, drops of crimson blood rolling down her ivory skin. To take away her companion's suffering, she had to endure a much more harrowing torture. Sunny coughed bloody foam flying from his lips and weakly lowered himself to the ground. He didn't feel too well. The wall of darkness was growing closer with every moment. The wind was picking up, whistling in the cracks of the ancient statue. It brought the smell of the sea with it. Sunny grimaced and commanded the stone saint to walk over and stand above him. "What are we going to do now?" Kai shivered, glanced at the raging wall of clouds and said, "Climb lower? The lightning is bound to be drawn to the neck of this giant." Sunny shook his head. "We can't. The sea is going to rise, so most of the statue will be submerged underwater. We will be lucky if the waves aren't high enough to reach this platform." The archer sighed and looked down. "So then we're dead?" Sunny smiled darkly. "Don't worry. Stone doesn't conduct electricity too well, so we will be safe from lightning. Most likely, what you should really be afraid of are the things that all that commotion might attract." After that, he bent over in another fit of painful coughing. "Ugh, that stings a little." By that time, Nephis was done healing Effie. Walking over, she kneeled and looked at Sunny. Unexpectedly, there was an expression of sincere worry on her face. Did you inhale that pollen?" Sunny tried to grin, but ended up coughing up more blood instead. "Yeah, a little, but don't fret. There are no flowers growing in my lungs anymore." Neff's face twitched, and she outstretched her hands to place them on Sunny's chest. However, he caught them in the air with his own and stopped her. Her skin was soft and cool to the touch. "Don't bother, I'll be fine. Take a look at Cassie instead." Changing Star stared at him for a few moments. Then she suddenly asked, "But doesn't it hurt?" He pushed her hands away and shook his head. "Not as bad as it going to hurt you." Nifis frowned. "I'm used to it." Sunny looked at her for a long time, his expression hard to read. Then he said evenly, "I know, but I don't want you to be used to it. You shouldn't be, especially not on my account." The weight of the things he left unsaid hung between them for a few moments. Nifis titled her head slightly, then turned away. Finally, she sighed, lingered for a few seconds, and walked away without saying another word. Sunny lowered his head and remained motionless for a while. Better. It's better this way. Being afraid of pain was the most human emotion there was. He couldn't help but feel that every time Nefis silently endured the terrifying torture of her flaw, a part of her humanity was burned away by the merciless purity of the radiant white flames. He didn't want to see it happen. Not to mention that he was the last person in the world that Changing Star should have been helping, because suddenly a deafening thunderclap rolled over them, forcing the members of the cohort to flinch. The light of day dimmed, and the cold wind furiously crashed into them, bearing drops of salty black water with it. Done checking up on Cassie, Nefis glanced forward and scowled. They were almost out of time. "Get ready! Hold!" With that, she summoned her sword and held it with both hands. As the incandescent light ignited the silver blade, Changing Star thrust the sword deep into the stone, melting it. Kneeling down, she gripped the sword and prepared for the onslaught of the storm. But he sighed. Effie sighed and grabbed onto a crack in the stone with one hand. With the other, she drew Cassie close and hugged her. Castor followed their leader's example and used his enchanted Jian to anchor himself to the platform. Sunny glanced at them and grimaced. Standing above him, the stone saint discarded her shield and lowered one shoulder, preparing to withstand the hurricane winds. Without anything better to hold on to, Sunny hugged the thigh of his shadow on, closed his eyes, embarrassed by the indignity. Before he could really revel in it, though, something plopped on the ground near him. Opening one eye, Sunny was surprised to see Kai. What are you doing here?" The archer smiled with embarrassment and coughed. Well, you see, I don't have a sword that can cut stone or Herculean strength, so, mind if I hold on to the other thigh of your beautiful stone companion?" Sunny glared at him for a couple of seconds and then scoffed. "Fine, whatever. Just don't grab onto me by mistake." As the endless wall of darkness approached, the headless colossus steadily walked forward and then dove straight into the furious embrace of the harrowing storm. Chapter 238, Into the Storm. A stray drop of rain fell on Sunny's cheek. The howling of the wind grew louder. A moment later, the whole world suddenly darkened, and he was assaulted by a furious gale. The water pelted him in the face. Drowning the curse, Sunny was about to yell, "Damn!" The storm descended on them with terrifying violence. The corpses of repulsive locusts that were left on the platform suddenly moved. Then, picked up by the wind, they were thrown off the neck of the steadily walking colossus, disappearing into the darkness. Their black blood was washed away by the torrent of rain. A blinding flash of lightning pierced the veil of clouds, followed by a deafening thunderclap. As the stone became slippery and wet, Sunny felt his body being forcefully pushed away from its surface by the gale. Gripping the stone saint tighter, he gasped and grimaced. Pain pierced his damaged lungs. Worst amusement ride ever. Fortunately, the heavy shadow was not moved by the tremendous pressure of the hurricane. Firmly planting herself on the surface of the platform, she turned her torso and lowered a shoulder, cutting the wind with her solid stone body. To her side, Nefis, Castor, and Effie were desperately holding on against the assault of the hurricane. With some effort, they were also able to resist it. But the worst was still to come. Hidden from the sun, the dark sea was rising from the depths. Sunny could hear the deep rumbling of the black water rushing through the twisting passages of the labyrinth and washing over the mounds of crimson coral. Soon the stone giant was walking through it, creating a furious whirlpool with each step of his gargantuan feet. Another lightning tore the skies apart, illuminating the world made of nothing but wind, water, and darkness. Hit by an especially violent gust of wind, the stone saint slid a few centimeters back and sent Sunny's heart into a momentary panic. The stone giant walked forward. After a while, the black water covered his knees, then his abdomen, then his chest. Following a long and torturous span of time spent holding onto the shadow and enduring the onslaught of the storm, Sunny saw the raging waves flowing over the broken battlements on the shoulder of the ancient statue. His face became grim. During the previous night, the dark sea had not risen high enough to reach the stone platform they were sheltering on. However, with how high the waves were, things were bound to change. As though answering his thoughts, a massive wave crashed into the neck of the Colossus, washing over the platform. The members of the cohort were hit by a wall of blackness and instantly drenched from head to toe in salty seawater. Luckily, no one was washed away for now. The howling wind, the furious onslaught of rain, the constant flashes of lightning and the violent cacophony of thunderclaps were already enough to instill in them the feeling that the whole world was about to split apart and crumble. With the dark waves rising to strike at the stone platform over and over again, the situation became truly disastrous, and yet they held on. Minute after minute, against all odds, the 6 humans clung to the ancient stone, refusing to be taken away by the raging tempest. Sunny didn't know how much time had passed, or how far the stone giant had walked into the depths of the storm, but there was no sign of it growing weaker. In fact, it was only becoming more ferocious and terrible. However, this wasn't even what he was really afraid of. His true fear hid not in the skies that had gone mad, but in the lightless depths of the cursed sea. And soon, inevitably, his worst fears came true. With a harrowing sense of premonition, Sunny suddenly lowered his head and gazed down, as though trying to see through the mass of ancient stone. Deep beneath them, he felt a gargantuan shadow rising from the depths. One of the unspeakable terrors of the dark sea was crawling from whatever abyss that had spawned it to face the marching Colossus. Curse it all. Looking up, Sunny saw Kai desperately clinging to the stone saint beside him. For once, the archer did not seem dazzling. He was just wet, pale, and scared out of his wits. Behind him, Nephis was kneeling on the stones, gripping the hilt of her silver sword, her fingers white and bloodless. Straining his hurting lungs, Sunny yelled, "Be ready!" The Dway, however, before he could finish, her eyes suddenly grew wide. Swiftly turning around, Sunny saw a gargantuan tentacle slowly rising from the seething waves. Illuminated by a flash of lightning, it looked like a tall, grotesque black tower. It pierced the skies and froze for a moment, looming over the ancient Colossus. Feeling his heart skip a bit, Sunny realized that he knew the sight of it. This was the same gigantic black tentacle he saw on his first night on the forgotten shore, the one that had effortlessly pulled the enormous, monstrous shark under the waves and tore it in halves like a little fish. The abomination that even corrupted nightmare creatures were afraid of. Falling from above, the gargantuan tentacle crashed on the moving statue and coiled itself around its neck. Oh no. Before Sunny could react, the gigantic tentacle was already wrapped around the neck of the Colossus. Its bulbous flesh suddenly contracted, as though trying to strange the stone giant and pull him beneath the waves. Without ever slowing down, the ancient statue continued to walk forward. Then, in a roar of falling water, its colossal hand rose from the depths of the cursed sea and grabbed onto the tentacle. Grasping it in his stone fist, the Colossus lingered for a moment and easily tore the tentacle apart. Sunny's eyes widened. One part of the gigantic black tentacle convulsed and slid off the neck of the ancient Colossus, falling into the raging waves. The other part stubbornly tried to coil around his arm, but was pushed away by the stone palm and disappeared back into the depths of the cursed sea. For a few moments, the black water was silent. Oh, gods! And then the whole surface of it suddenly exploded into the skies. Chapter 239, Clash of Titans. Chapter 239, Clash of Titans. The surface of the cursed sea seethed and boiled, then exploded into the skies. Following the disappearance of the gargantuan tentacle, 6 others appeared from beneath the black waves. They rose and loomed above the marching colossus like twisted mountains, blocking the clamor of the storm for a fleeting moment. Sunny gritted his teeth and stared at the terrible image, trying to comprehend the scale of the approaching battle. How were tiny humans supposed to survive the fight between titans? A second later, the tentacles collapsed from the skies to assail the stone giant. Because of their size, it seemed as if they were moving in slow motion. However, Sunny knew that it was just an illusion. 4 of the arms of the unseen Leviathan submerged back under the water to coil around the legs and the torso of the Colossus, while 2 remaining ones slithered toward his hand. The ancient statue continued to walk south, seemingly unperturbed by the furious assault of the terrifying dweller of the depths. It batted one of the tentacles away and allowed the other to wrap around its wrist. Hold fast. Sunny didn't register whose shout that was, but followed the advice and grabbed onto the stone saint even tighter. Curse it all. In the furious roar of thunder and blinding lightning, the stone giant suddenly staggered and slightly careened to the side. The tentacle that was coiled around his wrist had tensed, trying to pull the hand down. The power hiding in its black, oily, bulbous flesh was so harrowing that several cracks appeared on the surface of the ancient stone. It almost looked as though the wrist of the Colossus was going to snap and explode into a torrent of shards. Instead, the giant turned his palm and grasped the tentacle, then squeezed it in an obliterating grip. The tentacle was trying to crush the ancient stone while being crushed in the fist of the stone giant in return for a few moments. It wasn't clear which creature was more devastatingly powerful, but then the fingers of the Colossus slowly submerged into the black flash, sending rivers of dark, fetid blood spilling down into the sea. Soon the tentacle was torn to shreds and had to retreat. However, the other 5 were already attacking the Colossus from below. Sunny couldn't see through the black waters of the cursed sea, but he could vividly imagine 2 of them coiling around the legs of the ancient statue, 2 wrapping around its torso, and another one holding down the hand and the mason's hammer. Whatever the gigantic tentacles were doing seemed to have worked. The pace of the walking statue slowed as if it had to struggle against an unimaginable weight that was dragging it back. The Colossus staggered once more, then suddenly lurched forward and finally stopped. Not good. Through the soles of his feet, Sunny could feel the vibrations running through the ancient stone. The giant was trembling as if straining to move his colossal body with all his strength. The circular platform they were hiding on slowly began to slope to the side, allowing even more waves to wash over it. The furious storm grew even stronger, as though celebrating the battle between 2 enormous creatures. The hurricane wind crushed into the cohort, pelting them with rain and seawater. The thunderclaps merged into one continuous deafening roar, and the flashes of lightning were surrounding them like a net woven from celestial flame. Suddenly, the ancient statue shuddered and changed its angle. It was almost as if the Colossus was bending his waist and leaning forward. Sunny's eyes widened. He instinctively understood what was about to happen. He wasn't the only one. As the stone saint followed his command and fell to her knees to thrust a hand into a crack in the stone, Niphis screamed, "We're going under, hold your breaths, here we go again." In the next second, the Colossus leaned forward and dove under the turbulent surface of the waves. Sunny barely had time to inhale deeply. Then the cohort was once again in the cold embrace of the cursed sea. Only unlike the previous day when they had to cross the canyon, this time they were being pulled deep into the void of darkness instead of across it. Feeling a powerful current rush past him, Sunny held on for his dear life and waited. If he was right about what the Colossus was doing, they still had a chance to survive. As the pressure of the black water grew heavier and the cold of the lightless void seeped into his bones, the circular platform suddenly stopped and swayed lightly. Despite being submerged deep underwater, Sunny could hear a loud, indescribable sound spreading through the vast expanse of the cursed sea. Gods, gods. Even though he knew that the gods were dead, he couldn't help but call out to them, but all that answered him was silence. Then finally the body of the Colossus swayed once more and suddenly began to move up. With the same speed that they were pulled into the depths, the cohort was. Should I feed it to her? But after thinking about it for a couple more seconds, he shook his head. No, despite all its flaws, the Dark Wing was still a real boon. The ability to glide alone was priceless. With it, he did not need to be afraid of falling down from deadly heights, like from the height of an ancient walking colossus, for example. I'm keeping it. The thing would only give his shadow one fragment anyway. Looking up, Sunny noticed a transparent cloak that looked like a pair of dragonfly wings suddenly appear on Cassie's shoulders. The sunlight refracted through it, making the wings glimmer slightly with all the colors of the rainbow. With an expression of wonder on her face, the blind girl made the wings move. A moment later, they disappeared into a blur, and Cassie suddenly hovered a few centimeters above the ground. She giggled. So, the quiet dancer had earned her the same memory his shadow had earned him. This was good. While the weak levitation ability was mostly useless to Sunny, to the blind girl, it would be of tremendous help. The terrain of the Forgotten Shore was often uneven and treacherous, so being able to float above it was a true gift for someone who could not see. Sunny smiled softly and looked away. It's nice that she still knows how to laugh. A moment later, his expression darkened. Closing his eyes, Sunny sighed heavily and turned his attention to the second memory he had gotten. Don't think about it. Memory? Blood blossom? Memory rank, awakened. Memory tier 2, memory type, charm. Sunny's heart skipped a bit. Charms were a rare type of memories that took the form of a small accessory, most often an amulet or a talisman. Unlike weapons, armor, and tools, they obviously had no practical value. However, charms made up for it by possessing unique and powerful enchantments. Among the elite awakened, these were the memories everyone hunted for the most. And now he got one. Please be good, memory description, no matter how much blood was spilled, her hunger only grew. Sunny blinked. Creepy memory enchantments. Flower of Evil. Enchantment description. This beautiful charm imbues all memories and echoes of its wielder. As Sunny read the description, the runes suddenly changed right before his eyes. After a moment, a new one appeared between them. This beautiful charm imbues all memories, echoes, and shadows of its wielder with an unquenching thirst for blood. They receive an overall enhancement when used against a bleeding foe, and grow more powerful the more their prey bleeds. Not even paying attention to the way the spell changed the runes on the fly, Sunny froze. Aura. It's an aura enchantment. Aura enchantments were an extremely rare thing. Unlike the usual enchantments, they affected not only the wielder, but everything that fit their target criteria in a certain radius. No need to mention how precious such things were, and Sunny didn't just get an aura charm, but also one that provided a comprehensive augmentation to the power of all. All. His memories, echoes, and shadows, as long as his enemy bled, and the more they bled, the stronger that augmentation would grow. Beautiful. Sunny was so stunned that he accidentally whispered that word out loud. A moment later, he suddenly shuddered and quickly glanced around to make sure that Effie wasn't anywhere near him when he had said it. To his relief, the huntress was on the opposite side of the platform, working on the map of the Forgotten Shore. Sunny exhaled and furtively wiped the sweat off his forehead. Phew! That was close! Then a wide grin slowly appeared on his face. With a satisfied sigh, he rested his head on the stone and thought, "Sorry, Saint. Today you shall remain hungry." Chapter 243, Fangs of a Dragon. By the middle of their second day of traveling through the labyrinth atop the ancient Colossus, an ominous dark line appeared on the horizon. With every minute, it slowly grew closer. Pretty soon, Sunny was able to tell that they were headed toward a vast mountain chain. The mountains seemed to serve as a border between the Forgotten Shore and the rest of the Dream Realm. They were tall and jagged, piercing the skies like the fangs of a giant dragon. Their distant peaks were covered in pristine white snow and wrapped in a veil of mist that streamed into the ravines and onto the ridges below. This was the place where the first lord of the castle had disappeared all those years ago, as well as the goal of their own perilous journey. As the stone giant came closer to the mountains, Sunny finally understood just how tall, magnificent, and imposing they were. Even the Colossus himself looked like a tiny ant in front of these towering peaks. It was hard not to feel small and insignificant in their oppressive shadow. Slowly, the terrain of the labyrinth began to rise. The mounds of coral grew smaller. The distance between them increased, until finally there were as much black soil and stone outcroppings visible beneath as there were islands of vivid crimson. Finally, the blades of coral became scarce. It was as though the labyrinth was reluctant to approach the foothills of the Misty Mountains, or simply unable to. As the gargantuan statue approached the border of the crimson forest, its steps slowed. The Colossus seemed to be struggling to move any further. His body was slightly bent, as if he was fighting against strong wind or some invisible force that was relentlessly pulling him back into the labyrinth. Even his prodigious might was not enough to defeat the pull of the ancient curse. Finally, the stone giant staggered and stopped. This was the moment they were waiting for. Castor, Effie, and Nephis were already climbing down, while Sunny, Cassie, and Kai stood at the edge of the circular platform. Looking down, Sunny sighed and glanced at the charming archer. "If this doesn't work, you're going to catch me, right?" Kai raised his elegant eyebrows, then smiled at him dazzlingly. "Why, of course. It would be my pleasure." Sunny's eye twitched. Shaking his head, he summoned the dark wing and turned away. Immediately, a cloak in the shape of two transparent wings appeared on his back. If there was one thing calming Sunny down, it was that his shadow was already on the ground. He had sent it down in advance to scout out the landing zone and make sure that nothing was waiting for the members of the cohort below. The stone saint was now standing there, looking like a tiny black dot from the height of the ancient statue's neck. No sense in prolonging this. Gritting his teeth, Sunny commanded the dark wing to raise him above ground and stepped into emptiness. For a moment he was consumed by primal fear, but then Sunny felt that instead of plummeting down to shatter on the rocks, his body was smoothly gliding through the air. He was still losing altitude, but at a safe and pleasant pace. Two transparent wings had turned into a blur behind his back. Actually, this feeling was exhilarating. Trying to keep a wide smile from appearing on his face, Sunny reminded himself how brittle his wings were and tried to control the direction of his descent. All it took was a slight shift of his posture and a mental command to the dark wing. Soon, Sunny was gliding down in a wide spiral, enjoying the feeling of wind whistling in his ears. It's a shame that others can't experience this. Initially, he was planning to take Effie on the ride of her life. With Kai and Cassie carrying the other two members of the cohort, reaching the ground would have been really easy. However, after a little bit of experimentation, they had found out that memories left behind by the terrible locusts couldn't carry too much weight. Even supporting Sunny himself was already close to the dark wing's limit. So he got to enjoy this pleasant feeling of weightlessness all by himself. After a few minutes of smooth gliding, Sunny softly landed near the stone saint and looked up. Kai and Cassie were right behind him, and slightly above, already reaching the knees of the Colossus, were the other three members of the cohort. This memory might be better than I gave it credit for, still not usable in a battle, but very handy nevertheless. Soon they were all reunited in the shadow of the ancient statue. A few moments later, the Colossus trembled. Slowly, it turned around and took a giant step. The ground trembled as his feet landed on it. The 6 humans stood silently, watching the ancient statue walk away. It was heading east, moving parallel to the impregnable wall of the Draconian mountains. Sunny suspected that the stone giant had walked all around the forgotten shore thousands of times, and now was at the start, or the end of another loop. The stone saint was watching the headless giant walk away too. Sunny glanced at her, wondering once again if his shadow felt something toward this enormous creature. He got a strange sensation that she did. However, it wasn't awe as Sunny had suspected. If anything, the hint of emotion hiding deep in the ruby eyes of the stone saint was that of disdain. Curious. Back at the ruined cathedral, Sunny had noticed that the Black Knight's armor bore a visible resemblance to that of his taciturn shadow. However, it didn't seem as though both came from the same source. It was more like the armor of the fallen devil was derived from that of the living statues, almost as if someone had tried to replicate their armaments but only managed to create a lesser facsimile. Was the stone giant the same? A failed attempt at repeating the same miraculous act of creation that had put a spark of true life into the stone saint and her brethren? There was no way to know. But still, Sunny couldn't help but wonder. Soon the ground stopped trembling, and the figure of the mechanically marching Colossus disappeared into the gray fog. A few moments later, Nephis sighed and turned around to face the mountains. It was time to find a place to spend the night. Tomorrow morning they were going to start their search for the lost expedition. Chapter 244, Death Zone. This high into the foothills of the mountains, they didn't have to look long for a suitable shelter. In fact, they could have simply camped in the open. The dark sea couldn't get to them anymore. As the night descended and enveloped the world in the familiar veil of absolute darkness, Sunny volunteered to be the first one to stand watch. Gazing down the sloping surface of the rocky ground, he watched as the black water slowly rose from the distant crimson forest of the labyrinth. It crawled up the steep slope of the foothills, straining to devour as much of them as it could, but then stopped hundreds of meters away from the place where the cohort had made their camp and swayed gently, unable to move any further. Just like the headless colossus had not been able to. Looking at the powerless waves, Sunny finally allowed himself to believe that they were now outside of the forgotten shore, or, more precisely, at the very edge of it. In any case, the cursed sea was no longer a threat to them. How strange! Sunny had grown accustomed to living in the constant fear of this transient abyss. Even in the dark city, he was constantly aware of its oppressive presence. No one was free of the frightening thoughts about what would happen if the seemingly unassailable wall of the city finally gave in and fell, opening the way to the flood of darkness. But now they were safe from it, for now, with a sigh, Sunny summoned the blood blossom. An intricate pendant in the shape of a beautiful red flower soon appeared, hanging on a black thread around his neck. He admired it for a few short moments and then hid the charm under his armor. It was better to be safe than sorry. Relaxing now was not the brightest of ideas. Yes, the dangers of the dark sea were now behind them. But he was ready to bet that actually escaping the clutches of the forgotten shore was not going to be that easy. And who said that the place beyond this desolate hell was any better? With his luck, it was only going to be worse. Consumed in thought, Sunny stared at the dark sea and waited. In the morning, the members of the cohort prepared to start the search. But before they could get to it, Nephis suddenly stopped them and peered at the towering peaks that loomed above in a veil of mist. There was a dark expression on her face. After a while, Changing Star suddenly kneeled and picked up a large rock. Straining her muscles, she crushed it in her fist and then looked at the shards with an inquisitive look. Finally, she threw the shattered pieces away and sighed. A few seconds later, Nephis spoke in a heavy tone. "I know where we are." "What was that supposed to mean?" Echoing his thought, Effie scoffed. "We all know where we are, Princess. The southern edge of the forgotten shore, about 2,000 kilometers away from the dark city." "No." Nephis shook her head and stood up. I know where we are in the dream realm." Everyone froze. "What? What did you just say?" The members of the cohort stared at her with their eyes opened wide. The words Changing Star had said hit them like a bolt of lightning. She pointed at the draconian peaks and said, her voice even, "We are north of the Hollow Mountains. I am sure of it." "Hollow Mountains." The name rang a bell, but Sunny couldn't quite put his finger on where exactly he had heard it. Glancing at the other members of the cohort, he noticed that everyone shared the same expression except for Castor, who seemed to know something. His face grew pale. Nephis lingered for a few moments and then explained, "Human sphere of influence in the dream realms is not very large, but it has been slowly expanding for the last 30 years. There are 3 great citadels, the most prosperous of which, Bastion, is ruled by the noble scions of the Valor clan, and numerous lesser ones." Then she grimaced. For a time, the allies and vassals of Clan Valor used to conquer one lesser citadel after another, expanding human territory far into the north. But then their expansion in that direction stalled, because they encountered Hollow Mountains. Oh, right. I think I heard that from Teacher Julius. The northern border of the human territory is a wild place. Sunny frowned. "Are these Hollow Mountains very dangerous?" Changing Star gritted her teeth. "As dangerous as it gets. Actually, beyond that, the mountain chain stretches for thousands of kilometers, forming a whole region of its own. It is marked as a death zone. Even saints don't come back from there alive." Sunny shivered. Death zones were regions of the dream realm populated by nightmare creatures of the 3 highest ranks, great, cursed, and unholy. Since no human had survived the 4th nightmare yet, facing even the weakest of them was a death sentence to anyone below the saint rank, and even saints had only a slight chance of prevailing against a great creature, let alone a cursed one. Somehow, Sunny managed to become one of the few people alive to slay a great devil. But he had only survived that encounter by pure luck. If not for his weird trait of possessing a shadow core instead of a soul core, the unborn spawn of the vile thieving bird would have stolen his life force and killed him on the spot. And if Nephis was right, the Hollow Mountains were populated by many creatures of that caliber and higher. Sunny sighed. So what you're telling us is that this place is even worse than the Forgotten Shore. Without having to say anything, Nephis simply nodded. He smiled. Figures. He had been right after all. Escaping the Forgotten Shore was simply impossible. The only way out lay in the cursed Crimson Spire, and that was where they were headed. Whether he wanted to or not, with a dark expression on his face, Sunny stared at the jagged peaks of the Hollow Mountains and said, "So, we are going there." Nephis lingered for a few moments and then answered calmly, "Let's hope not. We only need to get as far as the First Lord had gotten. That should be close to where we are right now." Sunny looked at her and nodded. "In that case, let's not waste any time. The sooner we return into the labyrinth, the better. Gee, I never thought I would be impatient to return to that damned hellhole. You just never know what the future holds, huh?" Chapter 245, Theater of Giants. Armed with the understanding of just how dangerous the beautiful mountains towering above them were, the cohort set out deeper into the foothills. Because they didn't know much about the area and what type of creatures populated it, they decided to stay together. While it would have been much easier to send Kai to take a look around from above, no one wanted to take this risk. As the result, the 6 humans moved in a tight group, much like they had on the narrow streets of the Dark City and in the labyrinth. However, the landscape around them was vastly different. There were no growths of crimson coral covering the ground, just grass and outcroppings of gray rock. It almost felt like they were back on Earth. Strangely, that made Sunny feel uncomfortable. Looking around, he could see far in every direction, with no walls of coral or ancient, ruined buildings obscuring his view. That made it harder for the nightmare creatures to ambush the cohort, but also impossible for the cohort to hide from anything that could have been watching. That is true, but where are all the monsters? Indeed, no matter how hard Sunny looked, he couldn't see any movement whatsoever. It was as if the entire area was completely dead. They were surrounded by complete silence, which was broken only when a member of the cohort made a sound. The picturesque scenery could have been peaceful, but felt eerie instead. Even Sunny's shadow seemed uncharacteristically listless. Full of unease, they continued to move forward. The plan was very simple. Because of Cassie's vision, they knew that the First Lord and his companions had traveled to the mountains the same way that they did, or at least followed the same route. That meant that both cohorts entered the foothills at approximately the same spot. The other thing Cassie had told them was that they were searching for a vast pit in the stone. It was hard to miss something like that, so all they had to do was to move deeper into the foothills and look around. The ground beneath their feet gently sloped upward. As time passed, it grew more and more rocky, and the incline became rather steep. Soon they were surrounded by tall boulders and had to walk on bare stone. At some point, Sunny looked back and was surprised to realize how high above the labyrinth they had climbed. By now it was far away and below them, looking like a vast crimson sea. A strange sensation settled in his heart. With a bit of introspection, Sunny realized that it was something he had lost a long time ago, the feeling of being connected to the rest of humanity. Even though all of them understood that crossing the Hollow Mountains was an impossible task, simply knowing where they were in relation to the rest of the Awakened made all the difference. They might have been just as stranded as they had been before, but at least they weren't lost anymore. What a nice but useless thought. With a sigh, he turned around and hurried to catch up with the rest of the cohort. The sun was still high in the sky when they found the pit Cassie had described. It was situated in a valley just at the point where the foothills turned into proper mountains and turned out to be something different from what everyone had imagined. Disturbingly, throughout the whole day they had not met a single living thing. In any other circumstances, Sunny would have been glad because of this strange lack of nightmare creatures, but now it was just making him nervous. Standing at the edge of it, he looked down with a feeling of awe. Cut into the flesh of the mountains, a vast quarry lay below them. Despite its incredible scale, it was clearly made by humans. A road clinging to the slope of the circular pit led to the bottom of it, wide enough for 10 carriages to ride side by side. At the far end of the quarry, The gray slope of the mountain was cut and hollowed, creating something that resembled either colossal steps or seats of an amphitheater built for giants. Here and there, massive blocks of stone stood as though ready to be transported back to the ancient city. Sunny studied the monolithic blocks of gray stone, then the size of the deep quarry. Something connected in his mind. So this is where the materials for the mighty wall of the Dark City had come from. He was certain of it. To think that the ancient inhabitants of the Forgotten Shore had transported all that stone from this far away. The thought of it was nothing short of humbling. Effie, meanwhile, was staring at something with a tense look on her face. Suddenly, she pointed to the center of the deep quarry and said, "Over there, look!" Following her gaze, Sunny strained his eyes. For a couple of moments he couldn't understand what the huntress was talking about, but then his heart skipped a bit. At the bottom of the quarry, there was a giant nightmare creature. The abomination was enormous, easily twice the size of the carapace demon, who had already been as tall as a house. It looked like a strange insect, somewhat resembling a weird mix of a rhinoceros beetle and a praying mantis, with a smooth carapace, massive horn, and deadly blades attached to the joints of its limbs. The whole creature seemed to be made out of stone and was the same color as the floor of the quarry. In fact, if not for Effie's warning, Sunny might have not even noticed it. That flesh, however, was broken and shattered, lying in piles on the ground. The giant stone demon was dead, and from the looks of it, it died by a human hand. Sunny turned to Nephis and hesitated for a moment. "What do you think? Those are sword cuts, aren't they?" Changing Star was silent for a bit, and then said in a dark tone, "It's hard to tell. We'll need to get closer to take a proper look." Ready for the worst, the cohort summoned their weapons and slowly moved down the wide road that led to the bottom of the quarry. From reaching the foothills of the Hollow Mountains till now, they had not met a single nightmare creature. But that was not a reason to lower their guard. Walking on the ancient path, all of them couldn't help but steal glances at the corpse of the giant stone demon, as though expecting it to come back to life and attack them at any moment. If living on the Forgotten Shore had taught him anything, it was to always expect the worst. Some time later, Effie spoke. "See those deep fractures on the floor of the quarry? I think that this thing had burrowed from below, so watch your step." Remembering his encounter with the rolling stone, Sunny looked down with a sour expression. That clumsy creature was more funny than dangerous, but only because its teeth were vastly outclassed by the puppeteer's shroud. If something with more bite were to ambush them from below, who knew what was going to happen with a simple thought? Sunny summoned the stone saint and ordered her to keep close. The taciturn monster stared at the tall peaks of the Hollow Mountains for a few moments, as though subtly affected by the sight of them. Then she lowered her head and silently followed his command. After tense and exhausting half an hour of descending into the deep pit, the cohort finally got close to the remains of the giant stone insect. Cautiously stopping a few dozen meters away from it, they hesitated, not sure how to proceed. Finally, Nephis sighed and walked forward, approaching the shattered body of the dead demon, if that was what it had been, or was, as their leader came close enough to the carcass to touch it with her hand. All of them held their breaths. A few seconds went by, then a few more. Nothing jumped at Changing Star from below the stones. The giant creature had not moved, nor had it shown any signs of coming back to life. The demon just lay there, its body shattered and broken, terrifying even in death, and it indeed was truly, really dead. Glancing at the indifferent saint, Sunny let out a sigh of relief. Even though he was prepared for a tough battle, he hoped that this time they would be able to avoid it. The members of the cohort had yet to fully recover from the harrowing journey atop the walking colossus, so they weren't in the best of shapes. Well, at least Sunny was not, partially because he had refused Neff's offer to vanquish his wounds with her purifying flame. They were healing fast thanks to the blood weave and the 500 shadow fragment, almost that he had accumulated, but his body was yet to fully recover. Turning her head, Nephis looked at them and said, "Come closer." Encouraged by her words, the members of the cohort finally put their caution to rest and walked over to the dead creature. Of course, they were still prepared to instantly react in case something unexpected happened. The 6 of them spent a few minutes studying the remains to determine whether the terrible creature was killed by a human or something of its own kind. Sunny glanced at the tall mountains and spent a few seconds watching as the white mist rolled down from their peaks, flowing down the jagged slopes like a waterfall made of clouds. How beautiful! With a sigh, he turned away from the wall of mist that was still some distance away from the valley where the quarry was situated and concentrated on the corpse of the stone demon. Whatever had killed it was not something Sunny would wish to meet in a battle. The flesh of the creature was indeed made of stone. That had not stopped the fearsome attackers, however. The carapace of the giant granite abomination was shattered in many places and melted in others. But mostly it was cut and pierced. Apart from a few enormous wounds, there were numerous smaller ones, many of them looking as though they could have come from a sword, an axe, or a spear, and yet he wasn't sure. Sunny was not really an expert in such things. However, he was an expert in all things having to do with greed and avarice. Instead of focusing on the nature of the damage done to the giant abomination, Sunny walked around and found its abdomen, which was damaged especially severely. With a reluctant sigh, he climbed atop the stone corpse and then inside of it. The other members of the cohort stared at him with expressions ranging from surprise to revulsion. A couple of minutes later, Sunny climbed out of the dead demon and shook off stone dust from his armor and hair. Then he glanced at his companions and frowned. What? Kai stared at him with a complicated expression and then asked, Sunny? Ah, do you want to tell us something? Sunny gave him a nod and grinned. I do, actually. This thing was indeed killed by a human. The charming archer raised an eyebrow and asked in a dubious tone, Really? How do you know? Sunny jumped down and shrugged. The soul shards are missing. A few moments later, an expression of understanding appeared on Kai's face. Indeed, most nightmare creatures had no use for the soul shards. Just like humans who directly absorbed soul essence after killing one of their own kind, they fed from the kill itself as opposed to the act of retrieving and crushing the remnants of broken soul cores. If they weren't bizarre terrors like the Soul Devourer, of course, but the chances of encountering another one of those here were rather low. It was reasonable to assume that the soul shards were removed by humans. His discovery was solid enough proof of the fact that it was indeed the First Lord's cohort that had battled and slain the terrifying creature. They had really found the signs of the lost expedition, but there was another proof for this conclusion. This one irrefutable. Nephis, who had wandered away from the remains of the demon at some point, suddenly called them over. The members of the cohort glanced at each other, then slowly approached her, trying to understand what was it that she had found. Changing Star was standing near one of the piles of rocks that were littering the ground around the body of the dead creature, looking at it with a solemn expression. Most of them came from its shattered carapace, while some were created because the floor of the quarry was broken apart and churned during the ferocious battle. Why was Nephis so interested in that one in particular? Looking closer, Sunny suddenly realized that this pile of rocks was different from all others. It was lower, roughly oval in shape, its contour too perfect to be the result of a pure coincidence. It seemed as though each rock was painstakingly placed here by a human hand, perhaps in hopes to make the pile as orderly and sturdy as possible. Suddenly, a cold shiver ran down Sunny's spine. He finally realized what he was looking at. This was not really a pile of rocks, it was a grave. Standing around the cairn, the members of the cohort looked at it with somber expressions except for Cassie, who turned away and faced the mountainside as though trying to hide her emotions. Now that they knew what they were looking at, their mood suddenly became forlorn and solemn. People stranded on the forgotten shore were well acquainted with death and tragedy, but finding this lonely grave so far away from any place where another human could find it, lost under the alien gray sky of the dream realm, was still a poignant revelation. None of them had ever met the dreamers of the first cohort, but after living in the shadow of their legendary achievements and hearing stories of their deeds for so long, it felt as though this grave belonged to one of their own. Because of how bleak and tense the reality of the Bright Castle was, it was easy to forget that in this cursed world all of them were fellow humans. But in front of the quiet grave, the truth was stark and cutting. It was them alone against the endless tide of nightmare creatures, and every human life lost diminished them all. Sunny sighed and noticed that there were words carved into one of the stones placed on top of the cairn. It took him a while to make sense of the inscription because it wasn't written with the runes he had grown accustomed to. Instead, it was written in simple letters of the human language, which looked strange and alien in this forsaken land. Cut into the stone by unknown means, a single sentence was left behind on the otherwise unmarked grave. "Her nightmare is over." With a heavy heart, Sunny silently repeated it several times. It was strange how much meaning could be expressed with so few words. They echoed in his mind and lingered there, leaving a deep and mournful mark. "Rest in peace, whoever you are. I hope that your dreams are sweet and serene now." With that, he turned away and gritted his teeth. When would their own nightmares be over? The other members of the cohort were slowly coming back from their sudden reverie. Kai sighed and looked at Changing Star, his face full of sadness. I guess this is what we've been looking for. The First Lord and his expedition definitely passed this way. But what now?" Nephis threw a last glance at the grave and turned to face the charming archer. There should be an entrance to an old mine somewhere nearby, from what Cassie had seen. This is where they went. Sunny frowned. Something in what she said made him uneasy, but why? Turning his head, he looked at Cassie, who was still silently standing a few steps away from them, her head turned to the mountains. It seemed as though the blind girl was enjoying the sight of white mist that was flowing down the mountain slope, slowly approaching the valley. She had been awfully quiet all this time. With an ominous feeling suddenly gripping his heart, Sunny gestured to Nephis to draw her attention. Changing Star frowned, then followed his gaze and slightly changed in the face. Walking over to her friend, she carefully placed her hand on the blind girl's shoulder. Instantly, Cassie flinched turned around, her face pale. "Cassie, did you see something?" There was an expression of terror written on the blind girl's face. For a few moments, she just breathed heavily, as though trying to control herself. Finally, she spoke, her voice quiet but steady. "The mist. We must get underground before the mist comes. If not, all of us will die." Nephis didn't waste any time questioning Cassie further. Turning around, she shouted, "Sunny, Knight, find the entrance to the mine, quick." A moment later, Kai rose into the air and dashed toward the giant amphitheater on the opposite side of the quarry. Sunny did not hesitate too. His shadow detached from his feet and glided away with startling speed. Despite the urgency of the situation, he remained calm. So I guess there is a reason why we haven't met a single living creature in this place after all. Sunny had expected something like this to happen from the very moment they entered the foothills of the Hollow Mountains. Even before learning about how dangerous these peaks were, he had already known that no land that the Crimson Coral was incapable of growing on could be safe. Castor, Effie, prepare to move as soon as the scouts find anything. Glancing at the white wall of mist that was already starting too. The huntress had not survived 3 years of stalking monsters on the cursed streets of the Dark City alone by accident. Hundreds upon hundreds of vicious nightmare creatures fell by her hand. As much as Sunny hated to admit it, Castor was a true powerhouse among the sleepers, too. His incredible aspect ability, outstanding skill, cold intelligence, and the wide arsenal of inherited memories made him a deadly threat to anyone foolish enough to become his enemy. Kai was not as ferocious of a fighter as the core members of the cohort, but his ability to fly, coupled with the mastery of the bow and the ascended arrow that Sunny had sold him, made him a real menace in a battle, too. Cassie was not much of a fighter, but her gift was arguably more important than any combat aspect ability could ever be, especially so on the Forgotten Shore, where inconceivable dangers lurked under each rock. And then there was Sunny himself. Sunny was, perhaps, the deadliest of them all. If he wanted to, he could have killed every member of the cohort twice over, with the exception of Nephis himself, of course. If the two of them had to face each other in battle, he didn't count his chances too high, at least for now. As they walked deeper into the mine, there were more tunnels forking away from the main one. The cohort turned a few times, choosing the path that led further down underground. Soon, the walls surrounding them changed. More and more they were decorated with the intricate stone carving that the inhabitants of the ancient city had loved so much. At first, these carvings were strictly decorative and mostly senseless, shaped into beautiful patterns of lines and simple images. But then slowly something about them changed. Sonny was perhaps the only one who paid attention to the carvings. Due to his passion for learning the history of this ancient civilization, he had spent a lot of time doing the same back in the Dark City, where there were a lot of similar things. He was still planning to clear the floor of the ruined library of rubble and study the vast fresco that was hidden beneath the project he had been working on before the events of these recent weeks had taken him away. However, the condition of the carvings back in the ancient city was mostly terrible. The unknown disaster that had wiped out its inhabitants, the passage of time, and the nightmare creatures left most of them in ruins. Here in the remote mine, however, the carvings were preserved in pristine condition. When Sonny finally saw what was depicted on them, his breath became faster. The answers to many questions that were tormenting him were right there, carved into these walls. Depicted on the ancient engravings, a beautiful land was bathed in sunlight. Lush forests, glistening rivers, and fields of flowers surrounded human cities built of stone. From what Sonny could tell, this was the forgotten shore before the mysterious and terrifying curse had turned it into the desolate hell it was today. In the next mural, the beautiful land rested under the sky that was full of stars. Suddenly, one of them fell to the ground, causing a wave of destruction to wash over the human cities. When people approached the center of the crater left behind by the falling stars, Sonny almost stumbled when he saw the next engraving. In it, a naked human figure was standing at the bottom of the crater, wreathed in light. The inhabitants of the stone cities were surrounding the radiant figure, dressed in archaic garments and armor. The figure seemed beautiful and pure, as though untouched by the imperfections of the mundane world. What made Sonny lose his composure was not its beauty, and not how eerily familiar the soft radiance emanated by its skin was, but its face. On it, 3 eyes were burning with pure, incandescent light. 2 were just like that of a human, with the third one situated above the other ones, right in the middle of the creature's forehead, just like that of the terrible skull that the walking colossus had shattered with his stone hammer in the middle of a raging storm. What does it mean? What is this thing? To Sonny's dismay, the next engraving was heavily damaged. He couldn't discern anything of what was depicted on it. However, the one after that was in almost perfect condition on it. The radiant figure was kneeling on the ground, its chest pierced by the spear of the tallest human among the inhabitants of the beautiful land. What flowed from the terrible wound, however, was not blood, but an endless flood of pure darkness. Why? Why did they attack it? What happened? Left without an answer, Sonny walked forward and soon reached the next mural. He saw darkness devouring the humans gathered around the fatally wounded creature and spread. Soon, it devoured the crater left by the fallen star too, and then it devoured the entire world. "The curse of all-consuming darkness," he whispered. Finally, Sonny got a glimpse at the origin of the terrible disaster that had destroyed this land and turned it into a hellish nightmare. Although the details of it were still unclear, one of the mysteries he had been trying to solve now had an answer. But the story told by the engravings was not yet over. Walking further into the ancient mine, Sonny learned of what had happened next. As the darkness spread across the world, it reached the skies. The stars were either devoured by it or fell down, turning the sky into a terrible, lightless abyss. The starless void. The sun never rose above the cursed land again, leaving humans trembling in the cold. Soon horrifying creatures came from the darkness to devour them. The best and the brightest of the ancient civilization took arms to defend their cities, and for a while they were able to resist the tide of monsters. But then humans themselves started to turn into abominable horrors. At that point, Sonny felt a cold shiver running down his spine and couldn't help but tremble. Not because he was affected by the tragic disaster that had befallen these ancient people, but because it all seemed so terrifyingly familiar. The details might not have been the same, but the end result was eerily similar to what was happening in the real world right now. A curse that suddenly appeared and spread across the entire world. The horrible monsters that came from nowhere to attack settlements and devour humans. The champions who had taken charge of defending their kind from the abominable creatures, and the fact that some humans had begun turning into those creatures themselves. Was it not the same as the nightmare spell spreading like a plague across the globe? The nightmare creatures coming through the gates, the awakened rising to fight against them, and the unfortunate souls who failed their first nightmare transforming into monstrous abominations. The only difference was that the story of the civilization of the Forgotten Shore was already over. Eventually, the curse had destroyed it. The people of his own world, however, were still trying to resist such fate. But was it even possible to defeat fate? The inhabitants of the Forgotten Shore were proud and mighty. They were capable of building cities that stood for thousands of years and fighting against the most terrifying monsters on equal footing. And yet in the end, they were utterly obliterated and wiped out. Their land had become a cursed desert. Would the real world turn into a desolate hell like the Forgotten Shore too, one day? With a dark expression on his face, Sunny turned away from the engraving he was staring at and walked away. There were a few more left ahead. Still, on one of them, 7 heroes came together from different parts of the Dark Land. Under their protection and guidance, people living in the darkness migrated from their half-destroyed cities and came to the shore of the vast crater. There, they built a new home for themselves, one surrounded by a mighty wall that no monster could scale or breach. One of the heroes, a man depicted with a mason's hammer in his hand, was in charge of building the wall. Despite the fact that the part of the engraving depicting his face was damaged, it was unmistakably one of the 7 founders of the Starlight Legion, the man whose statue had carried them across the Forgotten Shore. In the second-to-last engraving, the mighty wall was finished, and the city was prospering amidst the darkness. The 7 heroes stood at some distance from it, surrounding. Sunny's eyes narrowed. The 7 heroes were surrounding an inconceivably tall tower. It loomed above them, connecting heaven and earth like the axis of the world. Despite its cyclopean height, the tower was still unfinished. The crimson spire, only it was not crimson yet, as there were no growths of cursed coral covering its walls. On the last engraving, the tower was complete, and on top of it, a new sun was burning bright, bathing the land and the celebrating people in the light once again. The darkness was gone. Sunny stared at the last engraving for a few moments and then continued walking. The revelations he had uncovered on the walls of the ancient mine gave him a lot to think about. The truth that he had been piecing together for a very long time was finally more complete than fragmented. So something had indeed fallen from the sky and put a start to the eventual destruction of this land. Sunny had suspected that this was the case for a while now, especially after witnessing the colossal impact crater that was situated between the Dark City and the Ashen Barrow. At times he had been almost ready to believe that it was really the result of the vile thieving bird dropping the weaver's eye on the mortal realm below, as written in the description of the lineage memory he had consumed. The thieving bird had gone mad after looking at the reflection of the unknown, which was apparently forever frozen in the depths of Weaver's pupil. The madness and corruption that reigned over the Forgotten Shore were similar enough for him to draw a parallel. However, now he knew that it had been an actual being that had fallen from the skies, wreathed in light and flame. A beautiful figure that emanated brilliant radiance and had 3 eyes on its terrible, perfect face. Sunny didn't know what led the ancient humans to attack it, but they had killed the creature, perhaps managing such a feat only because it was already weakened by its fall from the heavens and the events that had sent it plummeting down. But by doing so, they had unleashed the flood of darkness and caused the destruction of their land. Sunny was under the impression that the annihilation of the ancient civilization had been instantaneous, but as it turned out, humans had continued to fight against the curse for a long time. Generations even. That's why the founders of the Starlight Legion were described as being born in the all-consuming darkness. He didn't know whether the monsters that came to feast on the human flesh had been contained within the body of the fallen being along with the ocean of darkness, or whether they were all humans corrupted by the curse, with those present at the moment of the creature's death becoming the most terrifying ones. What he did know, however, was that the Starlight Legion had managed to push the monsters back and build an impregnable fortress for the humans under their protection. That fortress would later become the Dark City, and then the founders of the Legion had achieved something even more inconceivable. They had built the Cyclopean spire and somehow used it to create an artificial star. Yes, the sun shining above the forgotten shore was not real. It was, in fact, a human creation. Speak about ambition. It was hard not to feel awe after learning that those 7 madmen had actually managed to create a sun. They had made a defiant oath to return light to the cursed land, and gone about it with terrifying resolve and sincerity. The story depicted in the ancient engravings ended with a celebration. The forces of good had vanquished the curse of darkness and brought a new era of light and prosperity to the inhabitants of the ancient city. However, that was not where history ended. Something happened between then and now that had caused the obliteration of the ancient civilization, the corruption of the spire, and the appearance of the Crimson Labyrinth. But what? That was a mystery for another day. Perhaps he would be able to find the answer to it back at the Dark City. What Sunny did note, however, was the difference between the dark reality shown in the engravings and the state the forgotten shore was now. Yes, the ancient murals showed a world completely devoid of light, but it was different from the hell that Sunny and the other members of the cohort knew. The engravings did not show the curse of darkness as a literal sea. With no sun and no sea, there was no cycle of tides that turned the forgotten shore into an ocean of black water every night. The Dark Sea had appeared at the same time as the labyrinth then, or at least as the result of the same event. Sunny was sure that the two were connected, but he didn't know what significance that information hid. The other thing he had noted was that, while other members of the party were initially indifferent to the ancient engravings, at some that changed. When they had been walking past the mural depicting the radiant being with 3 incandescent eyes, Nephis had stopped and looked at it for several long moments. Then she turned her head away, lingered for a second, and continued walking. Sunny had not missed that detail. However, he couldn't even begin to guess what it meant. Some time later, they entered a wide, circular hall. In the center of it, a dark chasm opened into the depths of the mountains, leading so far down that Sunny couldn't even see its bottom. It looked like the gates of the underworld. 1,000 years ago, there were wooden ladders and platforms leading down the main shaft of the mine, as well as a system of ropes and pulleys to lower the miners and lift containers full of precious ores up. Of course, all of that had rotten and collapsed a long time ago. With a sigh, Sunny glanced at Nephis and asked, "We are climbing down, aren't we?" Instead of answering, she simply summoned the golden rope and shrugged. He shook his head. "Wait, at least give me some time to scout ahead and see if anything is waiting for us at the bottom of this thing." With that, he sent his shadow down the wall of the endless shaft. The shadow wasn't very ecstatic at the prospect of gliding down into the depths of the scary well, though giving Sunny a resentful glare, it sighed and dove down with visible reluctance. A few minutes later, the shadow reached as far down as the range of shadow control allowed. It was still not at the bottom of the mine, but at least there were no primordial horrors in its sight. Sunny summoned the dark wing and gave the members of the cohort a nod. "We can proceed. Be ready, though. Who knows what might happen?"